Welcome to Sparrow's Realm.
How could she recognize it so quickly, as if she had failed in disguise? I thought it would surprise Yanfengyi, just like the last time she saw Yanfengyi. How did you recognize me? Su Yirui asked curiously. Yanfengyi originally wanted to say that she would know it was her when she saw it, but she hesitated for 2 seconds and said, "Look at the figure." Su Yirui's expression was subtle. This ability to talk nonsense seriously is really powerful, worthy of being a business genius. This plus-size loose high school uniform, can you still see your figure? Su Yirui had to tell herself that maybe she was too tall, taller than ordinary girls, so she recognized it at a glance. Su Yirui, okay, let's go in, I definitely didn't get followed by the paparazzi today. Yanfengyi nodded, He didn't tell Su Yirui that this community was his property, and in order to avoid something like that last time, security guards were arranged nearby today to prevent suspicious vehicles from coming in. So you don't have to worry about the paparazzi secretly filming at all. This private kitchen restaurant does not have a conspicuous name, and the entrance is a bit difficult to find, but after entering, you will find that the interior of the restaurant is very elegantly decorated, and you can hear the sound of the piano and pipa. Su Yirui took off her glasses as soon as she entered the door. She looked up and asked Yanfengyi, "Are you myopic?" Yanfengyi shook his head, "No." Su Yirui looked up at him. Yanfengyi was not comfortable with her and took off her glasses. After losing his glasses, the black belly and gentleness on his body were much less, but without the cover of the glasses, Su Yirui didn't dare to look into his eyes again, as if he would be sucked in by his eyes at a glance. "You should wear it, it's good to wear it." Su Yirui turned her gaze away and said. "Yanfengyi, why?" "I just think you're not that serious wearing glasses." Su Yirui said. "Yanfengyi, do I look very serious?" Su Yirui, sometimes. Yanfengyi thought for a while and put on his glasses again. Su Yirui asked, "What floor are we eating?" Yanfengyi, second floor. They were just about to go up the stairs when they saw 2 people walking out of the private room on the first floor. Su Yirui's expression changed slightly, and the reaction of those 2 people was much more than Su Yirui. "Little uncle!" Shen Lu exclaimed. Chapter 53. Let go of you, and you'll run away. Luo Yu pursed his lips, stared at Su Qinglu, and refused to let go of his hand. "I'm not running, I'm so uncomfortable, can you let me sit in the living room for a while?" Su Qinglu had no choice but to say. Luo Yu hesitated for a few seconds, "Okay." He let go of Su Qinglu, but pulled the corner of Su Qinglu's clothes, looking aggrieved. Su Qinglu laughed dumbly and was led to the living room by him. After Su Qinglu sat down on the sofa, Luo Yu sat down next to her, his hands pulling her clothes all the time. Su Qinglu said, "Do you have to do this?" Luo Yu, Su Qinglu, okay. The 2 were silent for a while. Su Qinglu didn't know what to say, a little embarrassed and a little shy. Luo Yu said, "Can you try it with me?" Su Qinglu. Luo Yu said cautiously, "Try for 3 months, if it is really not suitable, separate." Su Qinglu frowned, "No, this is not good." Luo Yu's expression immediately became sad, "Why not?" Su Qinglu didn't look at him either, "It's just not good." Luo Yu, that month. Su Qinglu. "Isn't it okay for a month?" Luo Yu turned around and looked at Su Qinglu's face. Su Qinglu, "It's really not good, don't do this." Luo Yu stood up and hugged Su Qinglu, "You promise me, stay with me, I really like you." Su Qinglu was startled again, and Luo Yu hugged her very tightly, like a child, looking at her eagerly. Su Qinglu resisted, "If you continue like this, we won't even have to be friends." Luo Yu's face changed, he bit his lip and glared at her. Su Qinglu was stared at by him with a little guilty conscience. "It's good to be friends, why do you have to be together?" Su Qinglu also softened his tone. "No, I don't want to be friends, anyone can be friends with you, but there is only one boyfriend, I want to be your boyfriend." Luo Yu said stubbornly. Su Qinglu tried to threaten him and make him afraid, "But if you are like this, I won't dare to see you again next time." Who knew that Luo Yu's face was pale and he said, "If you don't see me, I won't let you go today anyway, unless you give me a reason that can convince me." Su Qinglu, "Why are you like this? You clearly said you like me, you have changed, you lied to me, why can't we be together, I just want to be with you." Luo Yu became more and more aggrieved as he spoke, and hugged her tighter and tighter. "But, it's really not good, we're really not suitable, haven't you thought about the future?" Su Qinglu was still insisting. She told herself that she couldn't be soft-hearted. Luo Yu was too young. Luo Yu shook his head. I like you. What's wrong with wanting to be with you? You like me too. We're very happy together. Su Qinglu, it's also very fun to be friends. It's not the same. Su Qinglu was helpless. I can't tell you clearly. It's getting late. I'm going back. Luo Yu, you will never see me again if you leave. I won't let you go. Su Qinglu. Stop making trouble. It's really late. It's time for me to go. No. Luo Yu said in a muffled voice. Su Qinglu, do you still want me to spend the night here? Luo Yu was silent and did not speak. Su Qinglu, no, I can't stay here. Luo Yu seemed to be open-minded. You can't leave anyway. As long as Su Qinglu leaves, he will never agree to come out with him alone in the future, nor will he come to his house, and he will never be with him again. He had already thought about it when he was preparing for today, and if he failed, he would not let Su Qinglu go. Just think of it as the last little time with her. Su Qinglu, I'm angry like this, let go. Be angry. Luo Yu's face also turned cold, like an angry bag. Su Qinglu. Why are you doing this? Luo Yu glared at her. You obviously know why. You have to ask. I answered you but you didn't believe it, didn't accept me, and refused to give me a chance to try. Su Qinglu wanted to explain, but she couldn't agree to Luo Yu, so what's the use of explaining? After a while, the room was so quiet that Luo Yu couldn't help but ask, why don't you talk? Su Qinglu, I don't know what to say, my friend doesn't want to do it with you like this. Luo Yu lowered his head and did not say a word for a long time. He let go of Su Qinglu, but still pulled her clothes. Su Qinglu wanted to get the clothes out of his hands, but no matter how hard she tried, Luo Yu just didn't let go. She tried to push Luo Yu, pulling around. Luo Yu was afraid of hurting her, so Su Qinglu took advantage of the loophole and broke free. She was about to run away, but Luo Yu hugged her waist. Luo Yu was tall and easily picked her up. Su Qinglu shouted and was pressed on the sofa by Luo Yu. Luo Yu pressed on her, looking at her without blinking. Then Su Qinglu was stunned and kissed him. Su Qinglu's mind went blank. A soft kiss fell on her lips, and it felt very wonderful. She seemed to be wrapped in a beautiful transparent bubble, which was full of sweet aroma. Luo Yu's lips were a little cold, and although the kiss was very green, Su Qinglu softened out of control. She resisted at first, but then couldn't help but respond. Luo Yu was worried that Su Qinglu would be angry, so he kissed her for a while and left her lips. He looked at Su Qinglu's wet eyes. Su Qinglu, who was still strong, had a crimson on his face, and he didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. I like you. Luo Yu said again solemnly. Su Qinglu turned his head to look elsewhere. Don't go, okay? Su Qinglu thought for a while, but still said, no. Luo Yu said unhappily, no matter what, I won't let you go. You can't keep dragging me like this. Where will I sleep if I don't leave? You sleep in the bedroom, I sleep on the sofa. Luo Yu said. How can this be? Su Qinglu sighed. If you leave today, you won't pay attention to me in the future, so I can't let you go. Luo Yu said in a low voice. Su Qinglu, hey, no, I'll pay attention to you. Why? Luo Yu frowned, you just said you wouldn't pay attention to me. Su Qinglu, I just said that to let you go. Luo Yu didn't believe it, then who knows if it's true. Su Qinglu, really? Luo Yu was a little loose, but soon he glared at Su Qinglu. I don't believe it, you lied to me, you just wanted me to let you go, and then you ignored me again, just like last time. If you don't pay attention to me, you will ignore me. Su Qinglu looked at him and said seriously, I really won't, this time is different. Luo Yu shook his head, then hugged Su Qinglu tightly, and kissed him again. When he kissed her, he kept thinking that he would never see me again after she left anyway. Su Qinglu didn't struggle this time, but hugged Luo Yu, and the two kissed for a while, and Luo Yu's face turned red. Luo Yu pressed on Su Qinglu, his face flushed, but he just didn't let go of her. The two looked at each other quietly for a while, and Su Qinglu could hear his heartbeat. There was a voice in her heart saying, just agree and forget it, he seems to really like you. I really should go back, my mother will be worried, it's late. Su Qinglu lives with his mother, and he can say that he works overtime when he goes back, but it is difficult to explain if he does not go home. Luo Yu didn't expect it to be like this. Su Qinglu still wanted to leave, and he was sad to death, so he simply said, then if you promise to be with me, I will let you go. Okay, I promise you. Su Qinglu looked at him fixedly. You let go of me first, I promised you. Luo Yu was stunned and looked at Su Qinglu in disbelief. But soon he said, you lied to me, you just want to leave. Su Qinglu, what I said is true, I didn't lie to you. I don't believe it. How could Luo Yu believe her? Obviously Su Qinglu insisted on leaving just now, and he didn't agree. Now suddenly agree to be with him, how is it possible? It was definitely a lie to him, a delaying tactic. Su Qinglu saw that he didn't believe it, and he couldn't laugh or cry, what I said is true. Then how do you prove it? If you leave, ignore me, what should I do? Luo Yu said. Well, you let me go back today, and I'll come back tomorrow, okay? Luo Yu, really? Really, I'll come to you after work tomorrow, so it's always okay, right? Su Qinglu assured. Luo Yu, then you promise to be with me? Su Qinglu, well, I agreed. Luo Yu, come to my house tomorrow? Luo Yu, but I still can't believe it. Su Qinglu took the initiative to hug him and coaxed, I swear. Luo Yu gritted his teeth, that. His eyes became extremely fragile, and he looked at her expectantly, really? Su Qinglu's heart was so soft that he was confused, really? Okay. Luo Yu raised his head and kissed Su Qinglu twice. Hey. Su Qinglu took out his mobile phone and looked at it, and said in surprise, it's past 11 o'clock, oh my god, you pestered me for 3 hours. Luo Yu lowered his head shyly, his hand still pulling Su Qinglu's clothes. Okay, then I'll call a car. Luo Yu reluctantly said, After calling a car, Su Qinglu hugged him, aren't you going to take me down? Luo Yu pursed his lips, send. Be good. Su Qinglu smiled and reached out to take Luo Yu's hand. Chapter 54 Uncle, why are you here to eat? Shenlu walked over quickly. Yan Fingyi, Xingyi and I just finished eating. Shenlu said as he looked at the girl standing next to Yan Fingyi. I thought to myself, who is this, why did my uncle bring a high school student to dinner? But before he could take a second look, his expression suddenly froze, and he said in disbelief, you are Su Yirui. Gu Xingyi stood next to Shenlu, he had something on his mind just now, he only glanced at Su Yirui, didn't look closely, and didn't recognize it, so when he heard Shenlu call Su Yirui's name, his face changed. Shenlu looked at Su Yirui, and then at Yan Fingyi, uncle, are you together? He remembered that Gu Xingyi was still there, so he didn't finish the rest of the words. Originally, Shenlu was seeing that Gu Xingyi was in a bad mood recently, so he asked him out for dinner and explained him by the way. Because the marriage contract with Su Yirui was exposed, Gu Xingyi, like Su Yirui, had a lot of paparazzi. In order to avoid being photographed, Shenlu brought Gu Xingyi here. Who knew that the road to the enemy was narrow, and he actually met Su Yirui. And she still came with Yan Fingyi. Originally, Shenlu didn't believe that Su Yirui would be with Yan Fingyi, after all. The two are people who can't get together at all, not to mention that Su Yirui clearly said that he didn't like men who were older than himself, and used this as a reason to break off the marriage with Gu Xingyi. Now. It seems that if you don't believe it, you have to believe it. And Gu Xingyi was also hit hard. He actually didn't believe that Su Yirui would be with Yan Fingyi at all, after all, Su Yirui swore that she liked young boys first, and she had just broken off her engagement with him not long ago, so how could she fall in love so quickly? But if they weren't together, how could they date together frequently? There is no intersection between them. Gu Xingyi has actually determined his feelings for Su Yirui, but he has never been able to find a chance to make it clear to Su Yirui. He thought, maybe if he made it clear, there was still room for maneuver. After all, Su Yirui's feelings for him are not fake. But now. It doesn't seem so necessary, but why is he so uncomfortable? Gu Xingyi looked at Su Yirui, her eyes were gloomy, and she wanted to say something, but before she could say anything, she was blocked by her cold eyes. Su Yirui always felt that Gu Xingyi's eyes looked at her very strangely. As if she had done something sorry for him. Maybe he was hit, and the scene was very embarrassing. Shenlu and Yan Fingyi exchanged a few words, and then pulled Gu Xingyi away. After they left, Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi went up to the private room on the second floor. After ordering, Su Yirui took the initiative to say, it may take a few days for me to pick up the dog, I will go abroad tomorrow and come back in about half a month. Yan Fingyi's hand paused for a moment and asked, are you going to work? Yes, go record a variety show. Su Yirui nodded. Where to go? Su Yirui, Madagascar jungle. After Su Yirui finished speaking, she added, "It's very strange. I went there to participate in a survival adventure type variety show. I couldn't bring anything. I couldn't bring a mobile phone, and I was allowed to leave after recording the show." Yan Fingyi frowned rarely. "When are you leaving tomorrow?" "I'm going to the airport in the morning," Su Yirui said. Yan Fingyi nodded, looked at Su Yirui, and suddenly asked, "I'll leave tomorrow, so do you want to see Annie and the puppy?" Su Yirui was very interested when she heard this proposal. She had been gone for more than half a month, and the puppies would be bigger next time she came back, and after seeing them last time, she had always missed Annie and those cute puppies. "Is that okay?" Yan Fingyi, "Well, it just so happens that I'll be fine later." Su Yirui smiled, the corners of her eyes were raised, and her expression became much more vivid. "That's good, if you don't bother, I want to take a look." Yan Fingyi's expression remained unchanged, only a light flashed in his eyes. In order to prevent Yan Fingyi from quietly buying the order again, Su Yirui ate aside, and said halfway through that she wanted to go to the bathroom and wanted to pay the bill. Who knew that the waiter told her that Yan Fingyi had already paid before coming? Su Yirui returned to the private room with a depressed face. "Why did you pay again?" "I'm sorry, maybe when I asked the secretary to make a reservation, I didn't tell her not to pay for it, so I paid in advance." Yan Fingyi smiled gracefully. Su Yirui didn't see the slightest sense of apology from his expression, and he didn't know if he did it on purpose. "You're always like this, then I won't treat you." Su Yirui was a little helpless. "Is it so difficult to invite a guest?" Yan Fingyi said. "Actually, it doesn't matter." Su Yirui had a straight face. "You paid in advance on purpose, right?" Yan Fingyi explained, "It's really not." Su Yirui, "Okay, then when I come back from abroad, I'll bring you a gift, and I won't invite you to dinner." Yan Fingyi looked at her with a smile. "It's okay." Su Yirui didn't know if she was wrong, but she always felt that Yan Fingyi looked at her with a little doting meaning. After eating, Su Yirui went to Yan Fingyi's villa to see Anne. Because Annie and the puppy were so cute, Su Yirui lost track of time while playing with them. Anne seemed to be very humane, always asking her to hug and touch her head, circling around her, rubbing around her legs, and blocking her way when she saw her leaving. In the end, Yan Fingyi scolded, and Anne sat down obediently. Su Yirui felt that it was a little pitiful like this, so she played with it for a while longer and did not leave until 9:30. When leaving, Yan Fingyi said that she wanted to see her off, but she refused, and she had already called the driver to pick her up in advance. Yan Fingyi and Annie sent her outside the yard together, and said that she would come back to see Annie. Su Yirui agreed without thinking too much. After the car came, after Su Yirui got into the car, she saw Anne wagging her tail happily at her, and when Yan Fingyi waved goodbye to her, Su Yirui suddenly felt very warm, as if Yan Fingyi was her husband and sent her away. After closing the car window, Su Yirui shook her head. "What's going on? Why did you have evil thoughts about Yan Fingyi? Stop it, that's not what you can think about." The next day, Su Yirui and her assistant took a plane to the jungle of Madagascar, where the show was filmed. When I arrived at the airport, someone from the program team came to pick me up. Because she had long been told not to bring food and electronic products, she didn't bring much, just a backpack, no cosmetics, so she took a few small bottles of skincare products, about half a month's supply, and didn't bring a few clothes. After watching the previous show, she knew that the place she went to this time didn't even have a house, so she could only live in a tent, or even a tent, and had to build her own thatched house. In short, the environment is very difficult. But she was already mentally prepared. But on the way, the staff who came to pick her up still told her a lot of precautions over and over again. After all, looking at Su Yirui's delicate appearance, she didn't seem to be able to endure hardship. There were a total of 7 permanent guests, one of whom was a girl about the same age as Su Yirui, who cried on the first day of arrival, kept saying that she wanted to go home, and finally persuaded her to stay. The staff is afraid that Su Yirui will do the same. Su Yirui listened carefully and asked several questions. The staff saw that she could still be calm after listening to what she said, and couldn't help but change her attitude towards Su Yirui, but she didn't know until she got the place. This is not a show, it really allows these stars to survive on their own in the jungle, and the program team does not provide anything other than telling them the location of freshwater resources. This season of the show has been broadcast for an episode. Several guests are complaining, their staff know it. It is not an exaggeration at all, it is really miserable. For many people, it is simply fun to watch those stars who are glamorous in appearance and usually pampered go to the jungle to survive and adventure. And Su Yirui, a female star full of black material and full of topics, is estimated to break through a new high in the next episode. The director team is really good at hiring people, even Su Yirui can be invited. But everyone didn't expect that Su Yirui would agree to participate. After getting the news that Su Yirui was coming, the program team was looking forward to it, and they all wanted to see if the queen of this topic survived in the jungle, and would be frightened and cry. The official Weibo of the show has already released the news, and people on the internet are also looking forward to seeing Su Yirui's performance in the show. There was even a discussion on the internet about whether Su Yirui could last for a few days, and whether she would cry and shout to leave on the first day. You know, Meng Chongqing is a regular guest of this season of Survival Adventure. She is a famous host, and she is also famous for her poisonous tongue. She used to complain about people and things in the entertainment industry in the programs she hosted. Because of her sharp words, she is called the first sister of the entertainment industry, and she is famous for daring to speak and scold, and she has complained about Su Yirui's acting skills before. This time the two met together, which is estimated to be very interesting. I don't know if Su Yirui will be scolded by Meng Chongqing. Today, Su Yirui just arrived in the jungle, and before confiscating her mobile phone, she took 2 photos and posted on Weibo saying that she had arrived, and the mobile phone would be confiscated, and it would take half a month to get it back. As soon as Weibo was posted, many netizens left messages, saying that they would not be able to stand it if they bet that Su Yirui would not be able to stay for a week. Some people also said that Su Yirui would definitely cry on the show. Some fans of Su Yirui are worried that Su Yirui will get tanned in the jungle or be bitten by mosquitoes, because the female guests of the last season, after participating in this show, all became ugly. Su Yirui handed over her mobile phone after posting on Weibo, so she didn't see those comments. I took a car to the beach, and then took a boat to the uninhabited island. Xiao Shaochen could only send her here, and she couldn't go to the uninhabited island with her. There was a hotel on the beach, and some of the staff and other celebrity assistants lived here. Xiao Shaochen was very worried about Su Yirui, and kept telling Su Yirui to be careful and take care of herself. If it weren't for the staff saying that it was getting late and kept urging, Xiao Shaochen didn't know how long he would have to nag. There is no one on this uninhabited island, and it took the program team a long time to find the best recording address. Reality survival documentary shows like Survival Adventure are the most difficult to shoot among all variety shows, and they are a severe test for celebrity guests and production units. The first season of Survival Adventure used multiple camera positions, achieved 24-hour non-stop, did not intervene in the situation, and did not predetermine the result, so the ratings were very good, and this season inherited the rules of the previous season, and was more particular about details. After an hour's boat ride, Su Yirui arrived at the uninhabited island to meet the program team. The chief director of the program team personally came to greet her, and then took her to the place where the other guests were. Along the way, Su Yirui was very calm and enjoyed the scenery along the way very easily. The director introduced the current situation to Su Yirui as he walked. The other guests have already built the house. You came here by chance. Yesterday it rained heavily, the guests were drenched in the rain all night, and now they are looking for food, and the 2 girls are making a fire over there in the house. Su Yirui nodded. Okay, then what do I need to do later? Let's talk about it when you arrive. Look at your own division of labor, it should be Mr. Hua. What the director didn't say is that the fire is the biggest headache for the guests. Yesterday it was finally successful to drill wood to make a fire, but it rained heavily at night, and it was all extinguished, and the guests had no fire and couldn't cook anything to eat, so they had to eat some fruit and coconut water, and they didn't eat anything for a day today. The island is not very big, and after walking for more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the house built by the guests. There were 3 people standing outside the house, a man and a woman sitting on a haystack staring at a tall boy squatting on the ground with a microscope at a pile of dry leaves, trying to focus on starting a fire, but it didn't seem to be very successful. After all, the sun is going down. Lu Xueming stared at the pile of leaves eagerly, and said softly, "This doesn't seem to work, there is no smoke." Yes, yesterday Brother Song was still smoking when he drilled wood to make a fire. Su Jie grabbed his hair and said distrustedly. The tall boy sighed, I don't feel like it's okay either. Hey, what should I do? If we don't make a fire today, what will we eat? Can we just continue to eat coconuts? Lu Xueming's little face collapsed. The director pointed to them and said to Su Yirui, go over and introduce yourself to them. Su Yirui looked around, all of them were cameras. It seemed that the recording had been going on, and she had entered the recording of the show after she passed. Before she came, she got to know the other 7 resident guests, so she could recognize them when she saw them. Hello, I'm Su Yirui, a newcomer, and I'll be living here with you for the next half-month. Su Yirui greeted the 3 people. The 3 of them looked up at the same time, and when they saw Su Yirui slowly walking over, they were all surprised, and the program team had already said that they would come. But no one expected it to be Su Yirui. They have been here for more than a week, so they don't know about Su Yirui's recent scandal, but Su Yirui is quite famous in the entertainment industry, although it is not a good reputation, but everyone still recognizes her. Especially Lu Xueming, who is about the same age as Su Yirui, debuted in the same year as her, and some people have said before that the two look a bit alike. Hello, I'm Lu Xueming, just call me Xueming. Lu Xueming stood up after seeing Su Yirui, and she smiled sweetly at Su Yirui. The other 2 boys, one is Zhu Xingyun and the other is Zhao Di. Zhu Xingyun is a singer, Zhao Di is an actor, both of whom are the same age, both are 23 years old. Hello, I'm Zhu Xingyun. Hello, I'm Zhao Di. Su Yirui, what about the others? Zhu Xingyun said, they went to find food. Are you making a fire? Su Yirui glanced at the things on the ground. Well, I can't give birth. It was Zhao Di who was starting the fire just now. Let's wait for Brother Song to come back and let Brother Song try it. Lu Xueming said. Su Yirui said strangely, aren't you all going to make a fire? It stands to reason that if you come to the show, you should have learned a little survival knowledge. The guests of the last season suffered losses. Can they eat again this season? The 3 of them looked at each other, and finally Zhu Xingyun said, I learned it, but in practice, it is a little different. Su Yirui nodded, and then said, then I'll try, I will. Lu Xueming's eyes widened and she blurted out, can you do it? Everyone said yes at first, but except for Brother Song, no one got Mars, and Brother Song took 2 hours to make a fire. Zhu Xingyun nodded. Zhao Di said, this is difficult. Chapter 55. In the face of the doubts of the 3 of them, Su Yirui didn't have any expression, but said lightly, it's okay, it's not difficult to master the tricks. Su Yirui looked at what was on the ground. Wooden sticks, wooden blocks, and a section of the trunk, many dead leaves and wood chips. It seems that they do know how to make fire, but they haven't given birth to it, but everything is very complete. Su Yirui squatted down, picked up a hardwood stick, and then took a few more steps, picked up a relatively sharp stone, and ground it on the wooden stick a few times. What is this for? Zhao Di saw that she seemed to be very professional and asked curiously. This stick is too smooth to rub, so it will be better to do it this way. Su Yirui explained. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the noisy voices of several people behind her. It turned out that several other people had returned. Su Yirui looked back and saw 3 people walking towards them holding each other. 2 men and 1 woman. The tallest man walked in front, all wet, holding a fish in his hand, and another boy holding 2 coconuts in his hand. At the end was a woman in red clothes. She had long curly hair, a good figure, and a very beautiful appearance, but her expression was a little tired. Brother Song, you are back. Lu Xueming shouted in surprise. Brother Song. Zhu Xingyun and Zhao Di also shouted. It seems that everyone respects this Brother Song. Su Yirui stopped the movement in her hand and looked at the 3 of them. Seeing a newcomer coming, the 3 of them were stunned. This is. The 3 looked at Lu Xueming and Zhu Xingyun. Hello, I'm Su Yirui, I just came here today, and I'm going to live here with you next. Su Yirui reintroduced herself. They reacted immediately. Oh, it turns out this is the new guest. The 2 men looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. Why is there another girl? It's really not good to have more girls, not to mention that many things can't be done well, and you have to be taken care of. However, it can't be helped. And the woman in red recognized Su Yirui at a glance. She was Meng Chongqing, who had complained about Su Yirui in the show before, so she was quite familiar with Su Yirui. You all already know each other, right? Song Sijia looked at the others. Zhao Di, well, I met you just now. Song Sijia nodded, and then said to Su Yirui, hello, I am Song Sijia, the captain of the adventure team. I am the oldest in my grade, and everyone calls me Brother Song. After he finished speaking, the other 2 also introduced themselves to Su Yirui. Hello, I'm Li Yuan. Meng Chongqing. Song Sijia, 36, is a famous actor, director, and producer, and is very famous in the entertainment industry. Li Yuan, 28, is a national swimmer who once won a gold medal at the Olympic Games. Meng Chongqing, a famous host, once worked as a host in a cooking show, and many people know that her cooking skills are very good. Su Yirui nodded politely, hello. Everyone knew each other, and Song Sijia turned the topic to making fire. It seems that you haven't started a fire yet. Yes, it's too difficult, we used a lot of methods. Just now I asked Xue Ming to borrow a mirror from the photography brother, trying to focus on the fire, but it didn't work. Zhao Di said helplessly. Song Sijia, you still have to start a fire, otherwise there will be nothing to eat today. I just caught a fish. Xiao Wu went to get 3 coconuts, Xiao Meng found some fruit. Are you hungry and want to eat some? Zhu Xingyan looked at the others and saw that everyone was not interested in fruits or anything, so he said, no, brother Song, you should come to the fire is ready, and there will be something hot to eat later. Song Sijia, it's okay. After saying that, he sighed, it took me 2 hours to give birth yesterday, today I will see if I can hurry up, otherwise it will be dark. Su Yirui saw that everyone didn't believe her and wanted Song Sijia to start a fire, so she didn't take the initiative to take the matter over and stood aside and looked at them. However, Lu Xueming suddenly said, brother Song, just now Su Yirui said that she would start a fire, otherwise let her try it first. Everyone's eyes were on Su Yirui. Are you sure you can? Song Sijia was not surprised, because when they first came, 4 of the 7 of them said that they would make a fire, but in fact, they only went to see the method of making a fire in advance, and they had never actually operated it at all. So in his opinion, Su Yirui probably watched the previous programs and knew that he wanted to start a fire, so he went to the internet to check the steps to start a fire, and then he wanted to express himself here. It doesn't matter if you show yourself, when everyone first came, they were given a chance to do it, and no one said anything even if they failed. But the situation is different now than it was at the beginning. Everyone has seen too many failures, so they don't bother to let people who can't try it anymore. He has to make it for 2 hours to make a fire, so how much time do you have to give Su Yirui? Give her 2 hours too. If there is no fire, everyone will starve, and when the time comes, it will be dark. And today everyone is tired. Song Sijia didn't really want Su Yirui to try, he didn't think that this beautiful girl would start a fire, and it was estimated that he wouldn't even do housework at home. There is no need for her to waste everyone's time. But with so many cameras here, she wanted to try it, but he couldn't say anything, so he just said no, so he took the method of grievance and persuasion to let her dispel this idea. Who knows, Su Yirui didn't seem to see the hint in his eyes, but said confidently, well, you can. The others were stunned. In fact, everyone's thoughts are the same as Song Sijia, and they don't want her to try, but the reason why Lu Xueming took the initiative to mention that Su Yirui wanted to try it also has her own careful thoughts. Meng Chongqing followed the 2 men to forage for food today, walked a lot, was already exhausted, and was not in the mood to take care of Su Yirui's emotions. She just wanted to eat early and rest, so she said in a cold voice, forget it, don't be strong if you are not sure, this is not a simple thing, it is useless to know theoretical knowledge. Li Yuan also nodded. Zhao Di looked at Su Yirui, thinking that her polishing technique with a wooden stick just now seemed to be very professional, and whispered, why don't you try it tomorrow? It's not early today, or brother Song comes. This is a method that everyone can accept, anyway, no one supports Su Yirui to do it now. Su Yirui was a little speechless, for her, it was only a matter of a few minutes to start a fire, and it was so complicated in the eyes of these people. But everyone has already said that, she has to be forceful, and it is not interesting, and everyone will think that she loves to perform and wants to attract attention. Let them be, maybe Song Sijia can also give birth to fire soon. So Su Yirui nodded and said, okay. When others saw that she had compromised so quickly, they felt that she should have no confidence in herself. Brother Song, everything is here, you can get it. Lu Xueming looked at the wooden stick that had been ground out by Su Yirui, and specially replaced Song Sijia with a new one. Seeing this, Su Yirui wanted to laugh, but she didn't say anything. Song Sijia took the hardwood stick handed to him by Lu Xueming, and rubbed one end of the stick quickly on a wooden board. His technique was fast, but he was not skilled, and it took 10 minutes to rub it before a little smoke came out. But it was just such a little smoke that made everyone shout, especially Lu Xueming. Lu Xueming, it's smoking, brother Song, it's great. Zhu Xingyun was also very happy, it seems that you can drink fish soup today. But everyone was not happy for long, because the smoke came out, but it didn't burn. Song Sija made it for another 10 minutes, seeing that the smoke was coming out a lot, and the flames also came out. Everyone hurriedly put the dead leaves on them to want the leaves to burn, but as soon as they moved, the fire went out and the smoke stopped. Oh, it's not okay every time. Li Yuan sighed anxiously. It's okay, just do it again. Lu Xueming cheered Song Sija sweetly, brother Song, come on. Song Sija started again, and after nearly half an hour, his forehead was sweaty, and his face was very serious. Su Yirui couldn't stand it anymore and stood up, let me come. She knew that everyone was going to tell her not to be strong, so she squatted down without waiting for others to speak, picking up the wooden stick she had handled before. Brother Song will do it right away, don't break it again, it's time to delay the time, you better not do it. Lu Xueming said worriedly. Everyone else agreed, who knew if Su Yirui would ruin the fire they had finally found. Su Yirui, if he continues like this, it is estimated that he will not be able to do it well in an hour. I will try it, give me 5 minutes, and it will not delay your time. Su Yirui guessed that they were afraid that she would delay time and make it too long, and everyone would starve by then, so they said so. But she opened her mouth and said for 5 minutes, and everyone was shocked. I feel that she is too overpowered, just rely on her, she can't smoke for 5 minutes, and her strength is estimated to be boring after 2 rubbing. Li Yuan said in disbelief, don't make trouble, how can it be in 5 minutes? Meng Chongqing said impatiently, don't toss around. Lu Xueming, yes, brother Song, come on. Song Sija also disagreed with Su Yirui's wild words, he has a calm personality and never says anything he is not sure about, so he also hates others for overestimating their own strength, thinking things too simply, and overestimating themselves. So he said, you think you're playing for 5 minutes, okay, don't say anything, just let her try. If you fail, you know it's embarrassing. So many machines are filming, when the time comes, the audience will watch it, but it's not them who say it, if you want to be strong, you don't look at the occasion. Song Sija sighed. And Su Yirui still didn't have any expression, as if she didn't hear their words. She looked down at the dead leaves on the ground, thinking that she had heard that they ate coconut yesterday, so she asked, do you have coconut shells? Yes, I threw it here after eating coconut meat yesterday, do you want it? Zhao Di said. Yes, you can give it to me, thank you. Su Yirui nodded. Lu Xueming wondered, what do you want coconut shells for? Are you going to get a fire out of a coconut shell? This is a bit funny, the coconut shell is so hard, how can it be drilled into it with a wooden stick? Su Yirui didn't bother to answer and ignored her. Only Zhu Xingyun was very enthusiastic about Lu Xueming, and said to her with a smile, it shouldn't be possible, coconut shells are not suitable. Then why coconut shells? What good is this? Lu Xueming muttered softly. Zhao Di quickly brought coconut shells. Su Yirui took some sun-dried coconut shell fibers from above, put them aside for later use, and then used stones to widen the crack in the middle of the dry tree section, and stuffed the coconut shell fibers and dead leaves in. Step on the tree section under your feet and fix it, then use a wooden stick to rub it quickly at the crack. People who didn't believe Su Yirui at the beginning changed their eyes. Su Yirui's movements look very professional, and it doesn't look like the first time at all. Everyone looked at her intently and didn't speak anymore. The surroundings became quiet, and after a minute smoked from the place where the sticks rubbed against the trunk. Zhao Di shouted in surprise, damn, it's smoking, so fast. Li Yuan's expression was very surprised, this is too fast. These words told Su Yirui not to try, and the people who delayed the time looked at each other, which was extremely embarrassing. Lu Xueming frowned, staring at the place where the smoke was emitted. After the smoke, Su Yirui was not in a hurry, but continued to rub, knowing that the smoke was getting thicker and thicker. Su Yirui stopped. Zhu Xingyun asked, is it burning? Lu Xueming, not yet, it seems. Zhao Di asked, why don't you blow it? Su Yirui, you can't blow it, wait for now. She wrapped some of the remaining coconut shell fibers around the wooden block, picked it up and shook it gently. There's a fire, it's on, it's on. Finally there is fire. Everyone was happy, and the hearts they were carrying finally fell, and there was no need to starve tonight, which was simply the happiest thing in the past 2 days. But the joy is over, everyone looks at me, I look at you, and I go to see Su Yirui again. Su Yirui didn't say a word, didn't raise her head, picked up the dry wood blocks and branches next to her and lit it, making the fire bigger. Seeing that the fire had become bigger, everyone remembered that they were worried that Su Yirui had wasted the fire just now. But Su Yirui proved herself with her actions, and they had nothing to say. Zhao Di looked at Su Yirui with admiring eyes. You are too powerful, why can you make a fire so quickly? I've done it before, and I have experience. Su Yirui said lightly. Zhao Di, so that's it, thanks to you, we can eat fish tonight, great. Song Sija was very embarrassed, he didn't believe Su Yirui just now, and now his old face was hurting. Looking at Su Yirui's humiliated appearance, he was really not as good as a little girl. He walked over to Su Yirui and said, I misunderstood you, if I had known that you would come, I wouldn't have to delay so long. Su Yirui said lightly, it's nothing, it's a small thing. Song Sija was stunned for a moment, even more embarrassed. Meng Chongqing was also impressed by Su Yirui. She was a straightforward person, her words may be a little ugly, but she also knew her mistakes and corrected them, and she misunderstood Su Yirui just now, so she took the initiative to apologize to Su Yirui. Thanks to you, you started the fire so quickly, don't mind what I just said, I'm sorry. After this incident, everyone's opinion of Su Yirui has changed dramatically. I thought that the program team invited a beautiful vase, which would cause trouble for everyone, but who knew that it would solve everyone's biggest problem as soon as it came. It simply brought a flame of hope to everyone. Chapter 56. After the fire was lit, everyone gathered around the fire and waited to get something to eat. Meng Chongqing found a flat stone to shave fish scales, and then asked Lu Xueming to pick up branches. You have to pick up the slender one, clean it and use it as chopsticks. Lu Xueming pursed her lips and whispered, am I going alone? Meng Chongqing glanced at her and said, pick up a branch next to you, how many people do you need to accompany you? Then I'll go with Su Yirui. Lu Xueming looked at everyone and stared at Su Yirui sitting next to her. I'll go with you, I saw a lot of branches over there last time. Zhu Xingyun took the initiative to say. Lu Xueming thought for a while and nodded, okay. Zhu Xingyun and Lu Xueming have collaborated on MVs before. Lu Xueming is his MV heroine. Zhu Xingyun has a good impression of Lu Xueming, so he has always taken care of Lu Xueming. Everyone can see that Zhu Xingyun is not ordinary to Lu Xueming. Meng Chongqing wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. She quickly disposed of the fish, just waited for the fire to get bigger later, and cooked it directly in the pot. In the first episode of the program, they completed the tasks given by the program team, so the program team rewarded them with some daily necessities, such as bowls and pots, 2 knives, and 2 basins. So they can cook fish in a pan today. I'm going to throw coconuts. Zhao Di shouted. Song Sija said, okay, go. Can't you break the coconut? A good coconut fell, the coconut water was wasted, and I could only eat some coconut meat. Meng Chongqing said with some regret. Although she knew that the coconut was hard and really couldn't be broken, the program team did not provide props for the coconut to open the hole. They didn't open it for a long time yesterday, they could only take it and smash it, and tried to smash it with stones. The result was even worse, the coconut meat was all smashed, and it was full of finely crushed coconut shells, and it couldn't be cleaned. There is no way, I have thought of a way, but I just can't get it. Song Sija was also embarrassed, not like wasting coconut water. Don't you know how to open coconuts? Su Yirui glanced at the coconut on the ground. Hearing this, Zhao Di's eyes lit up. Yes, could it be that you have a way? Su Yirui nodded, Zhao Di was shocked, and hurriedly hugged the coconut and came over, Sister Rui. Sister Rui, then come and try, I want to drink coconut water. After yesterday I opened it, the coconut water was scattered all over the ground, and I was distressed. Although Zhao Di was very exaggerated, everyone didn't think there was a problem. Because he said everyone's voice. Li Yuan also ran over, how to drive, I tried a lot of methods yesterday, it's too hard. Su Yirui thought for a while and said, you take a basin and find a longer stone, with a pointed one. Zhao Di, okay, Sister Rui, I'll get it right away. Listening to him keep calling himself Sister Rui, Su Yirui looked at his face, he didn't look carefully before, at this time, he was actually quite handsome, the type of sunny boy, although a little embarrassed, his face was dirty, but his facial features were quite upright. How old are you? Just call me sister. I'm 23. Zhao Di said with a smile. Su Yirui, I'm also 23. Zhao Di blinked, I'm November. Su Yirui, okay, I'm in February. Zhao Di, then you have to call Sister Rui. Sister Rui, you can make a fire and open coconuts, you are sister. Su Yirui thought for a while, okay. Looking at Zhao Di's handsome face, Su Yirui felt that it was not impossible to call her sister Rui. It just feels like I'm a few years older. When Zhao Di found the basin and the stone, Su Yirui picked up the coconut, put it in the palm of his hand, and connected the basin to the bottom. Her hand touched the coconut and found two soft eyes. Zhao Di, Sister Rui, what are you looking for? Su Yirui said, coconut is relatively hard, but you can still find two soft eyes on it, and then find the gap between them, along which you can find the center line of the coconut. Zhao Di said in surprise, really? Find this thread and you can knock it open. She turned the coconut as she spoke, and soon, she saw that the coconut was directly split in two. Zhao Di. Damn? Li Yuan, who was standing next to him and watching, oh my god, this is open. Their voices were so loud that they attracted the attention of others. Lu Xueming and Zhu Xingyun also happened to come back from picking up branches and saw the scene. Sister Rui broke the coconut. It's awesome. Zhao Di almost clapped his hands and applauded. He widened his eyes, looked at the coconut, and then looked at Su Yirui, and the admiration in his eyes was about to pour out. Do you have so much strength? Song Sijia came over and was also surprised. No, there is a way. Su Yirui said lightly. Looking at her calm appearance, Zhao Di is about to become Su Yirui's little fan. Sister Rui, teach me. The others laughed out loud. Li Yuan looked at the clear coconut water in the basin, swallowed his saliva, and said, I want to learn too, Sister Rui. Zhao Di's eyes widened. Brother Li, you are so much older than her, why do you call sister? This has nothing to do with age, this is an honorific title. Li Yuan was about to shout wrong just now, so he casually made a reason to perfunctory it. Lu Xueming came over, saw everyone surrounding Su Yirui, pursed the corners of her mouth, and suddenly said, Sister Meng, I picked up the branches. Meng Chongqing, let me take a look. Lu Xueming stretched out her hand and handed it to her, but the branches in her hand were thick, and there were branches, which looked not very suitable for chopsticks. What are you doing? Meng Chongqing looked at the branches with some disgust. Lu Xueming was stunned, and just as she was about to speak, she heard Zhu Xingyun next to her say, I also picked up a lot of this. Meng Chongqing saw the branches that Zhu Xingyun picked up, and then softened his face, these are okay, very good. Zhu Xingyun smiled, these are enough for us. Meng Chongqing nodded, then looked at Lu Xueming, seeing her ugly face, Meng Chongqing's expression was also a little colder. Zhu Xingyun, you can pick her up to see what can be used, keep the long ones, you can use them to bake things, and if they are too fine, use them to burn fire. After she finished speaking, she didn't care whether Lu Xueming was happy or not, and took the fish to prepare to cook fish soup. At this time, Lu Xueming looked into the distance and said, why hasn't Lin Yu come back yet? Nothing will happen, right? Lin Yu is also one of the resident guests, he is the youngest of them, 22 years old. Today everyone assigned a task. Lin Yu took the initiative to say that he wanted to find freshwater resources, so he went to the depths of the jungle alone, but he has not come back yet. Yes, it's so late, it's time for him to come back. Song Sija's face was heavy. Meng Chongqing said, you won't get lost, will you? The jungle is quite big. Then why don't we go find it? Zhao Di proposed. Wait a minute, I'll ask the director if there is any news. As the captain, Song Sija has a heavier responsibility, and at this time it is almost dark, and if everyone goes to find it, it will be more troublesome, send 1 or 2 people, and they will also have to discuss. After a while, Song Sija came back. The director said they didn't know where Lin Yu went, but he had a photographer by his side. Song Sija thought for a while, well, the fish is cooked, everyone is hungry for a day today, you can eat something first, I'll go find Lin Yu. Brother Song, you haven't eaten today, you can eat some before going, otherwise you won't have the strength, tired and hungry. Li Yuan persuaded. Yes, Brother Song, I can't let you go alone. Zhao Di said. Everyone followed the persuasion. Su Yirui listened for a while and said, I think we should all eat a little first, and then go find it together after eating. Meng Chongqing, yes, everyone is together, there are many people and great strength, we will find it when we are full, and leave some food for Lin Yu. So be it. Song Sija nodded. Everyone was worried about Lin Yu's safety, so even though this meal was the first time everyone ate something hot, everyone still didn't eat very well. But finally I was able to drink a sip of hot soup, and I also ate the tender fish, except for Su Yirui. The 6 people were like a long drought and rain, and their tired bodies were relieved. Song Sija said, this coconut water will be drunk together when Lin Yu comes back. Meng Chongqing, okay, then let's set off to find Lin Yu while it's not dark yet. Yes, let's go quickly, I don't know how he is. Lu Xueming said anxiously. Don't be so anxious, let's group up first and go to find Lin Yu separately, so that we can find it quickly. Song Sija looked at everyone. Xiao Meng, you are in a group with me, Xiao Su is in a group with Xiao Zhao, Zhu Xingyun, Xiao Li, you are in a group with Xiao Lu, everyone has no objection, right? No. Song Sija, okay, then let's go. Su Yirui and Zhao Di were divided into a group. Zhao Di was very happy, asking questions along the way, asking Su Yirui how she knew about making fire and breaking coconuts, which were skills that were not usually used. Su Yirui couldn't say that she had been trained in the last days, so she had to say, I learned it in the countryside when I was a child. Zhao Di suddenly realized, oh. That's right, to be honest, Sister Rui, I really didn't see that you were so powerful, I guess everyone was shocked by you. Really? Su Yirui walked forward without squinting, looking at the road under her feet from time to time. Zhao Di nodded vigorously, of course, you have to come, I feel that it has brought hope to my next life, you brought fire, that is, it brought life, otherwise I would have starved to death. Su Yirui was not dazzled by his rainbow fart at all, but said lightly, the program team will not let you starve to death. Zhao Di paused, you're right. The two walked for a while, the sky was getting darker and darker, the wind was whistling in his ears, and Zhao Di was a little scared. There won't be snakes coming out of this jungle, right? Zhao Di whispered. There must be snakes in the jungle. Su Yirui said ruthlessly. Zhao Di, Sister Rui. Su Yirui saw that he was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, and smiled, it's okay, you follow me, walk behind me. Su Yirui's image in Zhao Di's heart became taller and taller, Sister Rui. You are so handsome, I was really blind, and at first I thought you were a weak woman, you are simply a hero among women. There was Zhao Di giggling next to him, it wasn't so boring on the way, but the two didn't see Lin Yu for a long time. Su Yirui thought about it, and then said, it's probably hard to find it like this, let's shout. Shout? How to shout? Su Yirui shouted twice, Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Zhao Di was startled, but soon shouted along with Su Yirui. The two shouted and walked forward, and Su Yirui suddenly stopped. Don't make a sound yet. What's wrong? Zhao Di was startled. Su Yirui listened carefully and determined the direction. I heard someone shouting over there, let's go this way. She changed direction while wearing Zhao Di, and sure enough, she quickly saw the light. It is the light of the camera. Lin Yu. Zhao Di shouted. I'm here. After hearing the response, Zhao Di ran over happily, I can be regarded as finding you. Su Yirui followed, and when she got closer, she saw a boy in white walking side by side with Zhao Di. Su Yirui had seen Lin Yu's photos before and knew that he was a handsome boy, but after seeing himself, he found that he was much better than the photo. It may be that the photo is not very photogenic, Lin Yu's own facial features are very delicate, his face is very small, but he is very tall, very thin, very youthful, his temperament is cold and cold. When his eyes fell on Su Yirui, he was stunned for a moment. This is today's new guest, Su Yirui, let me tell you, she is a great thief. Zhao Di pulled Lin Yu and told him about Su Yirui's great achievements, such as making a fire in 5 minutes and opening coconuts in 2 minutes. Lin Yu's eyes became a little surprised when he looked at Su Yirui. Yes, that's quite powerful. Lin Yu said softly. Su Yirui nodded at him, thinking to herself, this is completely her dish. Slender, young and handsome, and a bit of the melancholy temperament of a comic boy. Once Lin Yu is found, they can go back. On the way, Zhao Di asked Lin Yu why he didn't come back so late. Lin Yu said that he was lost, couldn't find a way back, and was tired and hungry, so he found a place to rest and wait to see if someone would come to him. Zhao Di said, then you have to thank Sister Rui, it was Sister Rui who said your name first, and I shouted along. Sister Rui? Lin Yu said suspiciously. Looking at Su Yirui, she didn't look like a sister. Zhao Di said, yes, it's Sister Rui, didn't I tell you just now, she is a thief, I will call her Sister Rui in the future, you are my brother, you also call Sister Rui. Lin Yu. Su Yirui quickly interrupted, this is not necessary. Lin Yu looked at Su Yirui and shouted in a low voice, Sister Rui. Su Yirui's body stiffened, and she only felt numb in her spine, which was really a fatal blow. After going back, before the others came back, Zhao Di asked Lin Yu to eat the rest of the food first, and they left Lin Yu fish soup and a bowl of coconut meat. Su Yirui said, wait, heat it up first and then eat it. Looking at Lin Yu's pitiful appearance, Su Yirui rarely felt pity and took the initiative to heat the fish soup for him. After it was heated, she served it in a bowl and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked up at her, his eyes were faint, but when he lowered his head, his cheeks were slightly red, and Su Yirui discovered it. Thank you. Lin Yu whispered. Su Yirui was in a good mood, you're welcome. Lin Yu, you're back. Lu Xueming saw Lin Yu from a distance and ran over. Lin Yu glanced at her and nodded, Lu Xueming, are you okay? We are worried about you. Lin Yu, it's okay. Lu Xueming, that's good, how did you come back? It was Zhao Di and Sister Rui who found me and brought me back. Lin Yu told the truth. Lu Xueming was stunned for a moment, and heard that Lin Yu also called Su Yirui Sister Rui. Her face was not very good looking, she said oh, and stood next to her and didn't speak. Who is together when everyone sleeps at night, because the house is under 3 big trees, the leaves of the trees are very large, can cover the rain, this kind of tropical jungle rain is common, it rains at every turn, it stops when it says, so it rains, everyone wears raincoats at night. Everyone went to bed late at night, but no one spoke, because they were too tired to speak, and just wanted to rest quietly. Early the next morning, Su Yirui woke up very early, she slept very lightly outside, and she would wake up at the slightest sound, unlike at home. Originally, she looked at the sky before it was all bright, thinking that she was the first to wake up, but she didn't expect Lin Yu to wake up too. She stood up and saw Lin Yu standing not far away, looking up at the sun that had just risen in the sky. In the soft morning light, his facial features look more feminine and delicate, even if the clothes on his body are dirty, but he is like a white and flawless angel. Su Yirui couldn't help but sigh, sure enough, the young and good-looking younger brother is beautiful. She looked at it for a while, but Lin Yu didn't notice it. Lin Yu closed his eyes and enjoyed the morning light. But Su Yirui was suddenly pulled by someone. As soon as she turned around, she saw Lu Xueming also sitting up and glaring at her. What are you looking at? Su Yirui's face did not change color, and said lightly, look at the beautiful scenery. Lu Xueming frowned and looked at her in disbelief. Lin Yu seemed to hear the voice here and quickly looked over. Lu Xueming immediately stood up. Lin Yu, why did you get up so early? Lin Yu, I'm used to it. He glanced at Su Yirui, then turned around and went to the fire next to him, picked up the wooden blocks on the ground and threw them into the fire. It didn't rain last night, and the fire burned all night, so everyone didn't sleep so cold. Breakfast in the morning is very simple, everyone eats some coconut meat, even if it is solved, after all, there is nothing else to eat. There is actually a lot of food on the island, but everyone has no experience, and they don't know how to look for it, and they don't dare to go too deep. Yesterday Lin Yu found the freshwater resource area that the program team said, today we have to send a few more people to find it, we can't hold on without water, just eating coconuts and fruits is not enough, yesterday I used almost all the water to cook fish soup, so today we have to find fresh water. Song Sija talked about today's task. Everyone nodded and said yes. Song Sija, then let's divide into groups today, 3 people go to find fresh water, 3 people go to forage, 2 people stay at home, watch the fire, and wash the dishes. Song Sija saw that everyone had no objection, and continued, Xiao Lu and Xiao Su stayed at home, Xiao Meng, Xiao Li and I went to find Tamsui, and the other 3 went to find food. Lu Xueming's eyes flashed and she said, Brother Song, Lin Yu came so late yesterday, so let him rest at home today. Song Sija looked at Lin Yu, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Lin Yu shook his head and said, I'm fine, I'll go find food. Song Sija nodded, okay, don't force it. Lin Yu, yes. Do you have any other opinions? Can be proposed. Song Sija said. Zhao Di looked at Su Yirui and called her in a low voice, Sister Rui. Su Yirui, what's wrong? You go foraging with us, right? Don't stay at home so boring. Zhao Di actually wanted Su Yirui to cover him. After yesterday, he felt that Su Yirui was very powerful, he would definitely be able to take him to fly, he wanted to stay with Su Yirui. It's okay. Of course she didn't really want to stay here with Lu Xueming, it was boring to think about it. Seeing that she agreed, Zhao Di quickly said, Brother Song, Sister Rui said she wants to go foraging with us, she has experience. Song Sija looked at her, really? Su Yirui nodded. Song Sija, that. You and Zhu Xingyun exchange. Lu Xueming looked at Lin Yu, Brother Song, I also want to go foraging, I can know what plants on the island can be eaten. No one expected that Lu Xueming would also take the initiative to say that she was looking for food. Meng Chongqing said, then you change with me, I will leave the dishes to wash, and you go to find fresh water. Lu Xueming whispered, I want to find something to eat. Meng Chongqing, then who washes the dishes? It doesn't take 4 people to find food. Lu Xueming, Su Yirui has just arrived, and she is not familiar with the environment, she can stay, so as not to get lost in the jungle, and she will make a fire, if the fire is extinguished, she can make a fire, and I will not make a fire. Chapter 57 Meng Chongqing said, you guard the fire well, how can the fire go out? Lu Xueming was a little aggrieved, if it rains, it will be extinguished. Meng Chongqing was even more speechless, if it rains, Su Yirui is here, she won't be able to make a fire. Everyone can see that Lu Xueming is making excuses to go foraging, but except for Meng Chongqing, it is difficult for anyone else to say anything. Lu Xueming is a little girl, unwilling to stay at home to rest, want to do things, this is also a good thing. Zhu Xingyun hesitated for a moment and said, I'll watch the fire and wash the dishes at home alone. Song Sija said, no, one person can't do it well, one person has to wash the dishes on the beach, and one person watches the fire and one person washes the dishes. Lu Xueming looked at the others, but everyone thought it would be better for her to stay, so no one spoke for her. Lu Xueming was very sad, before Su Yirui came, she was just a girl, Meng Chongqing was a bold and tough type, so everyone didn't treat her as a girl, everyone was very accommodating to Lu Xueming, and generally met her requirements. And now that Su Yirui is here, everyone seems to have changed. And Su Yirui expresses herself everywhere, making her seem to be very bad. That's it, today you and Zhu Xingyun stay to see the house, and tomorrow you will go foraging. Song Sija made a final decision, took out the courage of the captain, did not give room for maneuver, and took everyone away directly. Lu Xueming and Zhu Xingyun stayed where they were and watched them leave. Seeing that everyone gradually disappeared from sight, Lu Xueming looked up at Zhu Xingyun and wanted to ask him if he also thought Su Yirui was very good, but she still didn't say it, because there were cameras everywhere, and in front of the camera, this kind of thing couldn't be said. So Lu Xueming had to bow her head silently, and after a while, she said, I'm going to wash the dishes. Zhu Xingyun saw that she was not in a good mood, so he took the initiative to say, I'll go wash the dishes, you stay and watch the fire. Lu Xueming opened her mouth, but still didn't speak. After Zhu Xingyun left, she sat in place, burying her head and sulking, and the camera captured it, but it looked like she was sad. Sister Rui, let's go this way, pick a few coconuts first, and then go find something else to eat. After having you, we can drink coconut water, it's so cool, we and Lin Yu, one person can hold 2. Zhao Di said excitedly. Okay, you can see if there is anything to eat on the road. Su Yirui observed the plants on the ground as she walked. There are actually a lot of wild foods in this tropical jungle, and she has read a book before, introducing some edible wild plants, although she doesn't remember much, but she can always find a few. Hey, we all walked around yesterday, and we didn't see anything to eat, mainly because we didn't know each other. Zhao Di's eyes wandered around, and then asked Lin Yu, where did you go yesterday to find the water source, and did you see anything to eat? I saw some mushrooms growing on the trunks, but I didn't know if they were poisonous, so I didn't pick them. Lin Yu said softly. Su Yirui looked at him and felt that Lin Yu seemed to be a more introverted person, not very talkative. If he hadn't asked him questions, he wouldn't have been able to speak. Mushrooms, yes, don't pick poisonous mushrooms. Zhao Di nodded approvingly, although he was a foodie, he was also afraid. Su Yirui, poisonous mushrooms generally have a variety of colors, and they are good-looking. Non-poisonous mushrooms are basically white or brown, but not necessarily, you will know when you see them. Sister Rui, don't tell me, you can still tell if mushrooms are poisonous? Zhao Di was pleasantly surprised. A little, but I'm not sure about this kind of tropical jungle, so it's best not to eat mushrooms. Su Yirui said. Zhao Di said, okay, don't eat mushrooms and eat anything else, it's okay to eat fish, I won't find anything later, just go fishing in the sea, the fish last night was quite delicious. On weekdays, Zhao Di is very picky, he doesn't eat a lot of things, but when he got here, He was hungry for 2 days, and fish was simply delicious in the world. As they walked, Su Yirui stopped them. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Jiaodi was stunned for a moment, looked around, and didn't see anything. This can be eaten. Su Yirui pointed to a thick yellow plant on the right. This? Isn't this a palm tree? No flowering and no fruit, how to eat it? Do you eat these leaves? Jiaodi walked over and looked at the tree in front of him in a daze. Su Yirui looked at the tree carefully, and after confirming that she was right, she explained, no, this is a wild palm tree, which can be eaten by the inner core of its stem, and can also be used to cook wild vegetables. Really? Jiaodi seemed to believe it, feeling that this didn't look like something that could be eaten. The outside of the trunk is not yellow, only the leaves are green. Did you bring a knife? Su Yirui asked. There is only a knife. Su Yirui frowned. The knife is not easy to cut, you have to cut off the entire trunk. Jiaodi said, the program team gave a machete in the morning, and Brother Song and the others took it. Su Yirui looked at the tree and hesitated for a moment, then we'll take the machete later, let's go first. Okay, Jiaodi glanced at the tree unforgetfully. Lin Yu whispered to him, it's okay, I saw a lot of this kind of tree yesterday, since it can be eaten, just cut it down later. Jiaodi said wow, yes, okay, then let's go. With Sister Rui, I suddenly feel that the whole jungle is full of food. Su Yirui, it's not as exaggerated as you said, but there are indeed a lot of edible things in the jungle. That's good, it looks like we can return home with a full load today. Jiaodi said with a smile. There is a coconut tree in front of me, I remember here, I almost fell here yesterday. Jiaodi suddenly shouted, pointing to a pit in front of him. The three of them quickened their pace, and sure enough, they soon saw 2 tall coconut trees. Standing under the coconut tree, Jiaodi lowered his head and looked around on the ground. There are 2 here. He quickly found 2 fallen coconuts on the ground. The ripe coconuts were blown down by the rainstorm and fell off, and Jiaodi picked up 2 yesterday and found 2 more today. Jiaodi said depressedly, there is nothing on the ground, what should I do? The coconut water in the 2 coconuts is not enough. Everyone didn't drink much yesterday. Can you climb trees? Su Yirui looked up and asked. Jiaodi scratched his head, no. Although Su Yirui had never climbed the tree, she saw that there were many pits in the tree that could be stepped on, and she felt that she should be able to climb up, and was about to speak, but she heard Lin Yu say, let me try. Jiaodi and Su Yirui expressed surprise at the same time. Are you sure? Lin Yu's small body doesn't look like he can climb trees, and his appearance is obviously like the kind of melancholic prince sitting in front of the piano and playing. Well, I used to learn martial arts. Lin Yu said. Jiaodi, yes, it seems that you are all hidden, Lin Yu, you still have such a skill, then you go up, brother is optimistic about you. Su Yirui saw that he had already decided, and it was not easy to hit others, after all, his younger brother also wanted to save face. Su Yirui, then be careful. Lin Yu nodded. The camera brother behind heard that Lin Yu was going to climb the tree to pick coconuts, so he hurriedly took a few steps forward and pointed the camera at Lin Yu. I saw Lin Yu standing under the tree and carefully observing the tree in front of him, and did not move for a while. He stood like this, which was very pleasing to the eye. But Jiaodi was a little anxious and asked, what is he doing? Su Yirui said, it should be researching the foothold. Amazing, really professional. Jiaodi said admiringly. After a while, Lin Yu hugged the tree, clamped the main trunk with both legs, and slowly climbed up. Jiaodi was stunned and kept cheering for Lin Yu below. After about 10 minutes, Lin Yu climbed to a position where he could reach the coconut. Lin Yu, if you go up, just do a few more and throw them on the ground, so as not to climb next time. Jiaodi shouted below. Lin Yu responded, and then broke several coconuts. The coconut smashed to the ground, making a lot of noise. Seeing that there were enough coconuts on the ground, Su Yirui asked Lin Yu to come down first, and it was not safe to stay on it for a long time. Who knows, halfway down Lin Yu, his face suddenly changed, and a white and fat bug crawled onto his hand. He held back to slowly slide down, who knew that the bug crawled into his sleeve from the back of his hand. Jiaodi went to pick up coconuts, only Su Yirui saw that Lin Yu's face was wrong, and just as she was about to ask him what was wrong, she saw Lin Yu let go of his hand and fell from above. When Jiaodi heard the cry, he turned around to look. But seeing Su Yirui sitting on the ground with Lin Yu in her arms, Lin Yu seemed to be startled and his face turned pale. Su Yirui frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable being pressed by Linyu. The staff of the program team hurriedly rushed up to ask about the situation. Is there anything wrong? You're not hurt, are you? Zhao didn't see it just now, and he looked confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Why did you two fall together? Zhao threw away the coconut in his hand and ran over. It's okay, he almost fell, but fortunately I caught him. Zhao, damn, Sister Rue, you are too bullish, right? Can this also be caught? Zhao looked up. No, he's almost coming down, only a meter or two, not very tall. Su Yirui guessed what he was thinking and explained. Oh, I see, so that's it, are you okay? Zhao squatted down. Su Yirui endured the pain and shook her head. I'm fine, you can help him up first. Lin Yu's face turned red instantly, because he was still leaning in Su Yirui's arms. He hurriedly stood up, but fortunately Zhao stretched out his hand and pulled him. What's wrong with you? The face is so red? Didn't fall anywhere, right? Lin Yu lowered his head and said, no. After standing up, he checked his body again, and it was indeed nothing, but fortunately, Su Yirui took it in time, otherwise he might have twisted his foot. If you twist your foot here, it means you can't walk, and it's likely that the show won't be recorded. Thank you. Lin Yu looked at Su Yirui, are you okay? Lin Yu's eyes were very sincere, full of worry and nervousness. It's okay, it hurts a little when you pressed me just now, but now it's okay, you look thin, I didn't expect it to be a little heavy. Su Yirui joked. Lin Yu looked elsewhere embarrassedly, I am 135 pounds. Su Yirui couldn't help but laugh, almost laughing out loud. She wasn't really saying that he was heavy. But Lin Yu confessed so seriously that his weight was too cute. Zhao laughed when he heard it next to him. Since it's okay, the foraging action continues. Zhao and Lin Yu hugged the coconut, and the three of them continued to walk forward. Soon under the leadership of Su Yirui, some wild foods were found, including fruits and vegetables, such as figs and dates, taro, and wild vegetables. Together, it is enough to eat today, and there is also the core of the palm tree that I saw before to eat, so they are going to go back first, and when Song Sija and the others come back, they will take the machete and come again. On the way back, seeing the two coconut trees before, Su Yirui suddenly stopped, picked up a coconut, smashed it with a stone for a while, and then pounded it twice with a knife to reveal a little coconut meat. Zhao squatted down and watched her do it for a long time, but he didn't understand what she was going to do. Sister Rue, what are you doing? Make a trap. Su Yirui said. What trap? I just thought that there are coconut trees here, and it is an island, there must be coconut crabs, so I made a trap to catch coconut crabs. Coconut crab? I don't think I've ever eaten it. Zhao frowned and thought for a while. Su Yirui, it's a kind of terrestrial crab, big and delicious. Can you really catch it like this? Maybe, if you can catch it, it's better. Su Yirui didn't guarantee it, but in fact, she still had a bottom in her heart. If there was a coconut crab here, she would definitely be able to catch it. Her trapping skills are still top-notch. The camera brother recorded at Su Yirui, and Zhao and Lin Yu also kept staring at her. Especially Lin Yu's shy and curious eyes. Su Yirui's love overflowed. Back at the garrison, it was already noon, and the temperature on the island was very high at this time, and the sun was not good, so I had to hide in the shade of the trees to cool down. The three of them saw Zhu Xingyun adding firewood to the fire from a distance, but they didn't see Lu Xueming. We brought back a lot of food. Zhao shouted, and Zhu Xingyun quickly looked up at them. You are back. Zhu Xingyun was also very happy to see them, and stayed here all morning, but he was bored and couldn't play with his mobile phone. Lu Xueming said he was not feeling well, so he went to lie down and rest, and he was alone watching the fire. Well, what do you think this is? Figs, taro, and dates, how about it? It's amazing, give you a taste. Zhao showed off. Amazing, where did you find it? Zhu Xingyun took a date, didn't care about washing it, wiped it and took a bite, and then his face twisted into a ball. It's so sour. Zhao saw that he was sour, and couldn't straighten his waist with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Yes, we ate it too, but it was sour, but I thought it was quite delicious if I ate two more. Zhao voice was not small. Lu Xueming was lying not far away, and he didn't fall asleep, and when he heard that Zhao and the others were back, he immediately got up. She ran over, you're finally back. Zhao Di and Zhu Xingyun asked her to eat some fruit too, but her eyes fell on Lin Yu, seeing that his clothes were dirty, his face was embarrassed, and he was a little surprised. "What's wrong with you?" His face was covered in ashes. "It's okay, he just climbed a tree to pick coconuts and almost fell, but fortunately Sister Rui caught him." Zhao Di explained for Lin Yu. Lu Xueming's expression changed. "Then are you okay?" Lin Yu shook his head and didn't speak. Lu Xueming bit her lip. "Why are you going to climb a tree?" "How dangerous, I didn't climb the tree yesterday, can't coconuts be picked up?" Zhao Di explained it to her. At this time, Song Xija and the others also came back. Seeing the joy on their faces, it can be seen that they have found a water source. "You guys are back too, and we thought we would come back first." Li Yuan saw that everyone was there and said happily. "We found a lot of food and came back." Zhao Di greeted him. "We also found a stream, had a good harvest, cut a few bamboos to fill some water, and got some wild vegetables back." Song Xija said with a smile. "Yes, later, deal with the bamboo and make a few cups, one for each person, and there are also cups to drink." Meng Chongqing was also in a good mood. Su Yirui said, "These are the food we found back, it should be enough to eat, you cook things first later, I will take a machete to cut down 2 palm trees." "What do you do cutting down palm trees?" Li Yuan wondered. Zhao Di gave him popular science before Su Yirui. Sister Rui said, "The core of the palm tree is edible, we didn't have a machete just now, so we didn't bring it back." "That's right, it seems that Xiao Su still knows a lot, and we have a lot more to eat with you." Song Xija looked at the food on the ground and was very satisfied. Yes, we can't recognize a few things, Sister Rui can still know that there is taro underground, and the thief is powerful." Zhao Di continued. Song Xija, "Okay, everyone is hungry, then start getting food, Xiao Meng will leave it to you." Meng Chongqing nodded. "Okay, there are a lot of ingredients today, I'll get you a roasted taro and wild vegetable soup." Everyone was very happy and applauded. Su Yirui rested for a few minutes, then stood up and went to Song Xija to get a machete. "I originally wanted to go alone, but I thought I was bored on the road, so I asked Zhao Di, I'm going to cut down palm trees now, will you go with me?" Zhao Di, "Hi, Sister Rui, it's not that I don't want to go with you, my feet are blistered, let Lin Yu go with you, you save him, let him use companionship as a reward." Lin Yu heard this and looked up at Su Yirui. His eyes were like ignorant deer, obedient and a little naive. Su Yirui asked, "Do you want to go with me?" Lin Yu nodded and said softly, "Okay." Lu Xueming heard it and hurriedly came over and said, "Lin Yu, you have fallen, don't go, I'll go with Su Yirui." "It's okay, I can go." Lin Yu's voice was still soft, indescribably good. Lu Xueming looked at him in a daze, and then looked at Su Yirui again, her eyes were a little unhappy, but she still smiled and said, "Let me go, we two girls have something to say together." Lin Yu looked at Lu Xueming, then at Su Yirui, a little hesitant. Su Yirui said, "Okay, I'll go with Lu Xueming." On the way, Lu Xueming kept talking to Su Yirui, asking some questions about whether they had it or not. For example, "What do you think of everyone, do you feel uncomfortable, etc.?" Su Yirui said a few words if she wanted to, and she kept quiet most of the time. Often Lu Xueming said a lot of things, and Su Yirui replied with a few words. Later, Lu Xueming said that she was tired, she didn't drink water, her mouth was dry, she looked at Su Yirui angrily, and she simply didn't say a word. The garrison was not far from the palm trees I had just seen, and I quickly arrived. Lu Xueming looked at the ugly palm tree in front of him. "Can this really be eaten?" Su Yirui, "The outer skin cannot be eaten, you have to eat the white core inside." Lu Xueming, "It looks like it's broken." "It is true that the shell looks a bit ugly, but this kind of tree looks like this." "You'll know later." Su Yirui didn't have time to entangle herself with this. Su Yirui reminded, "Stand a little away, I'm going to cut down the tree, so as not to hurt you." Lu Xueming pursed her lips and hid several steps to the side, 2 meters away from Su Yirui. Su Yirui ignored her, picked up a machete and aimed it at the junction of the trunk and roots and cut it hard, and soon, the thick palm tree trunk was cut down, and there was indeed a white core in the middle. Su Yirui squatted down, peeled it off, broke a piece, put it in her mouth and took a bite. The taste was okay. Lu Xueming looked at her in shock. "You just ate like this? Will it be dirty?" Su Yirui said, "No." After saying that, she broke another piece and asked Lu Xueming, "Do you want to eat?" Lu Xueming shook her head quickly and stood a little farther away. Su Yirui aided herself, then pointed to the trunk on the ground and said to Lu Xueming, "You pick it up and hold it, and I'll cut another one." Lu Xueming was even more surprised. "Do you want me to hold it?" Su Yirui, "Yes." Lu Xueming frowned. "What about you?" Su Yirui, "I'll cut down the tree, otherwise you cut the tree, I'll take it, you choose." Lu Xueming. Su Yirui saw that she didn't move, and she didn't move, so she stood and looked at her. "But..." Lu Xueming looked at the tree trunk on the ground reluctantly. Su Yirui said bluntly, "Could it be that you said you wanted to come with me, just to watch me work?" She almost didn't say what use was it for you to follow. Lu Xueming struggled for a while, but still squatted down and hugged the trunk. She buried her head, not wanting to be photographed by the camera looking disgusted. Su Yirui saw that she had gone to get the trunk, so she turned around and cut down another palm tree, but she didn't let Lu Xueming take the other one, so she picked it up casually. Compared with Lu Xueming holding the trunk with difficulty, as if she couldn't walk, Su Yirui easily carried the book cover on the trunk, like holding a ball of cotton. Obviously, the two trunks look about the same size. Could it be that Su Yirui's one is hollow? The camera brother was stunned, walked over and took a closer look at the tree trunk Su Yirui was holding, and the camera gave it a close-up. Lu Xueming was also very helpless. She watched Su Yirui walk like flying, but she followed slowly, and she couldn't keep up with Su Yirui. "Slow down, wait for me." Su Yirui stood there waiting for her to follow, and said in disgust, "Forget it, don't take it, give it to me, you are too slow, everyone is waiting for us." Lu Xueming. Su Yirui stretched out her hand and asked her to give the palm tree trunk to herself. But Lu Xueming stared, "I can take it myself." Su Yirui, "Are you sure?" Lu Xueming gritted her teeth, "I'm sure." Su Yirui, "Okay." Lu Xueming looked at her stubbornly, meaning that I could do it too. Who knew that Su Yirui didn't look at her at all, turned her head and said, "Then you follow slowly, this road has been there, I'll go back and help first." Lu Xueming's face became ugly, and she was so angry that she wanted to throw away the trunk in her hand. Chapter 58. Early the next morning, it started to rain on the island. Someone shouted that it was raining, waking everyone up. Everyone quickly got up and put on their raincoats, hid under the trees, and covered their heads with banana leaves. Song Sija was a little worried. "It seems that I can't go out to sea in the morning, and I originally wanted to go fishing. I can't do the tasks arranged by the program team, so I can only wait to see when the rain stops." Li Yuan looked at the sky outside, gloomy, and couldn't see the momentum of sunny weather at all. Zhao Di looked at the fire that had already been extinguished not far away. "The fire has also been extinguished." Song Sija said, "Before the rain stops, everyone will eat some fruit first, and then cook something to eat when the rain stops." What else could be done if this situation wasn't like this? Everyone had to nod. After all, there was no other choice, but fortunately, there was still a lot of food left yesterday. After eating some fruit, Su Yirui saw that the rain was getting lighter, so she took the initiative to say, "I made 2 traps in the coconut tree yesterday. I want to see if there is a harvest. If I can catch coconut crabs, then today's lunch will be settled." Song Sija was surprised. "Are you going now?" Su Yirui nodded. "Well, I don't think the rain is too big, and I don't know when it will stop if I continue to wait. I'll go and take a look first." Song Sija thought for a while. "It's not good for you to go alone, let Zhao Di go with you." Zhao Di thought that if he followed Su Yirui, he would have good things, so he readily agreed. "Lin Yu, are you going?" Zhao Di also wanted to find a companion for himself. Lin Yu was closest to him, and the relationship between the two of them was usually good, so he was ready to call him. Lin Yu was stunned. He didn't expect Zhao Di to call him. He subconsciously went to look at Su Yirui, and happened to collide with Su Yirui's eyes. His eyes were bright, like beautiful glass beads, and his long eyelashes fluttered when he blinked. Su Yirui thought it was very good looking, so she didn't take her eyes off, but Lin Yu lowered her head. "Well, okay." Song Sija said, "Okay, just the 3 of you will go and come back as soon as possible." Lu Xueming opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she looked at the rain outside, and still didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Yu sullenly. But she saw that Lin Yu kept looking at Su Yirui, her eyes focused and serious, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Li Yuan took the initiative to give them his backpack. "You can also take these 2 bags, they are very strong, and they can be used to hold crabs." Su Yirui, "Okay, thank you. Then you just wait for us to come back." Zhao Di smiled and waved to everyone, and walked to the front first. Lin Yu followed Su Yirui, and the raincoats of the two happened to be one red and one blue, but they matched very well. Lu Xueming stared at them and shouted, "Be careful on your way and come back early." In the rainy jungle, the air is particularly fresh, and you can feel the fragrance of the trees every time you breathe, and there is no sense of oppression. Sister Rue, is that coconut crab enough for so many of us to eat? On the way, Zhao Di had nothing to talk about. Sui Rue, if you're lucky, it's enough. Zhao Di picked up a 1-meter-long branch and held it in his hand, poked it on the ground while talking, and sighed, if there are no coconut crabs, then we will pick up a few more coconuts and go back later, and see if there is anything else to eat on the way. To be honest, I didn't eat enough just now. If there are no coconut crabs, I will take you to catch fish in the afternoon. Sui Rue said. Zhao Di suddenly came to his senses, really? Sui Rue, well, didn't they find a creek? There must be fish, maybe there are small crabs. That relationship is good, I drool when I think of fish soup. Zhao Di's eyes lit up. Lin Yu, where are you? Do you prefer to eat crab or fish? Sui Rue also looked at Lin Yu. Faced with the gaze of the two people, Lin Yu was a little embarrassed. I like both. Sui Rue said, then you must eat today. Zhao Di, really? Damn, that's so cool. After seeing the two coconut trees yesterday, Su Yirui ran over to take a look. In the trap, there are 2 huge coconut crabs. Really? Have it? Zhao Di shouted from behind. Su Yirui, yes. Lin Yu asked, is it big? It's quite big, estimated to be 7 or 8 pounds each. Zhao Di, damn, it's so big. Su Yirui, well, good luck, both are big. Zhao Di ran over quickly, this coconut crab looks like this, it's too ugly. Su Yirui, it's delicious. Zhao Di, that's true. He swallowed, I can already imagine the taste of crab meat. Lin Yu looked at the coconut crab and reached out to catch the back of the crab, but after being seen by Su Yirui, he didn't have time to call him, so he hurriedly held his wrist, don't move, don't grab it with your hands. Lin Yu was stunned, looking at Su Yirui's face in a daze. Su Yirui didn't pay so much attention, quickly let go of him, and continued, coconut crab is very dangerous, its double pincers are strong and powerful, and it can even peel off coconut shells, so don't grab it with your hands. Is it so powerful? Zhao Di stared at the coconut crab on the ground and studied its tongs, then it peels off and eats coconuts by itself? Then it is not just a walking coconut opener. Su Yirui, no, they generally don't open by themselves, too slow. The coconuts eaten by coconut crabs are generally picked up on the ground, and after picking them up, they start to climb trees with coconuts, climb to a high place and then throw the coconut down, and when the coconut falls away, it will come down and eat. Zhao Di was stunned when he heard this. Lin Yu listened intently to Su Yirui's speech, like a good child listening carefully. Su Yirui noticed Lin Yu's gaze, as if her image in front of Lin Yu was suddenly very tall. How did Lin Yu become like Zhao Di, looking at her eagerly, but not as straightforward as Zhao Di, and a little shy? Su Yirui coughed, okay, I'll come on, you go pick up coconuts, I'll pack the coconut crabs and we can go back. As soon as the 3 returned to the garrison, the rain stopped. Su Yirui took out the coconut crab, and everyone was shocked. Many people have never seen such a big crab, and even the staff of the program team came up to take a look. This is too big, these 2 are more than 10 pounds. Li Yuan said in amazement. I've never seen this kind of crab, it looks so strange, can you eat it? Lu Xueming looked at the coconut crab on the ground with some fear. I have eaten this coconut crab in Japan, and it tastes very good, but I didn't expect to eat it here. Meng Chongqing likes to eat seafood very much, and when he saw the 2 coconut crabs so big brought back by Su Yirui, his eyes lit up. Zhao Di was a little excited, then how do we eat well? Do you want to eat it while cooking? Meng Chongqing, it's better to cook, it takes a long time to cook coconut crab, and its shell is particularly thick. Hearing Meng Chongqing also say that it tasted very good, Zhao Dike was greedy, Sister Meng, then hurry up and get it, I'm hungry. Meng Chongqing was also looking forward to it, and said with a smile, okay, sir, I'll call you after it. Fortunately, it was guessed that it would rain at any time, so everyone left some dry firewood and branches to put in a place that would not be exposed to the rain, which could come in handy now. Coconut crabs take a long time to cook, so they simply lit 2 fires and roasted taro while cooking crabs. After an hour, it was finally time to eat. Everyone gathered in a circle, surrounded by the aroma, all staring at the pot in front of them, just waiting for Meng Chongqing to give an order to open the chopsticks made of branches. But Meng Chongqing didn't speak, but first got the boiled crab out, and then took a knife to get all the crab legs off. The huge crab was divided into several parts, and after the 2 coconut crabs were separated, they filled a whole basin. Meng Chongqing said, okay, let's eat, just knock open the shell hard and eat the meat inside. She took another small bowl, put it aside, picked up the crab body, and took out the crab paste and crab roe inside. For a while, the aroma overflowed and the umami was fragrant. Everyone took a deep breath at the same time. It smells so good. It's so fragrant, and there is a coconut smell. The camera brother holding the camera not far away swallowed his saliva and looked at the plate of crab meat in a daze. The cooked crab is dark red, the color is very appetizing. Knocking open the crab shell, the crab meat inside is snow white, and when you bite into it, there is a mouthful of fresh fragrance. I'm going to cry, it's so delicious. Zhao Di held the crab shell and looked at Su Yirui with a moved face. Sister Rui, you are so great, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to eat such delicious food. It's really delicious, and it has a unique coconut flavor. Song Sija, who has always been calm and serious, also showed a satisfied expression and said approvingly. How do you know how to catch this kind of crab? It doesn't seem to be in country A. Lu Xueming asked curiously. Su Yirui, before I came, I searched for videos of survival in the wild, and I happened to see someone introduce a method of catching coconut crabs. Song Sija nodded and said, Xiaosu is good, better than all of us. Meng Chongqing completely changed her view of Su Yirui. She had always felt that Su Yirui was a vase without acting skills, and she was not optimistic about her, and even felt that she had nothing special except for a good-looking face, and now she realized that she was wrong. It's all thanks to you, you eat more of this crab roe. Meng Chongqing picked up the bowl of crab roe and crab paste and distributed more than half of it to Su Yirui. Yes, Sister Rui, eat more. Zhao Di nodded heavily, took another bite of crab meat, and then said, in the afternoon, we will go catch coconut crabs. Su Yirui smiled but said nothing. Zhao Di thought she didn't want to go, so her eyes rolled twice and looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, why haven't you spoken? Do you think it's delicious? It's delicious. Lin Yu nodded. Zhao Di, then you call Sister Rui with me to catch a few more. Su Yirui looked over. Zhao Di felt that Su Yirui's eyes were different from looking at him. After all, Lin Yu, an innocent little milk dog, killed both men and women, especially women, and looked at Lin Yu with a special sense of protection and pity, guessing that even if Su Yirui could refuse him, she would not be able to refuse Lin Yu. Zhao Di approached Lin Yu and whispered a few words in his ear. Lin Yu looked at Zhao Di awkwardly. After a long time everyone finished eating. Lin Yu walked up to Su Yirui, and said in a low voice that only Su Yirui could hear, Sister, are you still going to catch coconut crabs in the afternoon? Su Yirui. Who can withstand this? Seeing that Su Yirui didn't speak, Lin Yu thought she didn't want to, but he agreed to Zhao Di again. He sighed and continued, Sister, I want to eat coconut crabs. Su Yirui looked expressionless, but her mouth couldn't help but say, Eat, how much you want to eat, Sister will catch you as much as you want. Lin Yu was stunned. Sorry. After a while, he nodded, Thank you, Sister. Su Yirui, it's okay. Now that the rain has stopped, I will continue to do my work in the afternoon. Su Yirui took the initiative to say that she would go foraging for food in the afternoon, and by the way, she would get a few more traps to catch coconut crabs. Everyone knew that Su Yirui had an advantage in foraging, and agreed with her proposal with both hands, and Song Sija readily agreed, so he arranged for Meng Chongqing and Lin Yu to stay at home in the afternoon. Su Yirui, Lu Xueming and Li Yuan went to the jungle to forage for food together, and the others went to do the task. The program team assigned several tasks to complete today, and there would be rewards after completion. They are short of supplies here, so the rewards of the program team are generally things they need very much, and they must strive to get them. Okay, everyone, hurry up, get ready, and set off separately in 10 minutes. Song Sija said. Everyone responded and went to get things. Song Sija walked to Li Yuan's side. You know where the water source is. You and Su Yirui, take her to the location of the water source later. You get some water back, and decorate it more for drinking. Li Yuan, okay, I know. Song Sija looked at Su Yirui again. Xiao Su, we don't know many plants on the right side of the stream. You go and see if there is anything edible, but yesterday we saw a snake there, you have to be careful. Su Yirui, well, I know. There was still one Lu Xueming left to explain. Song Xija thought about the wording, walked over and said, Xiao Lu, you follow them, be careful on the road, and walk to see the road. Lu Xueming nodded and said with a sweet smile, well, I know brother Song. Although Song Xija was not very relieved about Lu Xueming, he thought that with Su Yirui and Li Yuan, and the camera brother following, there should be nothing wrong. After everyone was ready, they set off. Su Yirui's team followed Li Yuan to the stream. Because Li Yuan said that there are also 2 coconut trees over there is no need to take a detour if you set a trap. Lu Xueming has been following Su Yirui closely, and originally wanted to hold her hand, but Su Yirui squatted down here and there. Lu Xueming didn't find a chance, so she had to give up and follow her honestly. I don't know if I learned the lesson of yesterday, but Lu Xueming said much less today. Just occasionally when Su Yirui squatted down to look at the plants on the ground, she asked if they were edible. On the way to the creek, Su Yirui picked 2 handfuls of wild vegetables and dug out a few more potatoes. I also saw several palm trees, but I thought of taking trouble, so Su Yirui did not propose to cut down the palm trees this time, but Lu Xueming breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, Su Yirui left her behind and left first. She walked alone for a while and rested for a while. Half an hour later than Su Yirui arrived at the garrison, everyone was not surprised at all when they saw her coming back late. It seemed that they knew that she was walking slowly, and no one blamed Su Yirui for coming back first. It seems that Su Yirui should do this. Lu Xueming was not depressed, and later Zhu Xingyun quietly comforted her. Lu Xueming thought to himself, fortunately, I don't have to take this broken tree today. Arrived at the creek. Su Yirui found a lot of good things, such as wild lilies, bracken, and picked up many snails with large heads under a few stones. You must know that charcoal grilled snails are very delicious and have high nutritional value, but after Lu Xueming saw that she had picked up a lot of black snails, she became very disgusted when she looked at her. Su Yirui ignored her and put the snail in her pocket. Do you really want to eat this? Lu Xueming couldn't help but say. Well, take it back and dispose of it and you can eat it. Lu Xueming, but it looks terrifying. Su Yirui glanced at her and said lightly, you also said that coconut crab is scary, and I think you eat a lot when you eat it. Lu Xueming. Li Yuan said, Shui Ming, snails can be eaten, haven't you eaten French snails when you eat Western food? Lu Xueming shook his head, no. Li Yuan, you can try, this is a good thing. Su Yirui did not join their conversation, but turned her head and went to the stone crevice next to the stream to see if there were any shrimp and crabs. Li Yuan said a few words to Lu Xueming, but she didn't react, and she lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. Li Yuan had no choice but to say, I'll go fetch water first. Lu Xueming nodded, okay. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and went to Su Yirui's side. Su Yirui saw a crab sticking out a plier from the stone crevice, and was about to catch it, when she saw Lu Xueming running over, squatting down next to her, and whispering, Yirui, I think that, can you accompany me? Su Yirui had a question mark on her face. She has never been asked by a girl to accompany her to the toilet. Is it okay? I'm afraid alone. Lu Xueming said. Although Su Yirui didn't think much about it, it was not easy to refuse. After all, everyone else was a man, and he couldn't let the camera brother follow him when he went to the toilet, so he let Lu Xueming go alone. He was really worried, it was actually quite dangerous in the jungle. Okay. Su Yirui and Lu Xueming went to say a word to the camera brother, and then went around to the back of the slope next to them. There is also a stream here, and it seems that this stream is quite long. Su Yirui said, you can solve it here, I'll wait for you by my side. Lu Xueming looked around, nodded and said, okay. Su Yirui walked to the stream 3 meters away from her and continued to look for ingredients. She saw a small fish sharply, and it happened that she had a wooden stick and a knife in her hand, so she cut a vine next to it, tied the knife and the stick together, and wanted to insert the fish. The fish in this kind of place are very silly, easy to insert. Su Yirui inserted 1 and 2 strokes. She lifted the wooden stick in surprise, took the fish off the knife, and prepared to put it in her school bag. As soon as she turned around and saw Lu Xueming coming, Su Yirui didn't care, and continued to take off her backpack to put the fish in. Lu Xueming saw it and asked, what are you putting? Just inserted a fish. Su Yirui said. Lu Xueming's expression changed slightly, and she walked over quickly, let me see. She walked to Su Yirui and reached out to grab Su Yirui's arm. Su Yirui was about to show her, but when she saw Lu Xueming's feet crooked, she fell to the side, and at the same time stretched out her hand to push Su Yirui in a panic. Lu Xueming screamed, and just as her hand was about to touch Su Yirui dodged sideways to the right. Lu Xueming was stunned for a moment, the soles of his feet slipped, and he was carried forward in a daze. With a pop, it fell into the stream. Ah! Lu Xueming's scream startled the birds in the jungle, and all the birds in the trees flew away, and the camera brother and Li Yuan also heard the sound and rushed over. I saw Lu Xueming screaming while fluttering in the crystal clear stream. All her clothes were wet, she was embarrassed, and her hair was wet on her face. The camera brother held up the camera and recorded all this funny scene. On the way back, Lu Xueming was wrapped in the clothes of the camera brother, her nose was blowing, her face was pale, and she looked frightened. Because it was on an island, they were all wearing waterproof clothes, and it was nothing to fall in, but just now Lu Xueming was fluttering in the stream, so the stream water was all poured into her clothes, and she was soaked, as if she had taken a cold bath. The stream was very cold, and she had a runny nose after a while. The camera brother and Li Yuan asked what happened, but Lu Xueming didn't speak, just looked at Su Yirui. Su Yirui didn't bother to care what she meant, and only said, she didn't step on it and fell in. Lu Xueming didn't say anything, and Li Yuan and the camera brother couldn't ask much. Li Yuan was holding a lot of water, Lu Xueming was like this again, and it was not easy for her to help, and Su Yirui also held a lot of ingredients, and also carried 2 coconuts on her back. Of course, she couldn't let Su Yirui help with it. So Li Yuan didn't ask Lu Xueming if he wanted to support her. Lu Xueming saw that no one cared about her, so she had to force herself to walk back. She walked alone at the end, Li Yuan was in the front, and Su Yirui was in the middle. As she walked, Lu Xueming saw that something seemed to be moving in front of her. She didn't think much about it at the time, but when she looked closely, she found that it was a snake with a beautiful slender pattern. She screamed in fright and shouted, "There are snakes!" Lu Xueming's scream also frightened the snake. Su Yirui heard the sound, her heart was shocked, and she hurriedly said in a deep voice, "Don't scream, don't move while standing, where is the snake?" Lu Xueming couldn't stand still, and when she rushed over, she had to hide behind Su Yirui. Su Yirui felt bad, but she didn't have time to scold Lu Xueming for being a fool. Because she also saw the snake, not far away, she was already alarmed by Lu Xueming, and she was really staring at this side. The snake spits out the snake letter and makes a faint sound. Lu Xueming felt numb all over, trembling with fright, hiding behind Su Yirui. She trembled and took off the backpack behind her, crying and about to smash it towards the snake. Su Yirui kept staring at the snake, not caring about her at all, who knew that she would do such a thing. The snake was smashed, but it didn't stun and was about to rush up immediately. Lu Xueming screamed louder. Su Yirui roared, "Shut up!" Li Yuan and the camera brother also heard the sound, but they all knew that they couldn't move. Only Lu Xueming was so frightened that he panicked, and only knew to hide behind Su Yirui. When the snake rushed up, Su Yirui was quick-eyed, threw away the donzi in her hand, picked up the stick in the pocket next to her backpack, and quickly hit the snake 7 inches. Seeing that the snake was not moving, Su Yirui breathed a sigh of relief. Her soul was about to be frightened to death by Lu Xueming. This is a highly poisonous snake, and half of her life was lost after being bitten. The snake stopped moving. Su Yirui took 2 steps forward, and hit the snake twice at the 7-inch position, and when she saw that it was completely motionless, she really let go. She picked up the snake and stood up. Lu Xueming was still shouting, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Su Yirui took the snake and handed it to Lu Xueming. "It's here." Lu Xueming rolled her eyes, fainted, and fell directly to the ground. Today's dinner was extraordinarily rich, with grilled fish, grilled snails, and snake soup, all of which were nutritious goodies. Everyone ate happily, except for Lu Xueming. She was carried back, and when she finally woke up, she heard Su Yirui shout, "Lu Xueming, you are awake, wake up and eat snake meat." Lu Xueming trembled when she heard the word snake, and the snake that was staring at her with wide eyes just now appeared in front of her eyes, and she almost fainted again. After 2 days of filming, the material for the 2nd issue is completely enough. After watching the video, the director team was very happy. There were too many explosive points in this issue. After Su Yirui came, the whole show became more interesting, and no one expected Su Yirui to bring so many surprises. The chief director of the program can even predict how much discussion this episode will cause after it is broadcast. The hot search must have been booked, and the chief director even guessed the hot search name. For example, hashtag Su Yirui survival expert. Either one is good. Chapter 59 every Friday at 8 p.m., Survival Adventure is updated on time. Loyal fans of the show are eagerly awaiting to see the latest installment. Survival Adventure is notoriously hard, and the guests of the last season all said they didn't want to do it again, so the second season has all changed. But the lineup of the second season is also very attractive, and among the 7 permanent guests, the most anticipated is the popular idol Linyu. If it is the new boyfriend of the most popular girls now, it must be Linyu. Because the drama Love You in Light Years starring him today is on the air, Linyu has circled a large number of fans with the image of a pure and clean little milk dog, and he has become a national younger brother and a national first love boyfriend before graduation. From the start of the TV broadcast to the end, his Weibo followers increased by 10 million. When the TV was on the air, almost all the girls stayed in front of the TV every night waiting to watch his sweet sister-brother relationship with the female number one, and even the aunt laughed every day. In addition to Linyu, Lu Xueming is also the breaking point of this season. She has many fans. Last year she participated in the talent show with the first place and successfully debuted, attracted countless fans, and the image is very sweet and lovely. She came to participate in this type of show. Fans are very worried that she will not be able to adapt. After all, she looks very delicate, but she performed very well in the first episode of the show, although it did not help much, but did not hold back, and the audience's evaluation of her is okay. As for the other guests, they are all well-known stars to the audience, and the passers-by are very popular, and as soon as the show is broadcast, they will also come to support them. So the first episode was broadcast last week, and the broadcast volume was very gratifying. And this week, the program team has already spoiled the joining of Su Yirui in this issue, which has attracted many netizens who watch the excitement. Su Yirui also posted on Weibo last time that she went to participate in the recording of the program Survival Adventure, and the comments were all worried that she would shout to leave when she recorded it, and said that she would definitely quarrel with Meng Changqing, and when the time came, Meng Changqing would teach her how to be a person in the show, and the scene would be good-looking. On Friday night, Su Qinglu was in his apartment in Luoyue. Just after eating the dishes made by Luoyu, she was sitting on the sofa resting. Originally she wanted to help Luoyu wash the dishes, but Luoyu didn't let her wash it, saying that she would wash it tomorrow and let her rest for a while. Luoyu was cutting fruit in the kitchen, and when Su Qinglu was scrolling on Weibo, she saw the video tidbits of Survival Adventure, and she thought that the show Su Yirui participated in seemed to be this name. So she opened the video software and prepared to watch the new issue of Survival Adventure. Su Yirui ran to the jungle alone. She was actually quite worried, and she couldn't contact the outside world. It was already past 8 o'clock. She clicked on the video and found that there was an advertisement, so she rushed to become a member first. She turned off the ads, crossed the opening song in front of her, and watched the official program directly. But she forgot to turn off the barrage, only to see countless white barrages scrolling above the screen. Su Qinglu saw a lot of barrages. "I'll come to see my baby heal. I saw Su Yirui make a fool of himself. I'm here for Xueming's cutie. Yueyu, sister is here. Ah, Linyu. I want to see Su Yirui." Su Qinglu frowned and stretched out his hand to close the barrage. Luoyu walked out of the kitchen. "Sister, eat strawberries." Su Qinglu looked back at Luoyu. "Okay, I'll watch the variety show for a while." "What variety show? Does my sister also like to watch variety shows?" Luoyu was a little surprised. Su Qinglu said, "Survival Adventure, huh? I have heard of this variety show, and I watched the last issue." Luoyu sat down next to Su Qinglu. Su Qinglu, "Well, do you want to watch it together?" "Okay." Luoyu looked at Su Qinglu intently. "I want to hug." After being together for many days, Su Qinglu has long been accustomed to Luoyu's intimacy, hugs anytime and anywhere, and loves to act coquettishly, and he doesn't know how to learn. Su Qinglu felt embarrassed at first, but later she found that Luoyu was more shy than her, so she calmed down. She hugged Luoyu, felt the warmth of Luoyu's body for a while, and a warm current surged in her heart. Luoyu looked thin, but it was very comfortable to hold. He was wearing a thick sweatshirt. The smell on his body was very fresh. I don't know if it was the smell of laundry detergent. Always Su Qinglu liked it very much, and thought it smelled very good. Luoyu patted Su Qinglu's head. "Sister, you are so fragrant." His voice was very small. Su Qinglu was very embarrassed to hear this. "I sprayed perfume." Luoyu said in surprise, "Really?" Su Qinglu lowered his head slightly. Luo Yu said happily, no wonder it's so fragrant, I like it so much. Su Qinglu, then spray it on your hands next time and let you smell enough. Luo Yu shook his head, it smells good on you. Su Qinglu became more and more embarrassed, the corners of his mouth curled, and he couldn't control his smile. Okay, let's watch TV first. Luo Yu, well, okay, I'll hold you. Su Qinglu, okay, why are you so clingy? Luo Yu's eyes widened, don't you like me clingy? Then I won't stick. Su Qinglu looked at him as if he was very serious, and explained, no, I don't dislike it, I just talk casually, okay, don't think about it, obediently accompany me to watch TV. Okay. Luo Yu nodded obediently. When Su Yirui came out, Luo Yu quickly recognized it. Sister, this Su Yirui is the girl who ate with you that day, you are all surnamed Su. Luo Yu pointed to Su Yirui and said. Su Qinglu, well, she is my sister, don't you know her? Luo Yu was stunned, is it your own sister? I don't know them, I rarely pay attention to celebrities or anything. Su Qinglu nodded, and didn't explain too much to Luo Yu, the two had just been together, so there was no need to explain all his family affairs. No wonder, you look quite alike. After Luo Yu finished speaking, he continued to look at it carefully. Seeing that Su Yirui took the initiative to start a fire, but was always refused, Luo Yu said, they don't believe that Sister Su will make a fire, and they won't let it try. Because I'm afraid of delaying time. Su Qinglu frowned and said. Well, Sister Su does not look like she can start a fire, but I don't think people can be good-looking, so I have to try to find out. Su Qinglu didn't know if Su Yirui would do it before, but since Su Yirui took the initiative to start a fire, then she must be sure, otherwise she wouldn't have spoken. Luo Yu, sister, do you watch variety shows without barrage? Well, do you want to drive it? Su Qinglu asked. Luo Yu nodded, I want to see what everyone says. Su Qinglu hesitated for a moment, Su Yirui's black physique, she was very clear, there was definitely a bunch of messy words in the barrage. She didn't really want to open it, but looking at Luo Yu's eyes, it seemed difficult for her to say the word bad. Okay, then you drive. Su Qinglu nodded. As soon as the barrage opened, it was amazing. Why does Su Yirui like to express herself so much, how could she start a fire? Damn, you also said that you can make a fire in 5 minutes, take it, don't measure your strength. If she can make a fire in half an hour, my name will be written backwards. Meng Chongqing scolded her quickly and let her see her. Clearly Luo Yu and Su Qinglu were affected by these barrages, and their faces were a little embarrassed. Otherwise, it's better to turn it off. Luo Yu didn't expect that the barrage was all Su Yirui. Su Qinglu held his hand and saw it, it's okay, look. She knew that Su Yirui would not let her down, and with her understanding of Su Yirui, things would definitely be reversed soon. Sure enough, Song Sijia didn't get angry for a long time, and Su Yirui went straight to it. In less than 5 minutes, when they saw the fire burning, in addition to the guests in the show who were stunned, the audience who were watching the show were also dumbfounded. The barrage is still saying that Su Yirui is going to be ashamed. As a result, in the next second, the entire screen was swiping, damn. The full screen reflects the shock of the audience. The direction of the barrage changed all of a sudden. Is Su Yirui so cow-criticized? Su Yirui looks very professional. I don't believe my eyes, Song Sijia didn't get angry for a long time, she did it casually, and she did it in a few minutes? Yes, you read that right, Su Yirui is such a cow pie, ha 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 ha, fans finally dared to speak, Su Yirui is great, she doesn't have many words, and her shot is amazing. After a while, seeing Su Yirui's divine operation of opening coconuts, Luo Yu asked Su Qinglu in a daze, sister, your sister is so powerful. Su Qinglu didn't expect that Su Yirui still had this hand. Cough, she's really powerful. Luo Yu, sister, look at what everyone said on the barrage, they all said that they knelt down to Su Yirui. Su Yirui is the real survival boss, light a fire and open coconuts, easily. Then it seems that she went to participate in this show, and it suits her. Su Qinglu smiled. Luo Yu, sister is powerful, netizens are probably stunned, those who said her before have been slapped in the face now. Su Qinglu thought that Su Yirui was always hacked by black fans before, but in the end it was reversed, as if anyone who provoked her would be slapped in the face by her. Well, she's a slap in the face. One episode is only an hour, and it will be finished soon. Seeing Su Yirui taking Zhao Di and Lin Yu to forage, the barrage did not keep talking about Su Yirui, but was dominated by Lin Yu's fans. They are all saying that the more cute they are, the more well-behaved, and the more handsome they are. Luo Yu quietly looked at Su Qinglu, and saw that she was also staring at Lin Yu on the screen again, looking thoughtful. Luo Yu pursed his lips and said, "Sister, why do you keep staring at others?" Su Qinglu came back to his senses. "Huh? I said you always look at this boy." Su Qinglu didn't understand Luo Yu's meaning, nor did he notice his little emotions, and replied calmly, "Well, I think he's quite cute." She actually noticed that Su Yirui seemed to be a little different from this Lin Yu, and thought that Su Yirui said that she liked this kind of pure young brother the most, so she looked at Lin Yu a few more times. "Luo Yu. Then do you think he is better looking and cuter than me?" Su Qinglu looked confused. "Why do you say that?" "Then why do you keep looking at him? You can look at me." Su Qinglu couldn't laugh or cry. "No, I think he is because I feel that my sister should like his type." Luo Yu was stunned. "Huh? Well, yes, she likes her young and cute brother, so I think she is probably quite happy. Take this brother to find food. I think she has looked at him several times." After Su Qinglu finished explaining, he touched Luo Yu's head. "That's right." Luo Yu reluctantly believed her statement. "Then you like your brother, she likes her brother too, your sisters have the same preferences." Su Qinglu's eyes flashed, thinking to himself, "I am different from her, I really didn't think I would be with my brother at first." But she couldn't tell Luo Yu this, otherwise Luo Yu would be unhappy again, and she would have to coax her. Although Luo Yu is very good at coaxing, as long as he kisses him, he will lose his temper, which Su Qinglu is still very satisfied with. Thinking of this, her mind moved, she raised her head to Luo Yu and kissed him on the face. Luo Yu's face immediately turned red. "Why did my sister kiss me all of a sudden?" Su Qinglu also blushed. "I want to kiss you, can't you?" Luo Yu said happily, "Yes." Su Qinglu looked at him and thought, I have to say that she was very repulsive before, but now she feels more and more that the old cow eats tender grass. Harm, really fragrant. Also watching the show are Gu Xingyi and Yanfengyi. Gu Xingyi has long known that the show Su Yirui participated in will be updated tonight, because since Su Yirui went abroad, he has been thinking about this matter. He thought about it for a long time, but still didn't believe that Su Yirui was really with Yanfengyi. He sent a message to Su Yirui to ask her, but Su Yirui's mobile phone was confiscated and there was no reply. This makes Gu Xingyi think of Su Yirui every day. It's less than 8 o'clock today, and I'm hesitating whether to watch Su Yirui's show. He thought about it, but decided not to read it, so he went to study the script. He has taken on a new play, which will start next month, and has been preparing recently. Although he couldn't read the script well, Gu Xingyi forced himself not to think about Su Yirui. However, at 8:30, Shenlu made a phone call, and all his efforts were in vain. Shenlu said on the phone, "Have you watched that survival adventure? The show that Su Yirui went to attend?" Gu Xingyi frowned, "No." "Shenlu, I didn't see it, then." "Alright." Shenlu was also entangled. He thought Gu Xingyi would go to see it, so since he didn't see it, it means that Gu Xingyi doesn't care about Su Yirui's affairs, and he shouldn't want to know. So he didn't know if he should continue to speak. "I want to say, if you watch it, I'll discuss it with you. If you don't see it, forget it." Shenlu was about to hang up the phone and continue to watch the show, when he heard Gu Xingyi say unhappily, "Make it clear." "Well, it's Su Yirui in that survival adventure show, it's like hanging up, when she became a survival expert, it's too surprising." Gu Xingyi said suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "She can actually drill wood to make fire, and she can also use a knife to open coconuts, can you believe it?" Gu Xingyi. He really couldn't believe it. "Okay, you can go take a look too, I won't tell you, I'm going to continue watching, damn it, it's too powerful, bye bye." Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi put down the script and stood up, and opened the playback link of Survival Adventure on the computer. He, like Shenlu, was surprised that Su Yirui would perform so well in this kind of show. Everyone was waiting to see her jokes and make a fool of herself, but they didn't expect her to go and take the audience away, which not only solved everyone's urgent needs, but also showed extraordinary survival skills. The attitude of other guests towards her has also changed dramatically in a short period of time. Especially that Zhao Di, a bite of Sister Rui, called sweetly. Gu Xingyi didn't feel very comfortable listening. He looked at Zhao Di carefully, and he didn't know if Su Yirui would like this kind of boy, sunny and cheerful, as if he was in the same year as Su Yirui. But Zhao Di didn't make Gu Xingyi feel very uncomfortable until Lin Yu appeared. Lin Yu was lost, which was also the breaking point of this episode. Dinner time has passed, Lin Yu has not yet returned, and fans are worried to death. The barrage is all brushing Lin Yu bao, don't be a problem. Come back as soon as possible, the more you will be fine. It was getting dark, and the atmosphere of the show became very solemn, especially the soundtrack was also very tense, driving everyone's emotions. So when Su Yirui found Lin Yu, Su Yirui simply had a light on her body, and Lin Yu's fans were glad that Lin Yu was back, and at the same time, they thanked Su Yirui. But after the thanks, someone suddenly mentioned on the barrage, didn't Su Yirui say that she likes a pure and young brother? Isn't Lin Yu perfectly in line with Su Yirui's requirements? This sentence has been seen by many people. Then someone said, damn, not to mention, I just went back and looked at it twice. When Su Yirui saw Lin Yu, did her eyes light up? Don't go in front, you're not alone, I'll go back and look at it. Shaking hands, Su Yirui definitely has an idea for Lin Yu. No, I'm getting more and more targeted by Su Yirui. Su Yirui doesn't want it. Damn, my Yu is too simple, and I even call Su Yirui Sister Rui. It's all Zhao Di's fault. Zhao Di, a fool, pushes more and more into the tiger's mouth. When fans saw Su Yirui serving fish soup to Lin Yu, they almost all decided that Su Yirui had ulterior motives for Lin Yu. And the camera also gave Lin Yu a close-up, and everyone can clearly see that Lin Yu is a little shy. This is simply adding fuel to the fire. Lin Yu's girlfriend fans and sister fans are going to cry. The second episode ended when Su Yirui took Lin Yu to forage for food. Why do you want to divide Yu and Su Yirui together? They went to forage and get along alone, oh my god. It's not alone, but Zhao Di. Zhao Di is useful, it is he who asked Yu to call Su Yirui and Sister Rui. Yan Fingyi saw these passionate barrages and fell into deep thought. He also looked back and repeated the scene where Su Yirui saw Lin Yu, and the first time he looked at it, it seemed that there was no problem. The second time, his eyes were gentler. The third time, no, Su Yirui looked at him and looked at Lin Yu with completely different eyes. Yan Fingyi calmly turned off the video. He thought about it and opened Weibo, and the hot search on Weibo was already full of topics about survival adventure. Su Yirui and Lin Yu each accounted for a hot search, and they were both at the forefront. Tonight, whether it is Lin Yu's fans, Su Yirui's fans or black fans, they are analyzing whether Su Yirui has any thoughts about Lin Yu. There are even many netizens who took screenshots of every look Su Yirui looked at Lin Yu and analyzed them carefully. Su Yirui's previous words in the live broadcast were also screenshotted. Therefore, everyone believes that Su Yirui will definitely have a good impression of Lin Yu. As a result, many people even ate sibling CP and were chased and scolded by Lin Yu's fans. At this moment, the program team of Survival Adventure released a preview of the next episode. Yan Fingyi saw the trailer on Weibo. He clicked on the hot search and saw a blogger forwarding the trailer video, and said, damn, Su Yirui let go of my better. /fire Yan Fingyi frowned and clicked on the video. The more I looked at his face, the more ugly it became. Especially when he saw Lin Yu falling from a tree and falling into Su Yirui's arms, and the two looked at each other, he turned off the video. The trailer was cut by the editor, so everyone didn't see Lin Yu fall from a height of 2 meters, and everyone thought that Lin Yu fell from such a tall tree, was caught by Su Yirui with his bare hands, and then was held by Su Yirui in his arms. Yan Fingyi clicked on the comment. Since this blogger is the president of Lin Yu's Fan Support Association, as soon as her Weibo was posted, the first to comment were Lin Yu's fans. Yu Xiao cutie, I'm a little girl, let him go. Today is also a day when I like Lin Yu, hurry. More and more saved by Su Yirui's hero. I want to eat fish, mine is getting dirtier and dirtier. The tiger burst into tears. Mom wanted to eat roasted yam. When the two looked at each other, I thought I was watching an idol drama, and it was too beautiful. Xiaoyu met you, Lin Yu is going to be touched by Su Yirui? Don't. In less than a day, the internet was all discussing Survival Adventure, saying that Lin Yu had entered the tiger's mouth and was going to be eaten by Su Yirui. It is also said that Su Yirui is simply a girlfriend who is full of power, and she behaves so well in the show. Lin Yu looks at her little eyes full of admiration, and sooner or later she will fall. Some people even say that Su Yirui went to participate in Survival Adventure for Lin Yu. Yan Fingyi turned off Weibo and made a call to Yuanmi. Yuanmi happened to have just finished watching the video on Weibo. She is also a fan of Lin Yu, but she is a fan of her sister. After all, she is nearly 10 years older than Lin Yu, and she is a little ashamed to call herself a girlfriend fan. Otherwise, who doesn't like a little milk dog like Lin Yu? She was also a fan of Lin Yu when she was chasing love in light years. I was attracted by Lin Yu's young, ignorant and arrogant image, and I don't know how many circles of friends and Weibo about Lin Yu have been posted. The last issue of Survival Adventure was also watched on time, and this time Su Yirui also went to this show, so she should pay more attention to it. Who knew that she could still see the proprietress having an affair with her idol in the show? After watching the second episode of the show, she was still unsatisfied. I didn't expect there to be a trailer, so I quickly went to see it. When he saw Lin Yu and Su Yirui hugging each other, Yuanmi couldn't hold back, covered his face, and shouted, "Damn, Yu and Su Yirui are such a good match, Mr. Yan, I'm sorry for you." She was about to comment on it, they are too compatible, when the phone screen suddenly turned into a caller ID. Seeing Mr. Yan's name, Yuanmi's hand shook and he almost threw away his mobile phone. No, Mr. Yan is calling it this time. Could it be that Yan always saw what I was doing? Yuanmi was extremely nervous. She took 2 deep breaths before picking up the phone. Mr. Yan. Yuanmi spoke in a rough voice, making his voice sound more serious. Yan Fingyi said in a deep voice, "Help me book a plane ticket and fly to Madagascar next week." Yan Fingyi's tone was indifferent, and he was not very happy to hear it. Yuanmi immediately guessed that it was related to Su Yirui, and a picture of the green grassland above Yan Fingyi's head appeared in front of his eyes. Damn, Mr. Yan is going to Madagascar to arrest Su Yirui back? Yuanmi wanted to persuade Yan Fingyi not to be impulsive, but she guessed that Yan Fingyi definitely didn't want her to know that she was green, so she had to pretend to say, "Mr. Yan, your schedule for next week is full." Yan Fingyi, next week's itinerary will be postponed. Yuanmi, isn't this not good, Mr. Yan, do you want to think about it again? Yan Fingyi, I'm informing you, not asking you. Yuanmi. Yan Fingyi, buy 2 tickets, and you go to Madagascar with me. Yuanmi's face was ugly, and he thought, no, do you still want to take her? It's not okay to take her. She didn't want to see Yan Fingyi make a big fuss in Madagascar. In the future, Yan Fingyi will definitely want to quit her when she thinks of this humiliating thing, but... Yuanmi thought about it, damn it, go to the filming location of Survival Adventure in Madagascar? Wouldn't that be able to see Lin Yu? Yuanmi's voice changed, and he immediately said, okay, Mr. Yan, I'll book a ticket right away. Yan Fingyi. Chapter 60. After the update of the second issue of Survival Adventure, the number of views in a day was more than the cumulative number of broadcasts in the first week, and the discussion on the internet was crazy, especially after the trailer was released. Even the title sponsor of the show called to ask, saying that he was urged by the children at home to ask, to see if he could watch the content of the third issue in advance. Weibo hot searches are even more non-stop. Su Yirui and Lin Yu also have CP fans, calling them UECP. But no matter how much there is talk about them on the internet, the guests on the island know nothing and continue their survival adventure. Today is Su Yirui's 10th day on the island. She is used to living here, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, without electronic devices, facing nature, trying to survive with the people around her, without thinking about the trivial things in the city. Su Yirui woke up in the morning light, opened her eyes to see the blue sky, could hear birds singing around, she smelled the fragrance of plants, and the faint smell of the sea breeze, thinking, it would be good if I could come to play every once in a while. But if you stay here all the time, you will still feel bored after a long time. She really wanted to play games these 2 days, missing a bunch of games downloaded on her phone. At this time, Song Sija came over, everyone, get up, let's have a meeting, and have breakfast after the meeting. What's wrong? Is there another task? Li Yuan just saw that the director called Song Sija away, and it was estimated that he had arranged a task. Song Sija, well, yes, today we are going to go deep diving and sea fishing. The program team has divided us into groups, 8 people are divided into 2 groups, Zhao Di, Su Yirui, Lin Yu and I are in a group, and the others are in a group. As long as we complete the task today, we will get special rewards. Zhao Di asked, what special reward? It should be ingredients and the like, that is, things that cannot be eaten on the island, to satisfy our cravings, and some daily necessities. Song Sija also asked the director just now, and the director only said a general idea, but did not specifically say what it was. Zhao Di said in surprise, that's great, will there be fried chicken, cola, and the like? Li Yuan continued, Coke may have it, fried chicken, you just think too much. Zhao Di, there is no fried chicken, you can give it a chicken, let's make a flour chicken, Sister Rue, do you think so? Zhao Di looked at Su Yirui, and when she cooperated with her, who knew that Su Yirui said, if you really give a chicken, then the job of killing the chicken will be handed over to you at that time. Zhao Di shrank his neck, a little scared, no, then forget it, don't eat, let's eat fish. Song Sija clapped his hands, okay, do you have anything to say? If not, we are ready to set off, and when the task is completed, if we come back early, we can still go to the stream to take a bath. Lu Xueming raised her hand and asked, since we all go together, why are we grouped? In the past few days, she found that every time the program arranges a task, if it is grouped, Su Yirui and Lin Yu will be separated together, which is the third time. And this kind of task doesn't require a competition, so why do you have to divide it? Lu Xueming felt something was wrong, but she couldn't say it directly. Song Sija said, because there are two boats, the two groups sit separately, and we want to have a friendly match to see which group gains more, and then we will be rewarded separately. After saying that, Lu Xueming had no choice but to nod. When I arrived at the beach, I saw two small boats, two groups of guests got on the boat separately, and then sailed to the sea. Zhao Di was very happy that he could be in the same group as Su Yirui and Song Sija. Our group is simply a fairy combination, and the results will definitely kill the other group in seconds. Su Yirui and Song Sija didn't pay attention to him, they had been together for so many days, and they had long known what kind of personality he had. Even if they ignored him, he could talk non-stop alone, and if he cooperated with him, he would be even more able to speak. Seeing that Su Yirui and Song Sija were not speaking, Zhao Di lowered his head to study the fishing rod, so he approached Lin Yu and hugged his shoulders. Xiao Yuyu, what do you think? Is our side definitely winning? Lin Yu thought for a while, I don't know. How could I not know? There is a brother Song on the left, a sister Rue on the right, our group is invincible, and you are an auspicious baby. Zhao Di smiled. The title of Lin Yu, an auspicious baby, was also given to him by Zhao Di in the past few days. Lin Yu is the one with the most nicknames among them. The reason why Zhao Di called him auspicious baby was because every time he was there, they could find a lot of delicious food, but if Lin Yu stayed at home and didn't go to forage for food, there would be much less food. Food is the most important thing for everyone, because on the island, there is nothing else to hope for except 3 meals a day, and entertainment activities are to find food and cook food. Lin Yu said embarrassedly, but I don't know how to fish. His voice was a little low, looking at the sea breeze blew his hair, completely exposing his delicate face, and even his ears were not covered by his hair. Lin Yu's ears are small, but a little pointed, he looks very cute, and he looks like a little elf. Su Yirui looked at it twice, and was seen by Lin Yu. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, a little nervous. Su Yirui wanted to laugh a little. Recently, as long as she looked at Lin Yu looked nervous, as if she would do something to him, which made Su Yirui not look at him all the time. Moreover, in the past few days, she seems to have more opportunities to get along with Lin Yu. Zhao Di said, it doesn't matter if you don't do, brother Song and sister Rue will do, but I won't either. Song Sija said, it doesn't matter, you can learn, I'll teach you, Xiaosu will you? Su Yirui, well, I have learned it. That's fine. Song Sija nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Zhao Di and Lin Yu, and said, you also try to fish, just think of it as entertainment. Zhao Di, you learn from me. Lin Yu, you learn how to cast a rod with Xiaosu. In fact, you will find that it is not difficult at all if you learn it, but you need patience and observation. Zhao Di was very interested, okay, then I'll try it too. I heard that sea fishing is likely to encounter big fish, if you're lucky. Song Sija said, yes, I have a friend who likes sea fishing very much and often goes out to sea to fish, and he once caught a fish weighing more than 100 pounds. Su Yirui put the bait on the hook and prepared to start fishing. Song Sija, try it first, I haven't fished at sea either, but I think it's probably about the same, the fish in the sea are not necessarily more difficult to catch than in the river. Su Yirui nodded, put the bait on the hook, and was ready to start casting the sea rod. Lin Yu picked up a fishing rod, followed Su Yirui's appearance just now, and hung up the bait. The bait they use is live shrimp provided by the program team for fishing, and shrimp are very tempting to a variety of fish. In fact, they have a high chance of catching fish when they go out to sea to fish this time, and the person who drives the boat is also a veteran, and will control the boat to go with the current at sea, making the bait appear more natural and the fish are easier to take the bait. Sister Rue, is it right to do this? After Lin Yu finished it, he asked Su Yirui. Su Yirui had just thrown out her bait, heard the voice, looked back at Lin Yu, only to see Lin Yu blushing, did not dare to look directly at her, his eyes did not know where he was looking, obviously so much higher than Su Yirui, but when he spoke, he raised his head. I'll see. Well, yes, let me help you adjust the fish float. Su Yirui stretched out her hand and took the fishing rod in Lin Yu's hand. Su Yirui's hand touched Lin Yu's finger, she didn't react herself, but Lin Yu felt her finger numb, peeked at Su Yirui's reaction in a daze, and saw that she didn't seem to notice, so she pursed her lips. Okay, you follow my example and throw the rod. Su Yirui gave Lin Yu a demonstration. Lin Yu nodded and looked at it seriously. But when he did it, he didn't do it standardly, so Su Yirui had to teach him step by step. No, it should be feet apart, feet forward, body center of gravity tilted to left foot. Su Yirui stood behind Lin Yu, her voice was very clear, but Lin Yu's mind was difficult to put on her voice, he was extremely nervous, and his body stiffened a lot. Why are you so tense? Su Yirui saw that his movements were stiff, and said strangely, and stretched out her hand to poke him, hard. Lin Yu hurriedly hid forward. Neither of them noticed, the camera brother who followed behind had been filming them, and also gave Lin Yu's expression a few close-ups. The camera master was exchanged the day before yesterday, he just went to the island the day before yesterday, and watched the video edited by CP fans on the internet for Su Yirui and Lin Yu, which was sweet, so at this moment, he watched the interaction between Su Yirui and Lin Yu, and pink bubbles were about to pop up in his eyes. The fishing process is very quiet, after everyone throws out the sea rod, they wait quietly for the fish to take the bait, and carefully observe the fishing line, if there is a sense of pulling, it may be that the fish is hooked. During this time everyone didn't speak, just took a break, and it was quite comfortable to be on the sea, blowing the sea breeze. In addition, there are handsome men and beautiful women next to him, which is also eye-catching to look at. About 40 minutes later, Song Sija caught a yellow croaker first, which was not big, but it was enough to cook a fish soup. Su Yirui also caught a perch, which was a little bigger than Song Sija's yellow croaker. Zhao Di saw that they were all caught, and shouted excitedly, and his fishing rod didn't care. On the contrary, Lin Yu was quite patient, even if his fishing rod never moved, he still insisted on waiting. Su Yirui and Song Sija threw their rods again and continued to fish with him. An hour and a half later, Su Yirui caught 2, Song Sija caught 1, Zhao Di didn't catch anything, and Lin Yu's fishing rod didn't move. Zhao Digong wanted to say that he should put away the rod, but 3 was enough anyway. Lin Yu's expression suddenly changed, and he whispered, "There is a fish. There is a fish biting the hook." Su Yirui looked at it intently, and the fishing rod in Lin Yu's hand suddenly bent, and she was surprised, it seems to be a big guy. Song Sija was also surprised and hurriedly came over to help. Everyone stabilized the fishing rod together so that it would not be dragged away by the fish, and it took a lot of effort for the 4 of them to drag the fish onto the boat. Seeing the big blue-black fish in front of them, everyone's eyes widened. "What kind of fish is this?" Zhao Di asked. Su Yirui smiled and said, "Tuna." Song Sija, it seems that Shaolin's character has exploded. You can catch such a good tuna on your first fishing, and this fish is at least 70 or 80 pounds. After catching such a big fish, the 4 of them immediately returned, and when they reached the shore, they saw other people in another group from a distance. The others were also greatly surprised to see Lin Yu getting off the boat with such a big fish in his arms. "No, you caught such a big fish?" Li Yuan said in disbelief. Zhao Di said excitedly, "Yes, Lin Yu fished, it's amazing, we have a blessing tonight, the freshest sashimi, but I don't know if the program team can conjure up mustard and soy sauce." Li Yuan said, "Amazing, really amazing." Zhao Di smiled, "I will say that Lin Yu is an auspicious baby, his luck is simply unmatched." Meng Chongqing, it seems that we have exceeded the task, and we have also caught 2 fish here, and we can't finish it in the past few days. Zhao Di is looking forward to what kind of reward the program team will give, then let's go back quickly, go back to receive the award, and then eat fish, you can cook and eat, grill 2, and cook 1. Lin Yu held the big fish of dozens of pounds alone, all the way back to the garrison, without blinking his eyes, and not seeing that he was tired. Su Yirui did not expect Lin Yu to look thin and strong, so she praised him from the bottom of her heart. Lin Yu blushed and said, "I usually have fitness." "Then do you have abs?" Su Yirui asked with a smile. Lin Yu nodded, Su Yirui, how many pieces?" Lin Yu, there should be 8 pieces. Su Yirui, wow. Lin Yu's face turned even redder, what's wrong? Su Yirui originally wanted to say that she could take a look, but after thinking about it, this seemed to be a bit like teasing others, although she really wanted to tease Lin Yu, but in front of so many people, forget it, it is estimated that Lin Yu's face will be red. It's okay, are you going to take a bath by the stream later? Su Yirui changed the subject. Lin Yu looked at his body, it was dirty and full of fishy smell. Well, it's so dirty. Su Yirui nodded, looked down at herself, she was also dirty, her hand had just touched the fish, and it was still sticky. I have to go too, let's go wash it together later. Lin Yu's eyes widened and he looked at her suspiciously. Su Yirui really didn't mean anything else when she said it, because the creek had 2 sides, separated by a hillside, and neither side could see the other side, they were all washed separately by men and women, which did not affect at all, so she said that they could go together. But I have to say that the meaning of this sentence is too deep. No wonder Lin Yu was shocked. Su Yirui saw his expression, and realized that what he said was easy to misunderstand. I didn't mean to wash with you. I mean, go together. Lin Yu nodded, and then ran away quickly. Su Yirui looked at his back as he fled, and thought, this is good, it scared my brother. Chapter 61. After Lin Yu ran away, Su Yirui couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What did Lin Yu mean just now? Do you say you know, or say yes? But she couldn't ask Lin Yu, as if she really wanted to go with him. At this time, the director came over and announced that they had successfully completed the task today, saying that they would be rewarded. Everyone cheered a few words with anticipation. But I saw 2 staff members come out, one holding a large box in their hands. The director said, there are 2 rewards, you can choose whether you want a red box or a blue box. This still has to be chosen, just give us all the fortunes. Li Yuan and Zhao Di coaxed. But the instructor pretended not to hear it, but continued, you send a representative out to choose which box you want, the rewards in the 2 alleys are different, but one of the boxes comes with a special surprise. The director's words made everyone even more curious. What other special surprises can there be? Everyone was discussing which one to choose, but there was no difference between the 2 boxes except for the color, and the box did not transmit light, let alone see what was inside and how many things were inside. Why don't you choose, Brother Song? Li Yuan said. But Song Sijia looked at these 2 boxes, and chose to be entangled. He hesitated for a while, and actually said, let Xiao Lin choose, today he was so lucky to catch such a big fish, didn't Zhao Di also say that he was an auspicious baby? Others agreed, yes, Lin Yu chose it, he is the best today. Lin Yu was embarrassed by everyone, I'm just lucky. Zhao Di pushed him and said with a smile, what I want is your luck. Lin Yu was entrusted with an important task by everyone, so he took 2 steps forward, looked at the 2 boxes carefully, and finally chose the red one. Are you sure? Choose this? The director came over and asked with a serious face. Lin Yu nodded, The director opened the box and showed everyone the contents. Damn, there is really Coke. Zhao Di was shocked. There are 8 cans of Coca-Cola in the box, as well as a bag of salt, 2 packs of braised meat, a box of eggs, and a pack of noodles. Meng Chongqing, who has always been calm, also showed a happy face and said with a smile, this reward is too appropriate. Lu Xueming pointed to the noodles, there are noodles. We can cook noodles and eat them. I read that right, there are braised pig's feet. Li Yuan likes to eat pig's feet the most, and yesterday he dreamed that he was eating pig's feet at home, and when he woke up, he thought that he would eat a big pot of pig's feet when he went back. I didn't expect to be able to eat pig's feet here today. Finally I can eat staple food, egg noodles, I can. Zhao Di swallowed. Song Sijia nodded and said, that's great. Zhao Di asked the director curiously, can you see what's in the other box? The director smiled and didn't say no, that is, he agreed. Zhao Di hurriedly opened the blue box. Everyone leaned over and took a look. Inside are 2 packs of chips and a box of cookies. If they hadn't looked at the red box, they would have been happy to have these packs of snacks, but compared to the richness of the red box, the blue box looked a little worse. Song Sijia said with satisfaction, fortunately, Xiao Lin was chosen. Lu Xueming, yes, Lin Yu is awesome. Su Yirui stood next to her and didn't speak. Lin Yu looked in her direction as if he were indifferent, seeing the smile on the corner of her mouth. Knowing that she was also satisfied, Lin Yu's smile reached the bottom of his eyes, and the dimples on his cheeks were also revealed. Zhao Di suddenly asked, "Director, didn't you say that there are special surprises? What is the surprise of drawing this box, is it inside?" The director said, "Keep it mysterious first, you eat first, and I'll tell you in the evening." The director sold a pass, and everyone was curious, but they could only wait. Song Sija said, "Okay, everyone divide the reward cola, 1 bottle per person, take a break first, and then start to make dinner, eat early today, and after eating, we will go to the stream to take a bath." "Okay." Zhao Di was the first to respond, picked up 2 bottles of Coke, and handed them to Song Sija and Su Yirui, "Brother Song, sister Rui, here you go." After Su Yirui and Song Sija took it, he took 2 more bottles to Meng Chongqing and Lin Yu, and distributed them to everyone one by one. "I really didn't expect to be able to drink Coke on the island, it's so cool, it's still iced." Zhao Di took a sip of Coke, feeling that his whole body was about to float. "It's really happy water." Zhao Di ran to the director mysteriously and asked in a low voice, "Director, did you get this cola to reward us? Do you still have these bottles after drinking them?" The director still looked unsmiling and said, "This was sent by the sponsor, I gave a box, and the rest will be talked about next time." "Sent by an advertising sponsor?" Zhao Di said in surprise, "Can you still send it all the way here?" The director shrugged. He was also very strange, but what happened? Yesterday I got the news that the show's biggest advertising sponsor company sent someone to send warmth to the program team, which was simply something that had never happened. Originally, the director didn't believe it, but this morning I saw that there were really people coming, and there were many others besides those things just now, but they didn't take them out. Although I was surprised, but the things were delivered, so I just regarded it as a reward for the guest task. And later he asked and found out that the sponsor came just by the way, because the boss of the group behind the sponsor bought the entire uninhabited island and was ready to build a luxury villa here. The director also has to admire that rich people really know how to play. But where to buy is not good. If you have to buy here, is it not easy to use your brain? Where is the right place to build a villa on this island? Everyone ate a lot of dinner today. It was too rich, a whole pot of pig's feet and egg noodles, 2 grilled fish, a pot of fish soup, and some of the tuna was cut off and processed to make sashimi. The tuna was so big that it was impossible to finish it today, so they gave a lot of harm to the program team staff to eat, but there was still half left, so they had to dry it and save it for later eating. After eating and drinking, everyone sat down and rested for a while. Su Yirui felt that Lin Yu was always looking at her, but as soon as she looked over, Lin Yu hurriedly looked elsewhere. This happened several times, and after Su Yirui found out, she pretended not to know and let him watch quietly. Lin Yu thought that he was very cautious, not discovered by Su Yirui, secretly happy. Every time he peeked at Su Yirui, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. The director suddenly came over, called Su Yirui, called her aside, and said that he had something to tell her. Everyone is very strange. This is the first time the director has asked someone other than Song Sija to speak alone. Is there some mysterious secret, or a one-person interview? Many shows have this link, but Survival Adventure has never done this. Su Yirui followed the director to the place where the camera next to him was not filming. "Is there anything wrong?" Su Yirui asked. The director stared at Su Yirui for a while. His eyes were a little strange, and Su Yirui was a little puzzled. "Are you familiar with the sponsors of the show?" "What do you mean?" Su Yirui frowned, not understanding what the director said. "Director, the sponsor came over this morning, and the contents of the box were sent by them." "And then?" "I still don't understand what you mean." The more Su Yirui listened, the more confused she became. Did this have anything to do with her? Only then did the director determine that Su Yirui really didn't know what was going on. In fact, he didn't know very well. But just now a woman came over from the sponsor's side, saying that their boss and Su Yirui were friends, and wanted to see Su Yirui, so let Su Yirui go over. That's why the director called Su Yirui over. After the director explained clearly, Su Yirui asked, "Are you friends with me?" "So what's his name?" The director said, "I didn't say the name, it seems to be surnamed Yen." Su Yirui was stunned. "Surnamed Yen, is Yen Fingy?" She thought about it. She seemed to only know Yen Fingy, a big man surnamed Yen, but what was he doing here? "I know, then take me there, where is he?" Seeing that she really knew her, the director glanced at her thoughtfully, and then asked a staff member to take Su Yirui over. The director said, "Don't go for too long." Su Yirui nodded, "I know, I'll be back soon." The sun was about to set, and when Su Yirui walked towards the sea, she could feel the sea breeze blowing on her face. The staff walking in front of her told her that people were waiting for her by the beach. Su Yirui thought to herself, could it be that Uncle Yen wanted to walk with her on the beach? Speaking of which, she also missed Annie and her puppies. Yan Fingyi should have brought her mobile phone, and she could also call Wang Meng. Thinking of this, Su Yirui felt that Yan Fingyi was quite good. The closer she got to the sea, Su Yirui saw the sun gradually falling into the sea, and the sunlight had converged and became gentle. The sea also lost its primary color and was dyed orange-red, and half the sky was coral-colored, as if drunkenly sprinkling drunkenness on the earth. And Yan Fingyi is in such a scenery. His profile was reflected in a faint light orange, like a dreamy transparent ribbon floating in front of him, adding a little tenderness as if it were insignificant. Su Yirui was shocked by such beauty. If Lingyu is a little freshness of the healing system, then Yan Fingyi is a warm and visually impactful stunning. Yan Fingyi's face is just on Su Yirui's aesthetics, and every place is so good-looking. Just looking at it from a distance, Su Yirui couldn't move her legs. The picture in front of you is really exciting, and it makes people want to engrave it in their minds and write it down. For the first time, she wanted to have a mobile phone or camera in her hand, so she could take a picture. Yan Fingyi seemed to notice something, and when he turned around, he saw Su Yirui looking at him obsessively. I don't know if it was Su Yirui's illusion, but the moment he looked at herself, she felt that Yan Fingyi was even more beautiful, her cold expression became vivid, and even her eyes were much gentler. Long time no see. Su Yirui took the initiative to greet him. The corners of Yan Fingyi's mouth rose slightly. Well, it's been a long time. It's just 10 days, it seems like a few years have passed. After Annie's affairs, Su Yirui had already regarded Yan Fingyi as a friend, so her attitude was more friendly, and she asked with a smile, "Why are you here?" "Don't tell me, you came to Country L on a business trip." Yan Fingyi said, "No." Su Yirui's mind moved, and she just wanted to joke that you can't come to see me. But after thinking about it, I still didn't say it, I can't joke with the uncle, and people will be angry later. Uncles are generally more serious. Yan Fingyi, I watched your show and thought it was not bad, so I bought this island and prepared to develop it and build a few villas, so I came over to take a look. Su Yirui was a little surprised, and immediately said with admiration, yes, you can still play like this if you have money, I have learned, next time I will study it, I can also buy an island. Yan Fingyi only smiled and said nothing. Su Yirui, have you chosen a good place? Yan Fingyi, I have taken a fancy to a few places, but I haven't decided yet, do you have any suggestions? I don't have any suggestions, you should find a professional to choose for you, don't you all pay attention to feng shui and the like? Yan Fingyi. At our age? Su Yirui leaked her mouth and said her heart, a little embarrassed, haha. Yan Fingyi looked at her helplessly, am I old? Su Yirui said in her heart, yes. But looking at Yan Fingyi's face, she still couldn't speak. Yan Fingyi is dressed very young today and is also very holiday style, because it is too hot here, so he is wearing short sleeves. Su Yirui is the first time to see him show his arms, but he didn't expect that the skin on his body is also quite white. Su Yirui said, no. Yan Fingyi didn't believe it when she saw her expression, but she didn't say anything. Compared with her, I am indeed much older. Yan Fingyi said, can you walk with me? Yes. Su Yirui didn't expect Yan Fingyi to really come to her for a stroll on the beach. Under this sunset, blowing the sea breeze, walking on the beach, I have to say that it is quite romantic. The two walked, and the atmosphere became ambiguous for some reason. No matter how nervous Su Yirui was, she couldn't help but doubt Yan Fingyi's thoughts on her. She looked up at Yan Fingyi. He wouldn't like her, would he, seeing that he was looking ahead without squinting, and there was no expression, she was unsure again. Maybe she was thinking too much. After a while, Su Yirui said, by the way, can you lend me your mobile phone, I want to call my agent, my mobile phone was confiscated. Well, okay. Yan Fingyi took out his mobile phone and unlocked it and handed it to her. Su Yirui remembered Wang Meng's phone call. The phone rang several times before it was answered. Hello, who? Wang Meng's voice sounded quite serious, and it turned out that this was the tone she had when she answered strange calls. Su Yirui smiled, it's me. Wang Meng said in surprise, Yirui? Where are you? How can I call? Su Yirui told her that Yan Fingyi was here, so she borrowed Yan Fingyi's phone to call her. Wang Meng was even more surprised, Mr. Yan? What is he going to do over there? Won't it be to see you? Su Yirui, probably not. She glanced at Yan Fingyi, and as soon as the phone was connected just now, he consciously walked away, standing 3 meters away from her and not looking at her. I have to say that Yan Fingyi has always been quite gentleman in front of her, and she is very good at taking care of other people's feelings. He came over for something. Su Yirui lowered her voice slightly. Wang Meng, you believe this? How can there be such a coincidence in this world? I think he has an intention against you. You are not going to a city in country A, but an uninhabited island in country L. He can also go there. Su Yirui. Wang Meng, you are too naive. Su Yirui paused. He said that he watched the show and thought that the uninhabited island was good, so he bought the island and prepared to build a villa here. Wang Meng, is he full and has nothing to do, or does he have money and nowhere to spend? Su Yirui, you don't understand this, maybe people have too much money, just burn in a panic. Wang Meng. Okay, I don't understand, put this aside in advance, let me tell you, after the second episode of the program was broadcast, you and Lin Yu became more angry. Su Yirui, me and Lin Yu? Why? Wang Meng, it is said on the internet that you like Lin Yu. Su Yirui, I didn't do anything? Wang Meng, didn't you say in the live broadcast before that you like your brother? Could it be that a younger brother like Lin Yu is not your cup of tea? The interaction between the two of you in the show was called by the audience to be tricky, and I look at your eyes a little bit. Su Yirui, if you want to say that, I really can't deny it, he is indeed my dish. But when it comes to liking, it depends on what kind of liking it is. If you just look at the superficial appearance, it is liking. Wang Meng, okay, you don't have to tell me so much. In short, you two are on fire. Lin Yu's agent contacted me and asked me if I would consider letting you two hype up the exam. I haven't agreed yet, saying that I will wait for you to come back. Su Yirui, then you can just refuse, I don't think about it. Wang Meng, don't you really think about it? With the current momentum, if you do business with him, it will be beneficial to both of you. Su Yirui, well, no. Okay, let's talk about it when you come back. Wang Meng was not reluctant. Su Yirui, well, let's do this first. I hung up, and Yan Fingyi's phone number was not easy to talk about for a long time. Wang Meng, one last word, you have to be careful of Mr. Yan. Su Yirui smiled, be careful what can he do to me? I have no intention of you, and I will rob you by force. Wang Meng's voice also became quieter. Su Yirui, did you be recommended by Xia Xiaochen for some strange novels? Wang Meng was embarrassed, how could Su Yirui guess it? She has recently seen many domineering presidents, wealthy romances. It's not because Su Yirui is not there, so she is a little idle. Okay, hang up, I'll pay attention. When Su Yirui returned the phone to Yan Fingyi, she couldn't help but look at Yan Fingyi a few more times. She still didn't believe what Yan Fingyi could think of her. Does he like the old cow to eat tender grass as much as she does? Yan Fingyi took the phone, finished chatting. Need to call someone else? Su Yirui shook her head, no, I don't remember my sister's phone number. Originally, she wanted to call Su Qinglu to care about her relationship with her college student brother, but she didn't remember Su Qinglu's mobile phone number, and the two rarely called, and they were all WeChat contact. Yan Fingyi said, okay. Su Yirui thought about it and felt that what Wang Meng said made sense, so she decided to test Yan Fingyi. Have you seen the news about me on the internet? I heard from my agent that after the show was broadcast, I was on the hot search. Yan Fingyi, well, I saw it. Yan Fingyi looked at her, her eyes were deep. Su Yirui didn't know if he was aware that she was testing him. I don't know why, Su Yirui couldn't ask the following words, she seemed to have a feeling of nowhere to hide in front of Yan Fingyi, and Yan Fingyi seemed to see through her. In the end, it turned out that Yan Fingyi took the initiative to say, then what do you think of netizens' statements? Su Yirui, haha, netizens are very imaginative. Yan Fingyi's originally serious eyebrows and eyes relaxed, but before he could say anything, he also felt that Su Yirui said again, however, I do like Lin Yu very much, young and energetic. Chapter 62. As soon as Su Yirui finished speaking, she felt that Yan Fingyi didn't seem to be happy. Although he had no expression on his face, his body exuded a cold aura, which was different from just now. Yan Fingyi looked at her steadily and asked, then what do you think of me like this? Su Yirui looked slightly stunned, what do you mean? She secretly pondered the meaning of Yan Fingyi's words, and Wang Meng's words just now sounded in her mind, be careful that Yan always has no intentions towards you, and forcibly robs you. She thought for a while and finally replied cautiously, mature and steady, resolute and resolute. Yan Fingyi smiled faintly, Oh? Where did you see it? Su Yirui, I said it by feeling, if I say it wrong, don't mind. Yanfeng's eyes never took their eyes off her face. Then how do you think I compare to the young and energetic kind you say? This is a bit intriguing. She was still testing him just now. Now it's completely reversed. Su Yirui actually felt that Yanfeng was unusual to her, but she would always veto that possibility in her heart. But at this time, Yanfeng's words almost spread his mind in front of her. Su Yirui didn't answer. Yanfeng simply went further. In other words, do you think you like me like this? Su Yirui was completely stunned. Who would she have thought that Yanfeng would ask her such a question? Does she pick it up or not? In the face of Su Yirui's silence, Yanfeng did not show the slightest dissatisfaction and anxiety. It seemed that it was all in his expectation. The reason why he came here was indeed because he wanted to see her. It can be said that Su Yirui is the first person in this world who can make Yanfeng so impulsive. Before getting to know Su Yirui, Yanfeng's mood seemed to rarely fluctuate. Especially jealousy, as the pride of heaven, he has never experienced this feeling. But this time, he felt the taste of jealousy. A man of his age is no longer a hairy boy. Jealousy has made him sober. Let him calm down and think about what he wants. He wanted Su Yirui. I want to monopolize Su Yirui, but this can't be rushed. Of course, he could see that Su Yirui didn't like him, and even he wasn't within the scope of Su Yirui's consideration at all. Su Yirui looked at his eyes. He could see it clearly. She just thought he was good looking, and occasionally he would be interested. For example, when he was dressed younger in the first 2 times, Su Yirui's eyes looked at him were completely different. But as soon as she thought of his age, the excitement in her heart immediately subsided. I have to say that Su Yirui is a stubborn person. But what does it matter? Yanfeng is also a stubborn person, and he is still a proud and confident person enough. Before seeing Su Yirui, Yanfeng was still a little irritable. He spent a lot of money to buy an uninhabited island, and also left his job, which was really irrational, just for the ambiguous video of Su Yirui and a little boy. But after seeing her, his unbearable emotions seemed to be slowly soothed. You can think about it, don't rush to answer me. Yanfeng said calmly. This is the first time Su Yirui has encountered such a confession. It's really unique. Are you serious? Su Yirui asked. Yanfeng, do I look like I'm joking? Su Yirui, it's not like that, but don't you think we're not suitable? Yanfeng, what do you say? Su Yirui saw that his tone was serious and a little big-headed. Do you still need to explain this kind of thing? I don't think it's suitable. Su Yirui told the truth. Yanfeng, we can try. Su Yirui. She didn't expect someone like Yanfeng to say such imprecise words. For Su Yirui, trying is to play. Of course, she can play. She said that the most critical reason why she and Yanfeng are not suitable is that in her opinion, she can play casually at this age. Yanfeng is different, he should be rushing to get married. At 30, he has already established a business, and the next step is to start a family. Su Yirui never thought about falling in love with someone at this time for the purpose of marriage. Although it was a bit irresponsible to say this, she really thought so. In life, have fun first, wait until you have had enough fun before thinking about anything else, and she still wants to develop her career now. These words were really difficult to confess to Yanfeng one by one, so she had to say, forget it, I don't think I'm a good marriage partner. Their living habits, personality, and hobbies are different, and they don't have time to get along, so why force them to be together? When they are together, some people will regret it. How embarrassing it is. After saying that, Su Yirui quietly looked at Yanfeng twice. With Yanfeng's appearance and such a background, there should be a lot of women who dream of marrying him. Unexpectedly, Yanfeng laughed. Who said I was looking for a marriage partner? In your opinion, my age has reached the age of rushing to get married? Su Yirui. Is indeed true. Don't worry, I won't have this idea for a few years. Yanfeng looked at her helplessly. Su Yirui was a little surprised. That's right. Yanfeng saw through her thoughts and took the initiative to say, just try, falling in love is not tying the two together, if you feel inappropriate, you can stop at any time. This sentence came to Su Yirui's heart, and she agreed very much. But she still asked, isn't this unfair to you? Yanfeng, I think you're very good. If you don't hate me either, I hope you can consider my proposal and associate with me. When Su Yirui returned to the garrison, there was no one there, and I heard from the staff that everyone had gone to take a bath. Su Yirui thought about it and decided to take a shower first and then think about Yanfeng. She remembered the location of the creek, so she walked over by herself. They had previously divided the men and women on each side. The three girls washed in a larger place on the right, and the men on the left. Su Yirui went straight to the right, and after going around the earthen slope, she heard Zhao voice. Lin Yu, hurry up, you are the slowest. Su Yirui raised her eyes and saw Lin Yu walking out of the clear stream with her upper body, and the others were already dressed and standing on the shore, probably waiting for him. Lin Yu's body was wet, his hair was also wet, bathed in the warm orange sun, his figure was slender and beautiful. Fortunately he was wearing a pair of underwear on his lower body, but those long legs were clearly seen by Su Yirui. The living beauty bathing, although not fragrant, is indeed quite pleasing to the eye. But Su Yirui was thinking about things in her head, so she was not in the mood to appreciate it. She just wondered, how are they here? Did she go to the wrong side? Damn, Sister Rui. Zhao Di found Su Yirui and screamed in surprise. Lin Yu also turned his head when he heard the sound, and after seeing Su Yirui, Lin Yu stayed in place in shock, and then showed a panicked look. Su Yirui quickly turned around, and then apologized loudly, I'm sorry, I went wrong. After she walked a few steps, she heard Zhao Di's voice coming from behind her, yes, we changed places. Song Sijia also said, it's okay, they're on the other side. Su Yirui replied, okay. Later, she vaguely heard Zhao Di laughing at why Lin Yu's face was so red. Su Yirui went to the other side, and sure enough, Lu Xueming and Meng Chongqing were there. It turned out that Lu Xueming saw the spider over there just now, and she was so scared that she had to switch sides, so the boys had to follow her. In fact, even if she saw Lin Yu and the others just now, who wouldn't wear it like this when she went to the pool and the beach? If she was seen wearing only underwear, she wouldn't feel anything, just like wearing a bikini, not all. Bear. But when he returned to the garrison at night, Lin Yu kept avoiding her gaze, and his face was always red. If it had been before, Su Yirui would have thought it was really cute and pitiful, but because of Yan Fengyi's sudden confession, she couldn't calmly appreciate a little fresh meat like Lin Yu. Su Yirui sighed secretly. She didn't promise Yan Fengyi, she just said that she would think about it. Yan Fengyi said that he would wait for her to come back, and then left, and before leaving, he touched her head, as if coaxing a child, and gave her a pack of fruit candy. At night, Su Yirui lay down and didn't fall asleep. She kept looking at the night sky in a daze, her mind was in a mess, and many pictures flashed by. She put her hand in her pocket, took out a piece of candy, and saw through the moonlight that it was an orange flavored candy. She tore open the package and put the sugar in her mouth. The sweet and sour taste makes people feel better. She couldn't help but silently pronounce the 3 words Yan Fengyi. Suddenly I felt that his name was also very nice. At this time, she suddenly remembered that when the end of the world had just arrived, she was still a 7-year-old girl. At that time, she was already alone. She was originally in the orphanage, someone was already going to adopt her, but because of the sudden arrival of the end of the world, the orphanage was gone, everyone ran away, and she also ran out. At first, she was lucky to meet a big brother who took her in, gave her food, and taught her self-defense techniques and knives, but soon the big brother left, saying that he was going to find his lost sister. At that time, the eldest brother seemed to like to touch her head, saying that she looked very similar to his sister. After the eldest brother left, Su Yirui didn't like to be touched on the head and no longer relied on others. Relying on others will only make you vulnerable. Learn to rely on yourself, so that you will not lose easily. Later, she became the captain of the base, and she became her to protect everyone, be relied on by others, and give others a sense of security. She felt that she preferred it this way. Thinking of this, Su Yirui realized that Yan Fengyi was a bit similar to the big brother, looking cold, but actually a very gentle person, giving her a feeling of wanting to take care of her and being good to her. Su Yirui closed her eyes and waited for the taste in her mouth to slowly dissipate before falling asleep. Half a month passed quickly, and the night before Su Yirui left, there was a heavy rain on the island, and the morning air was particularly fresh and a little cool. After breakfast, Su Yirui was about to leave the island. Everyone was very reluctant to leave Su Yirui, especially Zhao Di, saying that as soon as Su Yirui left, his life happiness index on the island would definitely be reduced by 150%. Su Yirui couldn't laugh or cry, but there was no way, sooner or later he had to leave, so he had to comfort him and say that he could contact him again when he returned to Country A, and they would have dinner together. Zhao Di shouted to add Su Yirui's WeChat, but everyone didn't have a mobile phone, so Su Yirui had to write a note to him. Everyone sent Su Yirui to the beach. Watching her get on the boat, Zhao Di actually squeezed out 2 tears and said, "Sister Rui, don't forget me, wait outside, eat more delicious food for me, and I'll go to play with you when I go back." Su Yirui couldn't laugh or cry. "Okay, I remember." Lin Yu stood next to him. Since he was seen by Su Yirui over there to take a bath, he had been embarrassed to talk to Su Yirui, and finally Su Yirui was about to leave, so he plucked up the courage to give Su Yirui a gift. "Sister Rui, this is for you." "What is this?" Su Yirui took the thing he handed over. It was a rectangular thing, wrapped in banana leaves, tied with vines, and tied with a bow like a gift box, which looked particularly cute. "You'll know when you open it and take a look," Lin Yu whispered. "Okay, thank you." Su Yirui nodded. Lin Yu, smooth sailing. After Su Yirui got on the boat, she waved to everyone and said with a smile, "Goodbye." When she was on the boat, Su Yirui opened the thing Lin Yu gave herself, and it turned out that the banana leaf was holding a rough wooden carving. Although it is not exquisite, it can be seen that it is carved with a coconut pattern on the front of the fish and a heel character engraved on the bottom of the back. "This gift is quite thoughtful," Su Yirui smiled, rewrapped the gift, and put it in the bag. Su Yirui took a plane for 2 days and finally returned to Country A, during which she changed planes 3 times, and took another 2-hour flight back to Country A, and it was already early morning when she got home. She was so tired that she washed up and fell asleep. There is no bed on the island. How can you sleep comfortably? And when you come home to feel the soft mattress and fragrant quilt, it is like going to heaven. Sure enough, people still have to experience this kind of difficult life once in a while before they feel how beautiful they are. There is no comfort at home anywhere. This is Su Yirui's only thought before falling asleep. Su Yirui slept for a day and a night, and it wasn't until the morning of the third day that she walked out of the bedroom, and her aunt at home was worried that something was wrong with her, and she almost called the family doctor over. After breakfast, Su Yirui remembered that she had put her mobile phone in her bag on the sofa, never looked at it, and spent half a month without a mobile phone on the island, and she was used to it. Sure enough, there are many missed calls and messages on the phone. Most of them came from Wang Mang and Xia Xiaochen, as well as 2 WeChat voices called to her by Su Qinglu. Su Yirui called back one by one to report that she was safe, and then made an appointment with Su Qinglu for dinner in the afternoon. Su Qinglu said to take Luoyu with her. Su Yirui was still a little surprised, but of course she agreed. Yan Fingyi also sent her 2 messages last night, asking her when she would have time to pick up the dog, and also sent a photo of the dog. Puppies just grow fast, and after half a month, they have grown up a lot. How could Su Yirui not understand now that Yan Fingyi used the dog to get closer to her from the beginning? But I have to say that this trick is indeed useful. If it weren't for the dog, she might not have approached Yan Fingyi at all. Annie and Migo look so similar, maybe it's also fate. Su Yirui asked Xia Xiaochen and learned that she had no work schedule for the next week, so she replied to Yan Fingyi and asked him to set a time. As a result, Yan Fingyi said that tomorrow morning, he would accompany her to the pet store to buy all the things he wanted to buy. Su Yirui said in her heart, "You really know how to arrange," but no, she has already asked Xia Xiaochen to buy things for her online. Dog cages, kennels, teething sticks, treats, dog food, toys, small clothes. Everything is ready. Yan Fingyi didn't ask her how she thought about it, and Su Yirui didn't mention it, on the surface as if the confession that day had not happened. But the two know very well that when they meet, it is time to officially give an answer. These days, Su Yirui has also thought a lot, but she still decided to ask Yan Fingyi a few questions before making a decision after meeting. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yirui was about to go out to meet Su Qinglu. Because there was still a younger brother, Su Yirui decided to dress more plainly, and strive to never steal Su Qinglu's slightest light. As sisters, this is still very important. Before going out, she looked in the mirror, wearing a light-colored plaid shirt with an irregular denim skirt and a bucket hat. She nodded in satisfaction, looking at it so that it was not conspicuous at all. Who knew that when she arrived at the agreed place, Su Yirui got out of the car, and Su Qinglu recognized her, even though she was still wearing sunglasses and a hat. "It's very good looking, and my taste has improved." Su Qinglu smiled and boasted. "Don't you think I'm dressed very plainly?" Su Yirui asked. Su Qinglu smiled and shook his head, looking her up and down. "Please, as long as you don't wear those old-fashioned and rigid skirts, you look good. Today's outfit is indeed simple, but not simple at all, quite trendy, showing long legs and white skin." Su Yirui, "Okay, then I failed. I still want to see your brother. dress plainly, so that my brother only has you in his eyes. Su Qinglu, it doesn't matter, you come in an evening dress, and he only has me in his eyes. Su Yirui. Is it too late for me to leave now? Su Qinglu, ha 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 ha. No, you can't go. Su Yirui, okay. Where's my brother? Su Qinglu, I told him that it was 5:30, and he estimated that it would take a while for you to make an appointment at 5 o'clock. Su Yirui smiled, yes, you, what do you want to explain to me in advance? Su Qinglu smiled awkwardly, it's just to ask him a bunch of questions, don't scare people. Su Yirui, tisk, it's really a heavy color and light, sister, how do you know that I will scare him? It was you who said you wanted to take him, I didn't let you take it out. Su Qinglu sighed and said, go in and sit down and talk. Su Yirui, why, looking at you like this, do you feel the sweet burden? Su Qinglu showed an expression that you understand me. Entering the private room of the restaurant and sitting down, Su Qinglu began to talk. Su Qinglu, he said that I don't take him to see his friends, nor do he take him to see his family, he just dislikes him, but you know, it's impossible to take him to see my mother, I have no other friends, only colleagues are all subordinates, there is no way, I can only take him to see you. Su Yirui understood and said with a smile, no wonder I was asked to be a light bulb, it turned out that I was asked to be a witness to your love and make my brother feel at ease. Su Qinglu, good sister, I'll invite you to this meal. Su Yirui glanced at her, otherwise, could it be that I invite you too? Su Qinglu, then when you have a boyfriend, I will also invite you and your boyfriend, this is always fine. It's not necessary. Su Yirui shook her head. You, with that Lin Yu, Su Qinglu asked tentatively. You also saw the show? Su Yirui was a little surprised. Well, of course I want to see the show you participated in. Su Qinglu paused for a moment, smiled embarrassedly and said, I watched it with Luo Yu. Su Yirui said disgustedly, enough, don't force me with dog food at every turn, pay attention, you are a woman who exudes a stench of love all over your body. Then are you fast too? I think that Lin Yu is your ideal type? Su Qinglu said. Su Yirui frowned, he is indeed an ideal type, but there was a little accident in things. What's the accident? Su Qinglu asked curiously. Su Yirui, you say, if a 30-year-old man with a good appearance, more money than me, and a good personality, and a young and pure 20-year-old brother for you, which one would you choose? Su Qinglu, who is the 30-year-old man you said who is good-looking, has more money than you, and has a good personality? Su Yirui, you choose first, and I'll tell you when you choose. Su Qinglu, then I'll choose the former. After Su Qinglu finished speaking, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and glanced at the door. Luo Yu was standing at the door staring at her with a pair of big clear eyes, his face full of accusations and grievances. Chapter 63. You're here. Su Qinglu knew that Luo Yu had heard their conversation, and his expression became unnatural, so he stood up and brought Luo Yu in. Luo Yu looked at her and had something to say, but after thinking about it, he held back and turned his head away to ignore her. Hello. Su Yirui said hello to him. Luo Yu nodded and said politely, hello Sister Su, I am Luo Yu. Well, we saw it last time. Su Yirui said. I remember. Luo Yu nodded again. Su Yirui asked him a few questions, and he answered politely, not impatient, and looked like a good boy. It's just that he just ignored Su Qinglu, and when Su Qinglu spoke to him, he would also look at Su Qinglu, but the emotions in his eyes were very obvious, and he was still sulking about Su Qinglu's words just now. Su Qinglu was not in a hurry, reached out to hold Luo Yu's hand, and pinched his palm. Luo Yu pursed his lips, the corners of his mouth almost rose, and he glared at Su Qinglu. Su Qinglu said softly, I like you the most. Luo Yu glanced at Su Yirui, was not embarrassed to respond, and whispered, didn't you just say that you like 30-year-olds, you don't want a younger brother like me? Su Qinglu faced Luo Yu's question, and had already thought of an answer, and said calmly, the choice is like that, but who made me like you are special. Luo Yu pursed his lips and smiled, that's right. He lowered his head in embarrassment, then leaned on Su Qinglu's ear and said in a voice that only she could hear, don't say such things in front of others next time, I will be shy. Su Qinglu laughed out loud, okay, I know. Luo Yu was even more embarrassed, you laugh at me. Su Qinglu, I didn't. Luo Yu, okay, then don't say that you want to choose an older one in the future, if you have me, you will favor me. Su Qinglu, okay, I know, this is not for myself, it's for my sister, it's different. Luo Yu looked at Su Yirui in surprise. Do you finally remember my existence? Su Yirui was shown by these two people, and she couldn't swallow her mouth full of dog food. It's not because you asked me this, otherwise how could he hear it? Su Yirui saw the intimacy between her and Luo Yu, and Su Qinglu himself was not very embarrassed. She looked at Luo Yu. Okay, don't be upset. Luo Yu's voice also softened. Luo Yu is this character, very easy to coax, just say a few nice words, immediately discouraged. If she doesn't want to coax, ignore him. After a while, he himself sticks over and aggrievedly says that she is not good to him. At this time, as long as she hugged him, he would laugh quickly and be shy. Su Qinglu was always in a good mood with him, and he felt that he had become childish. So just now in front of Su Yirui, I coaxed him. Returning to the question just now, were you confessed by a 30-year-old man? According to your description, the other party seems to be very good in other aspects except for age. Who is it? Su Qinglu asked. Su Yirui looked at her and said mysteriously, guess what, you know this person too. Su Qinglu was a little surprised. I know? Have I seen it? Su Yirui thought for a while. I don't know if you've seen it or not, I just know you know. That's not good. How can I guess this? You have to reveal some information. Su Qinglu couldn't think of it. Su Yirui, there is already a lot of information, good looks, richer than me, and other information, so why don't I tell you what his name is? Su Qinglu, okay, I want to think about it. Su Yirui, think slowly, don't worry. Su Qinglu searched for men who met these conditions in her mind, and finally she thought of a name and said tentatively, surname Yan? Su Yirui, that's right. Impossible. Although she said this conjecture herself, she still couldn't believe it. You are talking about Shenlu's uncle Yanfengyi? Su Yirui, guess right, have you seen him? This is too unbelievable, it turned out to be him. I have seen him before, in the Shen family, but it was a long time ago. Su Qinglu recalled the Yanfengyi he saw a few years ago. Although it has been so long, Yanfengyi still has a deep impression on her. At that time, she felt that Yanfengyi was a cold and calm man, completely incomprehensible, although good-looking, but gave people an unreal feeling. Then do you want to associate with him? Su Yirui, under consideration. It's possible. Su Qinglu, wait. The reporter took a picture of the boy in the photo where you were dating a young boy. Don't tell me, that's Yanfengyi? Su Yirui smiled but said nothing. Su Qinglu, my god. It's really him, I felt like him before, but I didn't think about him at all. Su Yirui, it's because he is too young to wear it, so it doesn't look like it. Su Qinglu looked at her with a subtle look, you. Even if you like your young brother, you even let Yanfengyi dress like that to satisfy your perverted sister's bad taste. Su Yirui? Su Qinglu, it seems that Yanfengyi really likes you enough, and I agree to this request. Su Yirui, what does this have to do with me? I didn't let him wear it like that. Su Qinglu, I don't believe it, didn't you say that you like your younger brother? If it weren't for you, Yanfengyi would be 30 years old, why did you dress like that? Su Qinglu's words woke up the dreamer. Su Yirui was also stunned, but I really didn't let him pretend to be tender. Su Qinglu said with emotion, it is estimated that I have seen through your nature and know that you love to eat tender grass, so I endured humiliation and burdened you to please you. Su Yirui. Is it so exaggerated? Su Qinglu nodded, it's really so exaggerated. Although Su Yirui didn't really believe that Yanfengyi would do this for her, Su Qinglu's words did make Su Yirui have other views on Yanfengyi. Before leaving, Su Qinglu made an appointment with her and went back to call her later, asking her to tell her the ins and outs of the matter. Su Yirui agreed. After their young couple left, Su Yirui received a call from Wang Meng and asked her to go to the company. Su Yirui happened to be idle, so she went directly to the company. Coming out of the elevator, Su Yirui met Bai Suyu in the corridor. Bai Suyu and a middle-aged man walked together, the two were talking and laughing, and it seemed that Bai Suyu was in a very good mood. Su Yirui frowned slightly, that middle-aged man, Su Yirui knows, he is the company's gold medal agent Yue. He has a wide range of connections, and the resources in his hands are also good, plus he has a very good way of dealing with public relations crises, and he has become popular with several first-line female stars in recent years. In the original plot, after Bai Suyu became an instant hit after filming Dreamless Realm, Yue became her agent, and he was also a noble person on Bai Suyu's road to success. However, Dreamless Realm has not been released yet, why are the two walking together now? Although curious, Su Yirui was still expressionless, just glanced at them, and then looked away. Baisuyu was stunned for a moment when he saw her. The smile on his face froze for 2 points, and soon returned to his nature, and nodded to Su Yirui to say hello. Su Yirui nodded coldly and walked past her. Baisuyu's footsteps paused. Hichiwa suddenly said, I heard that you used to have a good relationship, but now you have broken up. Baisuyu nodded. Among female artists, this kind of thing is too common, nothing unusual, and it is common to tear your face for resources. Hichiwa said casually. I know, but I'm still a little sad. Did you all compete for the role of the second female lead in Dreamless Realm before? It should have been the relationship that deteriorated at that time, right? Hichiwa analyzed. Baisuyu nodded and said, well, it was that time. Hichiwa comforted her, that's it, okay, don't think about it, it's not a friend to break up with you for a role, now you are going to play the second female lead, and you are still in a star drama, which is different from the small web dramas that Su Yirui has played, why feel sorry for her? Well, brother thank you. Baisuyu said gratefully. Hichiwa, no need to thank me, I just won you a chance, it is you who passed the audition, you have this strength, otherwise I would not agree to Mr. Shen to be your agent, I am a person who pays attention to mutual benefit, I hope we can cooperate happily in the future. Baisuyu, well, I will work hard. Wang Meng was reading the documents, Su Yirui knocked on the door, and came in directly. You're here. After Wang Meng saw her, he immediately stood up, and she immediately smiled, I haven't seen you for half a month, and I thought you would tan a little more, those people on the internet said that you will definitely become ugly when you come back, the female stars who participated in the last season were 2 degrees darker, and the makeup could be seen, but you haven't changed at all, you should really show those netizens and block their mouths. Su Yirui smiled and said, what do you say about them, what are you looking for me for? Since you took over the endorsement of Mix sales have almost skyrocketed, you know, to assess whether a star has endorsement value, it depends on whether she can drive sales, you have now proven your value, Mix popularity in country A has been fully opened, at least half of this is your credit. Su Yirui smiled, you didn't come to me to praise me. Of course not all, in the past half month since you went to record a variety show, dozens of brands have contacted me and want to ask you to be a spokesperson, I chose 2 good brand images, you can take a look later, and there are a few scripts, you can also take them back to see which one you are interested in. Su Yirui, when I came, I felt that I would be very busy again, and I originally thought about taking the driver's license test while I hadn't had anything to do recently. Let's put aside the driver's license test first, don't worry, next month is the premiere of Dreamless Realm, you have to follow the crew to do publicity, very busy, you have to squeeze out the time to shoot 2 commercials, I haven't taken over the drama for you, I just want to wait for the release of Dreamless Realm, at that time your salary will definitely be different from now, and the drama road will be wider. Wang Meng was like a chicken blood, I decided to hire another assistant for you, Xia Shaochen is still not professional enough, he can only be responsible for life, and when you become popular in the future, you have to ask someone who is responsible for contacting brand owners and helping you maintain relationships with big brands. What's wrong with you? Wang Meng was actually very concerned about her before, thinking about everything for her, and although the arrangement could not be said to be perfect, it was basically appropriate, and it was all the best for her. This is also why, after Su Yirui came, she didn't think about changing to a better agent, there are many agents who are better than Wang Meng, Hichiwa is one of them, otherwise she would not have taken Baisuyu all the way to the top. But today, Wang Meng seems to be very dissatisfied with the status quo. Su Yirui, didn't you do a good job before? Wang Meng's voice changed, and his tone was a little melancholy, aren't you afraid of being compared by others, you don't know about Baisuyu's change of agent, right? Well, I just saw her walking with Hichiwa, replaced by Hichiwa, right? Su Yirui said lightly. Wang Meng frowned and said with a shocked face, did you see it? So you are not surprised at all? Su Yirui said indifferently, I'm fine. How can you be okay, don't you know Hichiwa's ability? Before that Zhao Jiayue and Lin Simin, they were all popular by him, especially Lin Simin has now gone abroad to develop, and last year he also played a role in a Hollywood blockbuster, although there are only 2 lines, it is also going international, Hichiwa is the company's gold medal, he came to hold Baisuyu, why don't you react at all? The more Wang Meng said, the more excited he became. This Su Yirui has known for a long time, now it's just a little earlier than the original plot, of course she has nothing to be surprised about, As long as Bai Suyu doesn't provoke her, no matter how she loves, it has nothing to do with her. However, Wang Ming cares more about this than her. Why or what? Su Yirui thought about it and quickly understood. So you are worried, Bai Suyu is more popular than me, and you will compare me with me in the future. Of course, she is now a little-known little actor in her 30s, few people know her, although you don't have a good reputation, but you are much better than her. When you two were close before, I didn't see her take advantage of you. That is, you have a big heart, don't take it to heart. I don't like her, now you don't play with her, but if you want me to watch you be compared to her, that's not good, you don't care now. If it's really not as good as her at that time, if you blame me for not being Chuyu, then how sad I am. Su Yirui smiled and said, don't worry, I won't. Wang Meng, what's not, won't you blame me, or won't you be inferior to her? No, I won't be compared to Bai Suyu, so you don't have to worry about yourself not being good Chuyu, you are the best agent. Wang Meng, ugh. Yirui, I'm so moved, why are you so sweet today, let me hug you and cry. Su Yirui, don't. When I was seen, I thought something was wrong with us. Wang Meng thought for a while, and then said, although you said so, I am very happy, but you don't know, He Chuyue won by Suyu a supporting actress in a star drama, the role is second only to the heroine, and the male protagonist is still Lin Yu, this resource is excellent, I haven't won it for you. Su Yirui. So, you called me here because of this? Wang Meng, almost. Su Yirui thought about it, Bai Suyu's later star drama seemed to be indeed very popular. In the original plot, Bai Suyu, who was originally famous for his excellent performance in Dreamless Realm, really became popular through this drama. Su Yirui thought that the original plot was too serious, and did not reply for a long time. Wang Meng thought she was unhappy, and asked her, you were fine just now, and now you don't talk, is it because the male protagonist of this drama is Lin Yu? Just like when Su Yirui liked Gu Xingyi before, she always wanted to go to any TV series that Gu Xingyi played. Wang Meng thought it was the same this time, and she was unhappy when she heard that Lin Yu was going to act with Bai Suyu. What does it have to do with Lin Yu? Su Yirui didn't understand what Wang Meng meant. Looking at her surprised expression, Wang Meng knew that she was thinking too much. It's nothing, but the female number one in this drama is Xie Yinyuan, so it's okay not to act. When the photos of you and Gu Xingyi and Xiao Xian came out before, I thought it was her ghost, but there was no evidence. Su Yirui's eyes darkened and she said, sooner or later it will be found out, if it is her, she will definitely have to pay the price for what she has done. If she remembers correctly, Bai Suyu is the female number one in this drama, and Xie Yinyuan is the female number one, so it is estimated that nothing good will happen to her. I will continue to investigate this matter, and I will tell you as soon as there is news, you can't suffer this loss in vain. Wang Meng said. Su Yirui nodded, By the way, what happened to you and Lin Yu later? After you called me on Mr. Yan's mobile phone that day, what happened? Su Yirui, it's nothing, everything is normal. Su Yirui didn't tell Wang Meng about Yan Fingyi's confession, lest she make a fuss again. After all, she didn't feel like agreeing to Yan Fingyi now. Wang Meng, tonight is the third issue of Survival Adventure, I will watch it when I go back at night, and I also watched the last issue, which is very good, this show is not wrong. After you appeared on this show, netizens' opinion of you has changed a lot. Those black fans used to say that you went to this show to humiliate yourself, and bet that you couldn't stay for a few days and shouted to leave, and now you are beating yourself. Su Yirui smiled and said, didn't you worry before that I wouldn't be able to hold on for a few days? Wang Meng, I care about you, that's different, who knows you are so powerful, you haven't said you will have so many things before, the program team originally wanted you to stay and shoot a few more episodes, I was afraid that you would be too tired, so I refused, it's not fun over there, there is no mobile phone, you have no games to play. Su Yirui, well, it's okay to come back, half a month is enough. Last time I asked you if you wanted to fire CP with Lin Yu, you didn't agree, have you changed your mind now? Su Yirui shook her head, no, there's no need. Now the entertainment industry is full of CP, speculating CP is already a marketing method, as long as it is well speculated, it can not only increase attention and ratings, but also attract a large number of fans, so many celebrities will consider forming a CP couple on TV or in variety shows. And Su Yirui and Lin Yu, naturally because of their performance in Survival Adventure, are liked by many fans, if they take the opportunity to open up, it will be good for them. But Su Yirui insisted on refusing, and Wang Meng would not force her. Okay, I'll go talk to Lin Yu's agent later. Su Yirui, well, I'll go back first if there's nothing else. Okay, it's time for me to get off work, I'll see you off. When I got home, it was completely dark. Su Yirui rested for a while, played a few games, and was about to go upstairs to go back to the bedroom when Su Qinglu's call came. Su Qinglu, I'm home. Su Yirui glanced at the time, it was past 10 o'clock, you just went home now, why did you go? Watching movies, playing games in the game city, Luo Yu caught me several dolls. Su Qinglu's voice was like a little girl in love. Su Yirui couldn't stand it, you won't hide in the room and call me. Su Qinglu whispered, of course, my mother can't hear it. Su Yirui, TSK, you make it like puppy love, and you are afraid that your parents will find out. We were just together, tell my mother, then I have to check the household registration, how troublesome, maybe I will take it home for dinner. Su Qinglu thought about it and felt scared, forget it, let's talk about it when the time is ripe, and a boy like Luo Yu will change when he says that he will change, maybe we will break up not long after. You said so. Su Yirui didn't believe Su Qinglu's words, her eyes looked at Luo Yu, and she was even sweeter than when she looked at Shenlu before. Su Qinglu, hee hee. Su Yirui, where have you two progressed? Su Qinglu's tone became unnatural, what a step. Su Yirui, you clearly understand, and you still pretend to be pure. Su Qinglu, I kissed and hugged. Su Yirui, you seem to have been together before I went to participate in the show, didn't you have in-depth communication? How can it be so fast? Luo Yu is still a child. You are not a child, there is no spark of love without physical friction. Su Yirui, where did you see this tiger and wolf word? Su Qinglu was frightened by her. Su Yirui coughed, the emoticon she saw in the group the day before yesterday. Su Qinglu thought to herself, why hadn't she seen this, really? Yes, why don't I send it to you later, there is a whole set of tiger and wolf word emoticons. Su Yirui also accidentally saw Xia Xiaoqin's post, Xia Xiaoqin sent some messy emoticons at every turn, Su Yirui sometimes saved a few, although she couldn't use it. The two chatted a few more words, then hung up the phone, and Su Yirui went upstairs to find the chat records in the previous group, wanting to forward the emoticon to Su Qinglu to prove that he had not lied to her. When forwarding, I obviously saw that Su Qinglu's name was the first, but a second before I pressed it to confirm, it became Yan Fingyi's remark name. Su Yirui paused, but the emoticon had already been sent. Su Yirui. Belch. Her heart stopped for a second and hurried to look at the dialog box. Sure enough, it was wrong. Just now, Yan Fingyi suddenly sent her a message, so his name bounced to the top. Su Yirui clicked on the dialog box of the two, and at the bottom was the emoticon she had just sent. A little man smiled and twisted his body, with a sentence next to him, without physical friction, where can the spark of love come from? Su Yirui hurriedly wanted to withdraw, but saw that the other party in the upper left corner was typing. Chapter 64. Without waiting for Yan Fingyi's reply, Su Yirui quickly withdrew, and then quickly edited a message, wrong. The next second she pressed send, she received a message from Yan Fingyi. Yan Fingyi, Su Yirui was stunned, what does this word mean, is it a reply to her emoticon, or is it the wrong sentence after the reply? Su Yirui didn't know what to say for a while, she stared at the screen and waited for a while, and Yan Fingyi said again, do you need me to pick you up tomorrow? Su Yirui breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he didn't grasp the question and asked who she sent it to. If he really asked like that, Su Yirui probably wouldn't want to pay attention to him. She replied, no, I'll come over myself. Yan Fingyi, okay. Seeing that Yan Fingyi's reply was always so serious, and he cherished words like gold like himself, Su Yirui was suddenly curious about Yan Fingyi's reaction when he saw the emoticon, or what kind of expression he would show at that time. Shocked, still unbelievable. With such a question, Su Yirui sent a WeChat message to tell Su Qinglu, and Su Qinglu laughed for a while and asked her to send the emoticon to her. Su Yirui sent the shameful emoticon to Su Qinglu again, and before sending it, she repeatedly confirmed that it was Su Qinglu's name that pressed send nervously. Su Qinglu disappeared for a while after receiving the emoticon. Su Yirui saw that she didn't reply and went to take a shower. After she came out, she received a screenshot of the chat record from Su Qinglu. It was her chat with Luo Yu. Su Qinglu sent this emoticon to Luo Yu. Luo Yu, okay. Luo Yu, shy. JPG. After Su Yirui read it, she fell into deep thought. Is Su Qinglu showing affection to her? She replied, you show her. Su Qinglu, no, I'm not showing. Luo Yu seems to have misunderstood what I mean. I just sent it to him to see, and he said yes before he said the next sentence. How should I reply? Embarrassed, Su Yirui was ashamed of Su Qinglu's behavior of asking for advice and showing off, and replied to her, you are the body of a greedy brother, don't pretend, everyone has agreed, go straight. Su Qinglu, I'm not a person like you who covets my brother's beauty. Su Yirui, you just don't know how to get on because you have no experience, right? Su Yirui, see through. JPG, Su Qinglu. Although, but, Su Qinglu, that's right. Su Yirui, you can go and learn. Su Qinglu, shocked. JPG, Su Qinglu, how to learn? Su Yirui sent a URL. After a while, Su Qinglu replied with an emoticon, I can't marry if my eyes are dirty. JPG, Su Yirui, you are a sister. The next day, Su Yirui was woken up by the alarm clock, and she slept until noon. She set an alarm clock, and it rang at 9 o'clock in the morning. Yesterday she explained that she would get up early this morning, so breakfast was already prepared in the kitchen, and after going downstairs, she smelled the aroma of breakfast. After breakfast, Su Yirui simply put on makeup, and went out to pick up the dog from Yanfengyi. Before Su Yirui went out, Yuanmi came to Yan's house with 2 bouquets of flowers and a large bag of ingredients. Yanfengyi sent her a list yesterday and asked her to go shopping today and deliver things to his house. Yuanmi was still dissatisfied, but when Yanfengyi said that he would give her 3 times her salary today, Yuanmi's little depression immediately dissipated, and he was very proactive in saying that he would ensure the completion of the task. I went to the mall early the next morning to shop. But Yuanmi didn't know what Yanfengyi wanted these things for, and when she arrived at Yan's house, she saw Yanfengyi wearing a white shirt, all buttoned neatly, and walking towards her with a group of Alaskans. Yuanmi was shocked. She is a person who is afraid of dogs, and when she suddenly saw so many dogs, she almost frightened her soul, especially the adult Alaska who followed Yanfengyi, who jumped up and was estimated to be taller than her. Fortunately, she saw that the dogs were wagging their tails very friendly, and they didn't pounce on her, so her heart slowly let go. Mr. Yan. You still have so many dogs? Yuanmi said with difficulty. Yanfengyi, well, have you bought all the things? Yuanmi nodded, it's all bought, all according to the list you gave. I'll carry the bag. Yanfengyi saw that she seemed to be struggling to hold it, and took the initiative to help. Yuanmi was also not polite, okay, thank you Mr. Yan. The puppies followed Annie around Yuanmi's feet for a while, sniffing her scent. Yuanmi was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, and looked at Yanfengyi for help. Yanfengyi shouted, Annie, go back. And immediately ran into the yard and took the puppy to the kennel to play. Yuanmi thought to herself, don't come to Yanfengyi's house in the future, so many dogs, it's really scary, her legs are weak. Yanfengyi asked Yuanmi to help him put the flowers into the vase. Yuanmi observed the house, the luxurious European style, but there was nothing in the vase, as if the bottle was also newly bought. Yuanmi put the flowers into the vase and asked curiously, Mr. Yan, do you have guests coming today? Yanfengyi, Yuanmi thought of Su Yirui, is it Miss Su? Yanfengyi glanced at her and said calmly, Yuanmi said in his heart, except for Su Yirui, I have never seen any other woman appear around you, it is not difficult to guess at all. Last time on the uninhabited island, it was Yuanmi who accompanied Yanfengyi to go, although she didn't see Linyu, but she found a piece of news that shocked her, that is, Yanfengyi and Su Yirui were not together at all, and Yanfengyi was unrequited in love with Su Yirui. If this is known by those female employees in the company who like Yanfengyi, I am afraid that their hearts will be broken. This is even more hurtful than Yanfengyi getting rid of singles. The unattainable immortal president of them will have an unrequited love day. Yuanmi is glad that she doesn't like Yanfengyi and the like, she likes a little milk dog like Linyu, how sweet, if she is Su Yirui, she will choose Linyu. Last night, Survival Adventure was updated for the 3rd issue, and Su Yirui and Linyu simply didn't match too much. Following the last trailer, the 3rd feature film shows the whole process of Su Yirui saving Linyu under the coconut tree. In the later stage, special effects and music are added to make it look like an idol drama. Linyu is like a little cutie who has been captured, he has been peeking at Su Yirui, and he is always discovered, but he still thinks he is hiding it well. Yuanmi screamed while watching it all over again, and was teased by Linyu's shy little eyes. And Su Yirui is too Su, more Su than Linyu. Especially when she went to cut down palm trees with Lu Xueming couldn't speak, Yuanmi felt that Su Yirui was getting more and more dragged, and she was about to become a fan of Su Yirui. No wonder Mr. Yan was fascinated by her and went all the way to the uninhabited island, just to take a look at her. Yuanmi quietly looked at Yanfengyi, and his psychological activities became active again. Looking at Mr. Yan's careful dressing up today, it is estimated that it is to please Su Yirui. Hey, Mr. Yan is really difficult, to be a rival with a little fresh meat like Linyu, but Su Yirui likes tender. I also prepared flowers today and asked her to buy so many dishes. It is estimated that she will cook it herself, which is really painstaking. It is a good way to tie a woman's stomach first, and then tie a woman's heart. I don't know if Su Yirui will be chased by Mr. Yan. Yuanmi fell into a tangle. On the one hand, she knocked on Su Yirui and Lin Yu's CP, and on the other hand, she had to cooperate with Yanfengyi to chase his wife. She is the most difficult person, how contradictory. Yanfengyi frowned and looked at Yuanmi. He saw that she had been silent for a long time, her expression was sometimes depressed and sometimes excited, and she didn't know what she was thinking. He had never been very satisfied with Yuanmi before, feeling that she was insufficient in ability and low efficiency, much worse than Ling Yan, but recently the clothes she recommended to himself, when he wore it to meet Su Yirui, Su Yirui's eyes looked at him, obviously brighter than when he saw him wearing a serious suit. This can be regarded as the most recognized time in Yuanmi's heart. Speaking of which, Ling Yan has also been suspended by him for several months, and it was originally just a small punishment and a big warning, and it was time for her to return to the company. Recently, the company has been very busy, acquiring 2 companies, the group has 2 subsidiaries to prepare to go public, many things have to be handled by him personally. If Ling Yan is here, he can be a little more relaxed, otherwise he can't make time to see Su Yirui at all. Today's time is squeezed out, tomorrow he will fly to France to attend a dinner, he can use the time on the plane to deal with today's delayed work. You can leave. Yanfengyi said. Yuanmi was stunned for a moment, thinking, will she be driven away so soon? She still wants to rub around and see if she can see Su Yirui later. Yuanmi fought. Mr. Yan, do you need me to help you wash the fruit you bought? Yanfengyi, no need. He glanced at the time, it was getting late, and Su Yirui was almost there. Thinking that Su Yirui would give him an answer later, he felt that the room was too stuffy, which made him feel panicked. Okay, I'll clean up here and leave. Yuanmi pointed to the flower branches and fallen leaves on the table, as well as the wrapping paper of the bouquet. Well, after you go back, call the personnel department and ask them to arrange for Ling Yan to come back to work. Yanfengyi said lightly. Yuanmi was startled. What's the situation, did she do something wrong? Suddenly said that he wanted Ling Yan to come back. Yuanmi suddenly felt that her position as chief secretary was not guaranteed, although she had long expected this day. After all, her work ability was really not as good as Ling Yan's. But when this day really came, Yuanmi's heart was bleeding. After Ling Yan left, her life can be described as carefree and comfortable, except for being a little busy, but she became the head of the president's office, and the relationship between the little secretaries under her was very good. If Ling Yan comes back, wouldn't it be back to the past? No one in the office dared to speak loudly, he could only work hard, and he couldn't make any mistakes in doing things for Mr. Yan, and even how to brew coffee was a bunch of attention. But these are not the most important things. The most important thing is that with Ling Yan's possessiveness towards Yanfengyi, it is estimated that Yuanmi will no longer want to worry about Yanfengyi's private affairs. Then how can she eat melons? This won't work, she has to think of a way. In the blink of an eye, Yuanmi thought of a way. She smiled flatteringly at Yanfengyi and said, Mr. Yan, you are very handsome today, Miss Su will definitely like it. Yanfengyi. Well. Yuanmi saw that Yanfengyi had no reaction, so he had to take out what he didn't want to take out. Mr. Yan, actually, last time I went to an uninhabited island, I took a few photos, which were from you and Miss Su, and I forgot to give it to you before, and I just suddenly remembered it. Yanfengyi did become interested. Look. Yuanmi took out his mobile phone and opened the photo in the album. That day on the uninhabited island, she watched Su Yirui and Yanfengyi from a distance under the sunset on the beach, shrouded in a quiet orange-yellow glow, which was simply suffocatingly beautiful. She took out her mobile phone and took a few crazy photos, 2 of which were particularly good-looking. Under the light and shadow, Su Yirui's face was beautiful and soft, looking up at Yanfengyi. From the photo, she had no expression, and her indifferent and cold temperament was heartwarming. And Yanfengyi's eyes seemed very straightforward, and he almost didn't write his likes on his face. Just looking at the photos, you can see Yanfeng's thoughts on Su Yirui. After looking at the photo, Yanfeng's expression became a little subtle. He used Yuanmi's mobile phone to send the photo to himself, and then deleted the photo on Yuanmi's mobile phone. Yuanmi was shocked, and before he could stop it, the photo was deleted. Don't secretly photograph others without permission next time. Yanfeng glanced at her and said lightly. Yuanmi. Then don't send it to yourself. After Ling Yan comes back, I will ask her to take you to familiarize yourself with the company's overseas business. Yanfeng said. Yuanmi's eyes lit up. What does this mean? To cultivate her? I have a question for you. Yanfeng said suddenly. Yuanmi held back his excitement. Mr. Yan, please speak. She took out the photo and it was the right decision. I have a friend who asked me, if a girl you like sends you an ambiguous emoji and withdraws that you send it wrong, is it really wrong? Yuanmi immediately felt refreshed and thought to himself, is this the legendary friend out of nothing? Excuse me, what kind of ambiguous emoticon is it? The villain in Yuanmi's heart has begun to be restless. Let her solve the doubts of the genius in the shopping mall in front of her, the little white inheritance in the love field. Yuanmi felt that he was taking on a difficult and great task. Chapter 65. Yuanmi was ready, but Yanfeng was unwilling to tell her what kind of emoticon it was, and refused to show her. Yuanmi had to consider and said, in my opinion, it is generally not wrong, maybe after sending it, I regret it, so I withdraw and say that I sent it wrong. Of course, it may also be a temptation. Yanfeng frowned and thought for a while. I know. I think you can suggest that your friend follow the other person's emoticon, which may have unexpected effects. Yuanmi guessed that the ambiguous emoticon in Yanfeng's mouth was about something, rubbing you, hugging or something. Yanfeng's face changed slightly, and after a while, he said, okay, you can go. This was the second time Yanfeng had urged her to leave. Yuanmi couldn't continue to leave, but when she walked out of the yard, she saw a car driving over and parked outside. Yuanmi stopped, and sure enough, he saw Su Yirui get out of the car. Su Yirui is wearing a black double-breasted blazer. Inside is a taro purple satin skirt, which is a sassy, full of aura, sexy and not explicit, and also looks very good. She wore sunglasses on her face, blocking half of her face, only her beautiful chin was visible, and her jaw was softly lined, and her elegant and slender swan neck was wearing a necklace with a pink-purple gemstone. Yuanmi was stunned for a while before he reacted and said hello to Su Yirui. Miss Su, hello, meet again. Yuanmi walked up to Su Yirui and greeted her warmly but politely. Su Yirui recognized Yuanmi as Yanfeng's secretary, and had met him twice before. Hello. I'm here to deliver something to Mr. Yan, and I'm about to leave now, and Mr. Yan is waiting for you inside. Yuanmi said with a smile. Su Yirui nodded, well, okay. Miss Su, you are so beautiful today. I have watched both issues of Survival Adventure, and your performance in it is awesome. Yuanmi couldn't help but speak his heart. Su Yirui was a little surprised, but quickly smiled and said, thank you. No wonder Mr. Yan likes you so much. Let me tell you, Mr. Yan asked me to buy flowers and a lot of vegetables today, all prepared for you. Yuanmi felt that it was better to curry favor with Yanfeng than to curry favor with Su Yirui. Yanfeng is like this, at first glance, she is a spoiled daughter-in-law, and she will not listen to Su Yirui in everything in the future. She first flattered Su Yirui, and then helped Yanfeng say some good things and match them. As for the meaning CP, Su Yirui originally liked Lin Yu's type, and if the two still had a chance to cooperate, she should still be able to continue to eat. Really? Su Yirui didn't expect Yuanmi to tell her this. Well, Mr. Yan asked me to buy him clothes that young boys love to wear before. I didn't know who to wear them for at first, but later I found out, it's all for your preferences. Yuanmi's little mouth kept talking, and immediately shook Yanfeng's bottom out. Su Yirui really didn't expect Yanfeng to be so attentive to her. While she was surprised, she also changed her opinion of Yanfeng. She originally thought that Yanfeng had a calm and cold temperament, and the two might not have much to talk about except dogs together, and Yanfeng would not show weakness or accommodate people, but now it seems that she is completely wrong. Hearing the doorbell, Yanfeng quickly wiped his hands, walked out of the kitchen quickly, and went to open the door. Seeing Su Yirui outside the door, Yanfeng's eyes darkened, and the corners of her mouth were slightly hooked. Come here, come in. Su Yirui quietly looked at Yanfeng, and thought about what Yuanmi said just now. Does this man really like her so much? But his expression was quite calm and indifferent, and he couldn't see it at all. Su Yirui, I ran into your secretary outside the door just now. Yan Fingyi, did she say anything to you? Yan Fingyi has a particularly sensitive intuition, and his intuition has always been very accurate. Su Yirui, What? Yan Fingyi looked at her face and frowned. He thought Yuanmi had told Su Yirui about the emoticon. She said you prepared a lot for today's meeting. Su Yirui only picked an irrelevant thing and said. Yan Fingyi breathed a sigh of relief and nodded calmly, well, come first. Su Yirui looked down and saw that the pair of rabbit slippers she had worn before was in front of her. She changed her shoes and followed Yan Fingyi to the living room, and soon she noticed the vase on the table, which happened to be her favorite hyacinths and tulips. Are you planning to cook for lunch yourself? Su Yirui learned from Yuanmi that Yan Fingyi bought a lot of vegetables, so she asked this question. Yan Fingyi, well, if there is no other arrangement at noon, let's eat here. Su Yirui, okay, I didn't see it, you can still cook. Yan Fingyi, can you eat a little, is Western food okay? I have been abroad for a long time and I cook by myself, and my Western food is better than Chinese food. Su Yirui, of course, I'm not a picky eater. The two sat in the living room for a while, and Yan Fingyi asked her if she wanted to play with Annie and the puppy. Of course Su Yirui agreed, she saw the dog in the yard just now, and still remembered her and was very enthusiastic about her. Yan Fingyi, then you go, I'll go to the kitchen to get food, and I'll call you when it's ready. Su Yirui thought for a while, and still said, forget it, let you do it alone, I'll go play, I'm a little embarrassed. Yan Fingyi looked at her steadily, with a gentle expression, and asked slowly, then do you want to accompany me? It's obviously a normal thing, how Yan Fingyi said it, it became very ambiguous. I don't know if Yan Fingyi's tone was too gentle or Su Yirui herself listened and thought too much. He cooked for her himself, and of course she was embarrassed to play by herself. And he said before that he wanted to invite him to dinner, but Yan Fingyi paid for it. Su Yirui, let me help you. Yan Fingyi's kitchen is very large, like a professional kitchen in a restaurant, with all kinds of kitchen utensils. Su Yirui saw the oven, blender, and coffee machine. Yan Fingyi is not rusty at all, it can be seen that he really often cooks by himself. Su Yirui, you are so busy, can you still cook by yourself? When I was abroad, I rarely got it when I returned to country A, and the last time I went into the kitchen was to make chicken breast mixed with dog food for Annie. Yan Fingyi took out the ingredients to be cleaned and put them in the pool. Su Yirui took the initiative to come over, I'll wash the vegetables, tell me which ones need to be washed. Yan Fingyi looked down at her, she couldn't see her whole face from his perspective, but some parts were clearly visible, her skin was fair and tender, her nose was small, very cute, and the lips were sexy, which was a very beautiful cherry pink. Yan Fingyi said in a hoarse voice, you can help me wash the asparagus and potatoes. Su Yirui didn't look up, and went to the pool to look for asparagus and potatoes. Yan Fingyi looked at her for a while before retracting his gaze, but after retracting his gaze, he still had Su Yirui's appearance in his mind, and he thought of that emoticon again. And Yuanmi's words, let him follow the emoticon, there will be unexpected effects. Yan Fingyi was very suspicious of whether Yuanmi was right, but he couldn't help but think, if it was really as she said, then what should he do? Will Su Yirui feel abrupt? Yan Fingyi took a deep breath silently to make herself more sensible. Preparing lunch with Yan Fingyi is a very interesting thing for Su Yirui. Yan Fingyi is very serious when cooking, and he is also particularly charming at this time. There is an aura that makes people want to get closer. She stood behind Yan Fingyi, watching him fry lamb chops, her eyes sometimes falling on his hands, and sometimes looking at his face. Everywhere is pleasing to the eye, and Yan Fingyi can't find anything wrong with her. Fortunately, she is not the kind of face control that Xia Xiaochen has, otherwise, Yan Fingyi's appearance is really impossible to take a step forward. Just looking at this face, you can eat 2 bowls of rice. Yan Fingyi prepared a sumptuous lunch. Pan-fried lamb chops, brisket stewed in red wine, French mushroom soup are all for 2 people, and a large bowl of vegetable salad. Su Yirui, who was not very hungry, couldn't help but be greedy when she smelled the aroma of the food. You're not just a little bit of it, you're very good at cooking. Su Yirui hadn't eaten yet, looking at the colorful and fragrant dishes in front of her, she had the urge to take pictures. Compared to the chef she hired at home, it was not far behind. And for every dish, Yan Fingyi carefully arranged the plate, saying that some people would believe that it was a 5-star hotel dish. Are you hungry? You go wash your hands and wait for me in the restaurant first, and I can take it out and eat. Su Yirui's praise was also very useful to Yanfeng, but he did not show it on his face. Let me help you. Su Yirui took the initiative to pick up a plate containing lamb chops. Usually, Su Yirui doesn't pay attention to how full she eats, and every time she eats until she is happy, but when Yanfeng first proposed to have lunch here, she thought that she would just eat 7 points full. But in the end, she couldn't hold back, she ate all her portion, and drank a cup of watermelon juice squeezed by Yanfeng for her. Su Yirui burped happily. Yanfeng also asked her, "Are you full?" Su Yirui nodded, "I'm full." This is not enough, I really regard her as a big eater. Then you rest for a while, let's get down to business. Yanfeng's tone made Su Yirui think that she was going to eat her when she was full. She looked at the empty plate on the table, and the corners of her mouth tugged slightly. What's the business? She wasn't sure what Yanfeng was talking about. Yanfeng didn't speak, just looked at her, and then smiled. At this moment, Su Yirui was awakened by the smile. Sure enough, the beauty is seductive, and people who are too good-looking have a kind of magic that makes people unable to refuse. She looked away. Originally, she wanted to say that she would be friends first before coming, but at this time, she suddenly changed her mind. It seems that being with Yanfeng is not bad. Su Yirui went to the living room to rest, and Yanfeng cleaned up the plates on the table and took them to the kitchen to wash. By the time Yanfeng came out, it was already more than 10 minutes later. Su Yirui turned on the TV herself, and Survival Adventure was playing on the TV. When Yanfeng came, Su Yirui and Lin Yu happened to be placed on the TV screen, and many pink bubbles were added later, creating a feeling of spring rippling. Yanfeng's expression sank, but soon returned to normal. His possessiveness and emotions do not need to be shown in front of Su Yirui. He secretly restrained his emotions, slowly walked to Su Yirui and sat down, looking calm, and looked at it with her. I haven't had time to watch it myself, I just turned on the TV and saw that it was playing a replay. Su Yirui said casually. Yanfeng, well, I saw it. Su Yirui, then how do you feel? Yanfeng looked at Lin Yu on the screen and said expressionlessly, it's good. Su Yirui, what's good? Yanfeng did not speak. Su Yirui smiled, and just as she was about to tease him, she saw Yanfeng suddenly turn her head to look at her. Her eyes were as deep as a vast sea of stars. She didn't dare to look at him for a little longer, as if she looked at him for a few more seconds, she would be sucked in by him, and she swallowed the words that came to her mouth. After a while, Su Yirui felt that Yanfeng was still looking at her, and she said, "What have you been looking at me doing?" Yanfeng said, "I'm waiting for your answer." Su Yirui, oh. She had never encountered this situation before, and it was not very easy to deal with it. Yanfeng, Su Yirui finally made a decision and said, then try it first, if it is suitable, be together, just consider it a probationary period for each other, and you can stop at any time without reason before becoming irregular. Yanfeng was silent for a moment and asked, how long is the probationary period? Su Yirui, 3 months. Yanfeng, it's been too long, considering whether a person is suitable to be a lover, I don't think it needs to take that long. Su Yirui didn't expect that he would still be dissatisfied with this. Then how long do you say? 1 month. Su Yirui thought about it. A month is a bit short, but it doesn't matter if you fall in love, it's not marriage, you can stop at any time when you are officially together, just trouble finding a reason. I won't dwell on this with him. So she nodded and said, okay. She stretched out her hand to Yanfeng, then. From now on, we will be boyfriend and girlfriend, and we will, in the future. Her original intention was to shake hands with him in a friendly way and let go, like a sense of ritual achieved by cooperation, who knew that Yanfeng looked at her deeply, held her hand, and held it directly. Her hand was slender and small, wrapped in Yanfeng's hand, and she couldn't break free directly, only felt that his hand was big and warm, and a little calloused. Su Yirui's breathing was chaotic, looking at Yanfeng, she couldn't remember a word of the words she had prepared just now. Yanfeng approached her, in the future, please give me more advice. Su Yirui was stunned for a while, and after a long time, she whispered yes, Yanfeng held her and didn't let go. The two sat quietly for a while, no one spoke. Su Yirui didn't know what to say. Yanfeng was afraid of what she said. Su Yirui would take the opportunity to let go. It wasn't until Annie got tired of playing outside that she ran to them, rubbed her legs against them, and rubbed her head against their holding hands to beg for a touch, that they let go of their hands and looked at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. Su Yirui lowered her head slightly, pretending to be fine. Yanfeng said, Annie wants the hostess to touch her head. Su Yirui. Liar. How could it know that I am the hostess now? But Su Yirui was really very used by this sentence, and reached out to touch Annie's head, and Annie asked for a hug when she got the touch. Annie was an adult Alaskan who weighed more than 70 pounds, and Su Yirui took a lot of effort to pick it up. You're too heavy, Annie. Su Yirui complained with a smile. Yanfeng, it likes you very much. Su Yirui glanced at him and said casually, you too? Yanfeng shook his head. Su Yirui was stunned for a moment, but heard him say in his low, lazy, and deafening voice, I like you more. Chapter 66. Half a month passed quickly. The recording of Survival Adventure also came to an end. The guests finished their final task, and this season of Survival Adventure was finally announced. The program team bought air tickets and arranged for all the guests and staff to return to country together. At this time, the guests finally got their mobile phones, they could surf the internet, and they didn't use their mobile phones for more than a month, and everyone was a little excited to see the mobile phones. The first thing everyone does when they get their phone is different. Lu Xueming first opened Weibo to search for her name, and soon saw the latest news about her. She looked at it for a while, and the more she looked, the more angry she became. But outside, in front of so many outsiders, she couldn't show it well, so she could only hold back, until she got into the car sent by her agent to pick her up after returning to Country A, and she immediately called the agent. Lu Xueming said angrily, why are people comparing me to Su Yirui on the internet, and why are they saying that I am in front of her, and I am simply useless? Agent, the internet is full of nonsense with rhythm, you look at what they do, and some say that you are gentler and cuter than her, saying that she has a bad temper and is cold and ignoring people, why do you only look at some? Lu Xueming suppressed her anger and continued, anyway, I don't want to see my name appear with her, especially when I see someone say that she is better than me. The agent said helplessly, that's the same variety show you are participating in, and this variety show is on the air. Do you know how popular Survival Adventure is now? As long as it is broadcast, there will definitely be several hot searches. Did you see it? Did I get a bad image in it? Lu Xueming said vigilantly. Agent, look, it's not very good, I told you before, don't go to this type of show, thankless, you are usually squeamish, and you don't perform well when you go, it is inevitable that you will be told by netizens, but I said hello to the director of the program team in advance, and many of the cameras that are unfavorable to you have been cut. Speaking of this, Lu Xueming became even more angry, her sweet voice changed tone, if it weren't for Su Yirui, how could this happen? Everyone was very good to me before, very accommodating to me, and wouldn't let me do anything, that is, Su Yirui came, everyone changed, and then after Su Yirui left, they always mentioned Su Yirui, saying that Su Yirui was fine, thinking that I was useless. The agent sighed, among the artists under him, he loved Lu Xueming the most, and the resources he gave her the best. Lu Xueming child star debuted, her parents are both actors, as soon as she debuted, it was smooth sailing, fan cohesion is also good, her character is a little princess, fans are spoiled by her, she has played the same role as her character, white and beautiful, sweet and cute, because of her true color, so she is recognized as a good acting skills among actresses of the same age. This time she proposed to participate in Survival Adventure, the agent did not agree at first, but she couldn't stand it and insisted on going, and after a few days, the agent had to agree. After all, the traffic of this show is really good, last season made a few not-so-famous little stars, Lu Xueming went, maybe he can transform, and the drama will be wider in the future. But who knows, it backfired, and the result was worse than he expected. Agent, so. You shouldn't go, and you shouldn't do it against her, fortunately you didn't lose your temper on the show, I don't know you yet, and you don't look at her right eyes. Lu Xueming, I don't care, I want to see you tomorrow, I have something to discuss with you, Su Yirui bullied me in the show, I can't give up so willingly. After saying that, she hung up the phone. After returning to the penthouse in the most expensive community in the center of S City, Lu Xueming couldn't take care of resting and opened the video clip about Su Yirui and Lin Yu on the internet. Before she finished watching, her eyes were red and she turned off the video angrily. She has long had a good impression of Lin Yu, and when recording the show, she has always taken the initiative to show favor to Lin Yu, but Lin Yu doesn't know if she doesn't understand or is pretending to be stupid, and has never responded to her. She also thought that Lin Yu was an emotional novice, had never been in love, and didn't understand her hints. Until Su Yirui's arrival, she didn't know where Lin Yu didn't understand, and she was unwilling to respond at all. The interaction between Su Yirui and Lin Yu, she saw in her eyes. What Su Yirui did, Lin Yu was very concerned, and always looked at Su Yirui quietly. Don't think she didn't find out. What made her most angry was that the program team actually wanted to use the two of them to speculate CP to increase the topicality and popularity of the show, and netizens still bought it, saying that they would eat this pair of CPs, and they were very optimistic about the two of them having a sister-brother relationship. This is worse than her suffering from Su Yirui, and more than netizens saying that she is worse than Su Yirui, and it makes her angry. What is Su Yirui? A vase that is not in the flow. Her acting skills are not as good as her, and her family background is not as good as her. It was rumored that there was a marriage contract with Gu Xingyi before, and it was exposed on the internet, saying that it was the friendship of Gu Xingyi's elders and engaged to a doll, but Su Yirui's parents had died a long time ago, and Gu Xingyi's grandmother saw that she was an orphan, so she asked Gu Xingyi to marry her and take care of her, but Gu Xingyi didn't like her at all, looked down on her, and insisted on breaking off the engagement. Later, Su Yirui finally agreed. It is estimated that she gave Su Yirui a lot of money, otherwise she would have the money to give things and hold a lottery like an upstart. That is, in order to save face for Su Yirui, she let Su Yirui say that she took the initiative to break off the marriage. This statement has been praised by many celebrities by Fume. Lu Xueming also has a little sister by Fume who plays well, and when she heard that she knew Gu Xingyi's sister, she also said that this matter was true. So Lu Xueming didn't look down on Su Yirui at all. Lin Yu actually liked Su Yirui, but he didn't like her. Why? Lin Yu didn't know how bad Su Yirui was, causing her to fall into the water, and scaring her with snakes. Su Yirui did it on purpose, causing her to dream of being bitten by a snake every night those days. Lu Xueming gritted her teeth. She would not make Su Yirui feel better. Su Yirui bought 3 new computers, which were installed in the study, bedroom and second bedroom. In the past 2 days, she will play 2 games, put on a mask at 11 o'clock, listen to children's songs, and go to bed on time at 11:30. After a game, Su Yirui stretched out, stood up and moved. The mobile phone on the computer desk just rang. Su Yirui picked it up and looked at it. It is 2 WeChat friend applications. From Zhao Di and Lin Yu respectively. Only then did Su Yirui remember that the program of survival adventure had been recorded, and they had all returned to country A. She passed the friend request, gave them a note, and then started the game again. As soon as she entered the game, she received a message from Zhao Di. Zhao Di, Sister Rui. Zhao Di, I returned to country A, and the first thing I did after returning home was to add you to WeChat. I miss you. You don't know that after you left, our food was much worse. Su Yirui glanced at the computer screen, and saw that there were still more than 10 seconds to start, so she replied expressionlessly, ha ha ha, Zhao Di, Sister Rui, why are you so indifferent? Su Yirui, are you indifferent? She didn't just reply with an oh or which was still indifferent. Zhao Di, yes, ha ha ha, so perfunctory and indifferent. Su Yirui, then what should I reply? Zhao Di, you should reply ha ha ha. The more you ha, the more expression you really have, not expressionless ha ha ha. Su Yirui. Su Yirui, that's a sand sculpture. Zhao Di, ha 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 ha, really? It seems that Su Yirui knows Zhao Di's usual way of chatting, which is the sand sculpture style. Zhao Di, Sister Rui, I'm also in City A, do you have something to do tomorrow? Let's have a meal together, I'll treat you to delicious food. When the game started, Su Yirui didn't look at her mobile phone, and when the game was over, she went to look at the news and found that Zhao Di had sent more than 6 messages. Su Yirui, I'm here, forget about eating, I have something to do tomorrow. Zhao Di, that's right, let's do it another day. Zhao Di, but what were you doing just now, why haven't you replied for so long? Su Yirui, play games. Zhao Di, what game? I am a game god, I can play everything, eat chicken, and play LOL together. Su Yirui, eat chicken. Zhao Di, do PC players eat chicken? Su Yirui, Zhao Di, start it, I'll take you, I'll eat the chicken thief show. Su Yirui glanced at her record just now, killed 13 people, and successfully ate chicken, without saying anything. Zhao Di, what's your name? I'll add you as a friend. Su Yirui sent her ID name. Zhao Di added her after a while. Zhao Di sent a voice, and Su Yirui heard Zhao Di's voice when she clicked on it, a little eager to try, and a little excited. Sister Rui, I'm online, I'm going to add you, let's do it together. Seeing that he was so positive, Su Yirui accepted the invitation. When she entered Zhao Di's room, she found that there was another person inside. Su Yirui didn't turn on the voice, and heard Zhao Di's voice coming from the headphones. Sister Rui, this Direx is Lin Yu, just now I saw him online and pulled him, hee hee. This hee hee, very expressive, Su Yirui and can imagine Zhao Di's expression at the moment. Su Yirui pressed the speaking button, Zhao Di, then I'll open it. Lin Yu, okay. Lin Yu's voice sounded very soft and a little immature from the headphones. Su Yirui blinked and glanced at her phone. Yanfeng usually sends her messages after 11 o'clock, and it's still early. However, it shouldn't be anything for her to play games with boys seriously for a while, right? Su Yirui thought to herself, otherwise she would tell him when she chatted later. After entering the game, Zhao Di continued to chat. Zhao Di, Sister Rui, Yuzai, you jump with me after you get on the plane later, and we will go to P City. Su Yirui, Yuzai? What is this called? Zhao Di laughed a few times. This is the nickname I gave Lin Yu after you left, because he can dig taro every day. I called him Taro at first, he was unhappy, I changed it to Yuzai, he didn't resist so strongly, indicating that he liked this nickname. Lin Yu. I don't like it. Lin Yu's voice was muffled, and he was a little aggrieved when he heard it. Su Yirui said, you like to give nicknames to others so much, so do you have a nickname yourself? Zhao Di, it seems. No. Su Yirui, I'll get you too. Zhao Di, huh? Su Yirui, Stitch, Disco, Tiga. Zhao Di paused and said awkwardly, what is Tiga? Su Yirui, Ultraman. Zhao Di, Sister Rui, you won. Well, get ready to skydive. Su Yirui reminded, it's almost time to P City. Zhao Di, oh, yes, I almost didn't pay attention, you follow me, be careful, stay closer to me, I can help you if you are knocked down later, and I can help you avenge if you can't help me. Lin Yu, yes. Su Yirui said nothing, jumped out of the plane, and controlled the parachute to fly towards her destination. After she landed, she found that Lin Yu followed her to the roof of the same house. Su Yirui glanced at Lin Yu's character, a young man in pink rabbit clothes, male and female, and a pair of white over-the-knee socks on his legs. Although this game costume is worn casually by most players and doesn't care about gender, if Lin Yu himself wears it like this, he feels like a women's clothing boss. Hearing the gunshots, Su Yirui came back to her senses and quickly drove away the messy thoughts just now from her mind. Lin Yu was a little panicked, he walked horizontally, obviously not very good at playing. Su Yirui looked at Zhao Di and saw that he was in the house across the street. Su Yirui was about to speak when she heard Zhao Di say, the gunshots came from the left, don't go to the left, let's pick up the gun first and then kill people together. Lin Yu said, okay. Su Yirui picked up a Wanna bag on the roof, thought about it, and called Lin Yu, come here, I'll give you a gun. She went to the house first, then threw the on the ground to Lin Yu, and then ran down without waiting for Lin Yu to refuse. Follow me after picking it up. Lin Yu paused and said obediently, okay. He walked over and picked up the gun, it was an AGM, he ran to Su Yirui in the game, followed her, and whispered thank you. Su Yirui didn't answer, but said, don't follow me, then you can only search for the rest of me, you can go to the house next to you, just see someone or hear footsteps calling me. Lin Yu, okay. He went to search for supplies on his own. But he was not very skilled and couldn't walk well, so he searched a room for enough time for Su Yirui to search for 3. Soon after, Su Yirui asked, Lin Yu, are you missing something? I'll give it to you. Lin Yu said embarrassedly, I only have a gun you gave me, and 2 medicine bags, a second-class head, a first-class armor and a second-class bag. Su Yirui was silent for 2 seconds, come over and I'll give you something. Forget it, I'll come to you, you stand and don't move. Lin Yu, okay. Zhao Di listened and quickly said, Sister Rui, why don't you ask me? Su Yirui, didn't you say that you are a chicken god? Zhao Di. Harm, the chicken-eating god also lacks equipment, you gave me good equipment, so I can take you to eat chicken. Su Yirui, then no, I'll give it to Lin Yu. Zhao Di. Zhao Di ran over without giving up, and when he arrived at Lin Yu's house, Su Yirui was already there. Zhao Di watched Su Yirui throw things on the ground one by one. Triple head, 556 bullets, first aid kit, energy drink. It's all over the floor. Zhao Di, damn, Sister Rue, you are really a big family. Where did you pick up so many good things? You are the chosen one. Can you give me a little too? I need a little bullet. Su Yirui threw some more bullets on the ground. Zhao Di saw that there were 100 more rounds of 556 bullets on the ground. Is it enough? Zhao Di, enough, enough, Sister Rue, you are too fat, I really want to shoot you, turn you into a box, and lick all your things. Lin Yu, who had been silent, said, no, you can't do this. Zhao Di, Yohi, Yuzai, you were bought by something given by Sister Rue. Okay, pick up the things and leave quickly. Su Yirui heard the gunshots getting closer and closer. She thought that she could kill someone, there was no need to grind here. Lin Yu said worriedly, Sister Rue, you gave me everything, what about yourself? Keep the third level head for yourself. Su Yirui said, it's okay, I just left a third level head next to me, and I wore it for you. Zhao Di, damn, when did P City become so fat? The third level head picked it up everywhere, and let you pick it up. No, I have to follow you, it's better to pick up leaks than to search by myself. What are you missing? Su Yirui frowned. It's not bad, but I feel that the more supplies, the better. Zhao Di smiled embarrassedly. At this time, there were footsteps next to them, and the three of them became vigilant at the same time. Zhao Di said, don't go out, hide, I'll kill this person. Su Yirui first put on the second level head that Lin Yu had replaced just now, and then ignored Zhao Di's words and walked out. Zhao Di hurriedly shouted, Sister Rue, be careful, you won't be able to pull you when you die later. He chased after it, only to hear a crackling gunshot, and then saw two people crawling on the road outside. Zhao Di hurriedly made up a few shots, and the people turned into boxes, only to see that the prompt showed that these two people were Su Yirui's heads. Zhao Di was stunned for 2 seconds before realizing that Su Yirui didn't seem to need protection as much as he thought. Amazing, Sister Rue. Then, he refreshed his misunderstanding of Su Yirui again and again. Watching her take him and Lin Yu out of Piqing and destroy 4 teams, Lin Yu fished in troubled waters to get 2 heads, Zhao Di took 3, and the rest were all killed by Su Yirui. They licked an unknown number of bags, so rich that Zhao Di saw the house and disdained to search it, and directly shouted to chase the airdrop. Sister Rue, take us to chase our dreams. Zhao Di found a car and shouted. Su Yirui said calmly, Drive a Ferrari, rush, AWM is close at hand. Zhao Di said fearlessly. In the past, he had so much equipment, and how could he dare to chase airdrops? It was simply unnecessary to give away heads. Now following Su Yirui, the mentality has completely changed. It's not false, what are you cowardly, just go up and do it. As a result, Su Yirui did not disappoint him, and when he arrived near the airdrop, he found a bunker and said, you go, I will guard you here, and I will beat him if someone hits you. Zhao Di. This is not good. He didn't want to be a target, the airdrop box was on a plane, there were people on all sides, and he went there alone, wouldn't it be there and no return? You can't believe me? Su Yirui said lightly, throw a few, go back quickly, if you are knocked down, I will help you. Zhao Di, harm. I don't think the airdrop is very fragrant, isn't it fragrant to stay here and fight others with you, why go join in the fun? Su Yirui, then whatever you want. Lin Yu stood up, Sister Rue, I'll go, I believe you, I'll go pick up a handful of AWM for you to use back, and there is an 8-fold mirror, which may be in the airdrop. Su Yirui was stunned, Lin Yu was going to go, she really didn't expect it. Zhao Di was also surprised, Yuzai, you won't run away, you won't be able to save yourself if you die there later. Sister Rue said she could help me. Lin Yu's serious tone made Zhao Di unable to refute. Su Yirui, well, you go, I'll protect you. Lin Yu said he would leave, squatted down, threw a few, and rushed out. When he ran to the airdrop box, he shouted happily, Sister Rue, there is really an AWM and an 8-fold mirror, I picked it up, and there is also a ghillie suit. Zhao Di, damn, this character explodes. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a rain of bullets, the airdrop side was already targeted, and a car drove towards the airdrop. Su Yirui said, don't move, just put on your auspicious clothes and lie on your stomach. Su Yirui set up a gun, Zhao Di, blow up the tire of that car. Zhao Di responded, turned on the mirror and aimed at the moving car. He fired a few shots but didn't hit the tire, but after a while, the car stopped moving, which showed that the tire was blown out by someone else. The people in the car ran down, but they didn't find Lin Yu hiding in the grass in a ghillie suit, and they were probably angry when they saw that there was nothing in the airdrop box. Su Yirui was still firing, and the team's car was quickly destroyed by an explosion. They had no way to run without a car, so they had to hide behind the drop box. Zhao Di looked at their team, and one by one they were headshot by Su Yirui with. When the surroundings became quiet, Zhao Di asked weakly, "Sister Rui, have you bought it?" Su Yirui. Zhao Di, don't buy it, otherwise you will be banned. Su Yirui, no, if you don't believe it, you can report me. Zhao Di said righteously, in order to put an end to bad game behavior, I will kill my relatives with righteousness, and I will really report you. Su Yirui, well, okay. Lin Yu hurriedly said, I believe Sister Rui is not open. Zhao Di, Tisk, Yuzai, you are amazing, I can see it. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Yu, do I want to lick their box? Su Yirui, no, but if you want to pick it up, you can go, I'll help you set it up. Lin Yu thought about it and went. Seeing him licking the box with a lot of pleasure, Zhao Di, who had enough supplies, was also a little moved. He liked to lick the box the most. What's in it? Lin Yu said in surprise, they are so fat, a lot of things. I'll take a look too, Sister Rui, you can also help me set it up. Su Yirui. After a while, both of them came back, both of them were in a 3-level set. Lin Yu took off the auspicious clothes to Su Yirui, Sister Rui, you wear this. AWM is also for you. There is also an 8-fold mirror. Zhao Di thought to himself, I always feel like I am superfluous. At the end of this game, the three returned to the team room, and Zhao Di said angrily, Sister Rui, I will call you Sushin in the future. How about it, isn't it domineering? Sister Rui's 2 words are not worthy of your beef pie. Su Yirui said lightly, you are free. Zhao Di, Sushin, take your brother again, I didn't take any heads just now, you killed more than 10 by yourself, I also want to gallop on the battlefield, this time I want to jump off the airport. Su Yirui, I jump at the airport every time. Zhao Di. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Su Yirui, I think you said that you are very powerful and want to take me, so I want to give you a chance to perform. Zhao Di. Lin Yu laughed out loud. Chapter 67. After playing for a while, Su Yirui saw that it was almost 11 o'clock, so she said she wanted to get off. Who knows, she was going to fall asleep until 12 o'clock, and Yan Fingyi didn't contact her. Yesterday, Yan Fingyi said that he had something to do to go abroad, and he was probably busy. Su Yirui didn't think much about it, but she was a little unaccustomed to it. Lying on the bed and scrolling Weibo for a while, sleepiness hit, and she was about to turn off her mobile phone to sleep when she received a message from Yan Fingyi. Yan Fingyi, are you asleep? Su Yirui, not yet. Not long after her news was sent, Yan Fingyi called. Su Yirui was stunned, sat up from the bed, pressed answer first, and then took a pillow and leaned against her. Yan Fingyi's voice entered his ears, with an indescribable softness. What are you doing? The signal on his side didn't seem to be very good, and Su Yirui couldn't hear it clearly, as if he was making a phone call on the plane. Su Yirui unconsciously softened her voice, I've already laid down. Yan Fingyi seemed to hear her sleepiness, and said apologetically, did I wake you up? No, it's really not asleep yet. Although he was about to fall asleep. That's good. Yan Fingyi paused for a moment and said, I'm sorry, I have a phone call to answer, right away, you wait for me. Su Yirui, why don't you get busy first, I'm fine. She thought that if Yan Fingyi was not free, she didn't have to talk to her every day, she would have to sleep anyway. But Yan Fingyi said, soon, wait for me for 2 minutes, is that okay? Su Yirui listened to his gentle request, where could she say a word, the time they have been together is very short, and Yan Fingyi seems to have figured out her temperament of eating soft and not hard, and every time she says something she was not going to agree to in such a tone. Facing Yan Fingyi, she never seemed to succeed in refusing. In the past, Su Yirui had never compromised so easily, and in the face of those younger brothers, she was always very strong, and even said one thing, and they were also very obedient. Unlike Yan Fingyi, he always had a way to make her listen to him voluntarily. Of course, he never made any excessive demands. Okay. Su Yirui agreed. Well, don't hang up yet. Su Yirui seemed to hear Yan Fingyi laughing softly, and her mellow and warm voice showed a hint of joy. Soon, the other end of the mobile phone quieted down, there was no sound at all. It should have been muted. Yan Fingyi had several mobile phones, which was normal, and it was his most private number to contact Su Yirui. Except for Su Yirui, only his relatives at home knew. Su Yirui looked out the window. At this time the sky outside was already very dark, only a few stars were blinking, and the faint starlight dotted the night sky, adding a bit of loneliness. It's already winter. Su Yirui looked at the time boredly, and converted it into the time on Yan Fingyi's side, which was still 11 o'clock in the morning. It should be busy. Su Yirui was suddenly not sleepy, and clicked on Weibo and took a quick look. A voice suddenly came from the mobile phone. "I'm here," Yan Fingyi whispered. Su Yirui looked at it, and it hadn't arrived in 2 minutes. "Are you done?" Su Yirui asked. "Well, it's just a little thing, now I can talk to you for a while," Yan Fingyi said. Su Yirui, "Okay, is there anything you want to tell me?" "Well, I originally wanted to call you an hour ago, but something happened temporarily and it was delayed, and now I just got on the plane and am ready to return to country A," Yan Fingyi explained. It's nothing, I'm playing games anyway." Su Yirui originally wanted to tell him not to take it to heart, but Yan Fingyi listened to it but became her awkwardness and duplicity that she was making trouble with the little girl. Yan Fingyi's expression changed slightly, and a faint pampering crossed his eyes. At this time, Yan Fingyi was on a private jet, sitting next to the company's deputy general manager, and in the back seat was the secretary of the deputy general manager. They all often meet Yan Fingyi, accustomed to Yan Fingyi's indifferent and expressionless appearance, and now seeing Yan Fingyi seems to be a different person. He is so gentle when talking to people on the phone, and his expression is also full of tenderness, which simply surprised them, and they couldn't believe that the person in front of them was the real Yan Fingyi. Yuanmi came over with 2 glasses of champagne, and saw the shocked expressions of the deputy general manager and secretary. She thought to herself, she had never seen anything like this, she had long been accustomed to it. These days, Yan Fingyi was not like this one day, and her whole body exuded the sour smell of love. This time she came to Country M on a business trip, and asked her to take the time to buy millions of gifts to send back to Su Yirui. Yuanmi didn't have to spend his own money to shop boldly, and went to a luxury street for a day, which was simply refreshing. Although it is not bought for herself, the pleasure of shopping is that every woman understands, regardless of the price, she looks like a bag, the clerk regards her as a god, and she herself almost feels that she is the happiest woman in the world. Because she didn't know what Su Yirui liked, she picked the expensive ones to buy, and bought 4 Hermes platinum bags alone, and some luxury goods that she usually didn't dare to see, and she also bought a lot of them in one go. It's a pity that Yan Fingyi's card doesn't explode. Yuanmi placed 2 glasses of champagne on the table in front of the 2 bosses. "Mr. Yan, Mr. Chen, your wine." Yan Fingyi nodded lightly. The deputy general manager was still in shock, and his reaction was half a beat slower. Yan Fingyi felt inconvenient to speak here, so she covered her mobile phone microphone, stood up, and went to the back to talk to Su Yirui. "I can go to City A the day after tomorrow, and I bought you a gift," Yan Fingyi whispered. Su Yirui was stunned. What was going on with his pampering tone? It sounded like he was coaxing her. Why? Su Yirui didn't understand. "Yan Fingyi, after I come back, I will spare 3 days to accompany you." Su Yirui, if you are busy, don't be in a hurry, I have a lot of work schedules recently, and I will go to other places to promote new movies the day after tomorrow, and there is still a program to be on. It's mid-December, Dreamless Realm is about to be released, and her next schedule is all full, so she hurriedly seized the time to play more games in the past 2 days. Yan Fingyi realized that she had misunderstood Su Yirui. She was not awkward at all, but she didn't mind that she was busy with work and delayed looking for her. Yan Fingyi's expression sank. Hearing Yan Fingyi's silence, Su Yirui thought he had nothing to say. Su Yirui was no longer sleepy at this time. She thought about it, and felt that she should take the initiative to confess that she played games with other boys tonight, so as not to know that it was not good later. So she said, "When I was playing the game tonight, my friend who recorded the show together before was looking for me, so we played together for a while, and he also said that he wanted to take me, but the game was not as good as mine, and he said that he wanted me to take him to play every day." Yan Fingyi was quiet for a few seconds. "You agreed?" Su Yirui said, "No, I said I wasn't free, I was busy." Yan Fingyi's expression softened a little, but he quickly thought that the person who recorded the show with Su Yirui before was the show, Survival Adventure. He didn't ask who Su Yirui was, but asked, "What game do you play?" Su Yirui, "PUBG, do you know?" Yan Fingyi, "Well, I know." Do you play? Su Yirui also asked casually. She felt that Yan Fingyi should not have time to play games. She did guess right, Yan Fingyi didn't have time to play games at all. His only leisure time was spent reading books and studying, and the time to meet and chat with Su Yirui was squeezed out. Yan Fingyi, do you want me to play with you? Su Yirui said bluntly, no, it's good for me to play by myself, and this kind of game doesn't need to cooperate. Yan Fingyi. Su Yirui, and you may not play better than me. The two friends who played with me today, one has average skills, and the other can't play at all, just like my own solo queue. Yan Fingyi, neither boy is as good as you? Yan Feng should ask as if nothing had happened. Yan Fingyi's face did not have an expression of displeasure, his eyes were a little cold, but his tone was still gentle. Well, I might be an ordinary little game genius. Su Yirui said jokingly. Yan Fingyi smiled, her laughter was clear and pleasant, which was like a spring breeze. Although Yan Fingyi didn't seem to be unhappy, Su Yirui still felt that what Yan Fingyi just asked was testing her. After all, she didn't say that it was two boys. She thought for a moment and asked, would you mind if I play games with the opposite sex? Su Yirui asked bluntly. She is relatively straightforward and doesn't like to turn, hoping that Yan Fingyi can also truly express her thoughts. Even if Su Yirui didn't think that Yan Fingyi would be unhappy because of this kind of thing, but after all, the two are now boyfriend and girlfriend. If he doesn't want her to play games with other boys, then she cannot play, it's nothing. Yan Fingyi, if you want someone to accompany you, I can be with you. Yan Fingyi answered her indirectly. This answer was a bit unexpected for Su Yirui. She asked, I thought you wouldn't like wasting time on games. With you, it's not a waste of time. Yan Fingyi said softly. Su Yirui didn't remember how many times she had heard Yan Fingyi say such a thing. Before being together, I couldn't see that Yan Fingyi was so flirtatious, and she spoke love words seriously, and Su Yirui was ashamed of herself. The atmosphere became ambiguous. Su Yirui even felt that the mobile phone close to her ear had become much hotter, and she pretended to be fine and said That also requires you to have time. There is always time. Yan Fingyi thought to herself, it is not impossible to squeeze out the time to read to accompany Su Yirui. Okay, if I want to play, I'll call you, but if you're too vegetable, that's not good. Su Yirui pretended to be reluctant. Yan Fingyi smiled and said, okay. Yan Fingyi looked at the time and knew that it was getting late on her side, and after chatting for so long, although he was reluctant to hang up the phone, he still said, it's time for you to sleep. I'm not sleepy anymore. Su Yirui was indeed in spirit, and after saying so much, the sleepiness had long since run away. Yan Fingyi, then you have to go to bed early, fall asleep early, so you can see me early. Su Yirui heard that he was flirting with her again, and raised her eyebrows and said, I didn't say I wanted to see you sooner. Yan Fingyi didn't speak for a while, and Su Yirui thought that he was unhappy because of her words, and hesitated to tell him that he was joking. He wouldn't be so unbearable to joke unexpectedly. Yan Fingyi suddenly said, but I want to see you earlier. Su Yirui. Sure enough, the old man has high methods and deep routines. Su Yirui felt a little unsatisfactory, and she was teased so much that her heart accelerated. On the day Yan Fingyi returned to Country A, Su Yirui originally asked Yan Fingyi to eat out at noon, but who knew that another thing happened, so she had to change the meeting place to her own home. This incident was caused by Lu Xueming. When Lu Xueming participated in the interview the day before yesterday, she saw props such as ropes, and her face was frightened, and she was seen by the host that there was information, so she asked again and again. So Lu Xueming blew herself up some time ago when she was recording a variety show. She was bullied by an actress of a similar age, and vaguely described the situation at that time, saying that she was pushed into the water by the other party, and she was uncomfortable all day, and she almost couldn't continue recording. As soon as this interview was broadcast, Lu Xueming's fans immediately went through all of Lu Xueming's variety shows, and soon found that Lu Xueming was talking about Su Yirui, who recorded Survival Adventure with her some time ago. In the third phase of the survival adventure, she fell into the water, and the trailer also said that Lu Xueming was frightened by the snake. Lu Xueming's fan contacted Lu Xueming's assistant and wanted to know if the person who bullied Lu Xueming was Su Yirui, but the assistant did not deny it, only saying that Lu Xueming was too simple and said the wrong thing in the interview, so that fans should not lead the war for Lu Xueming. Su Yirui looked unfriendly to Lu Xueming in the show, although Meng Chongqing was not very friendly, but Meng Chongqing was like that to everyone. Meng Chongqing has a background, and Lu Xueming has no competition. Even if fans are dissatisfied with her, they just talk about it behind their backs, but Su Yirui is different. She and Lu Xueming are about the same age, they are both actors. After the two participated in the same variety show, there were always people on the internet who compared the two, saying that Lu Xueming and Su Yirui were simply useless, and they had no role in the show at all, and they couldn't even make faces, because they were not as good looking as Su Yirui. This kind of remark naturally caused dissatisfaction among Lu Xueming's fans. They have long been unaccustomed to Su Yirui, and these days they are also targeting Su Yirui, pointing at saying and scolding Huai on Su Yirui's Weibo. It's just that ordinary fans are more rational and will not lead the war because of some things without evidence. Now, Lu Xueming personally broke the news that Su Yirui bullied her in the show. How can Lu Xueming's fans bear it, although it is not explicitly said, but all kinds of evidence point to Su Yirui. Lu Xueming child star debuted, tens of millions of fans, cohesion is also very good, encountering this kind of thing. Of course they have to seek justice for Lu Xueming, all rushed to Su Yirui's Weibo to let Su Yirui apologize. This incident broke out quickly, and just a few days after Lu Xueming was interviewed, it went crazy on the internet, telling Su Yirui about bullying Lu Xueming in a good way. On the day Yan Fingyi came back, Su Yirui's Weibo fell. Su Yirui apologized to Lu Xueming. Su Yirui is too much, Lu Xueming is a delicate girl, and her ability to live is almost normal, why bully her because of this? Su Yirui grew up in a small rural area, of course, seeing a natural girl like Lu Xueming is unhappy, it's really disgusting to go home. Such comments abound. Lu Xueming's friends in the circle also posted on Weibo to ask Su Yirui to apologize. The matter was very big, it was hung on the hot search for a day, and the community where Su Yirui lived was also surrounded by reporters, so she had to tell Yan Fingyi that the date was cancelled, but Yan Fingyi said that she wanted to come over in person. After Yan Fingyi got off the plane, she went back to take a shower, changed her clothes and rushed to Su Yirui's side. This is the first time he has come to Su Yirui's residence. Fortunately, the security in the community is very good, the reporter can't come in at all. Yan Fingyi can come in as also Su Yirui asked her aunt to pick him up. When he came, Su Yirui was sitting on the sofa and scrolling through Weibo, her face was as usual, and she was not as angry as Yan Fingyi imagined. I heard the news, what do you think? Su Yirui, I don't have any ideas for the time being, do you believe the rumors on the internet? Yan Fingyi looked at her unhappily, do you think I will believe it? Su Yirui, no, just ask. Yan Fingyi's expression seemed to have said something very excessive, the two of them had just been together, and they didn't know much about it, wasn't it normal to ask this? Yan Fingyi frowned and said, I will take care of this matter within 2 days, you don't have to bother. Chapter 68. Just at this time, my aunt came over and asked Su Yirui what she wanted to eat at night so that she could make it in the kitchen. Su Yirui looked at Yan Fingyi, are you staying for dinner? Yan Fingyi, I am very happy. The corners of Su Yirui's mouth raised slightly, then what do you like to eat? My family has 3 chefs, 1 Cantonese chef, Cantonese cuisine is the best, other cuisines are also good, 1 is good at Western food, and 1 is a dessert chef, you can say whatever you want. Yan Fingyi, I can, just eat what you like. Su Yirui thought for a while and said to her aunt, then let's eat Chinese food, let Chef Li cook a few more dishes, and cook a pot of boat porridge, I want to drink porridge. The aunt responded and left, and only Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi were left in the living room. I'll take you to see Dory, it's supposed to be sleeping, I just went to give it something to eat, and I took it for a few laps in the yard, you go and see if it recognizes you. Su Yirui got up and wanted to take Yan Fingyi to see the Alaska she took home. Dolly is the name Su Yirui gave to little Ala. These days, it has been very moist at Su Yirui's house, and the aunt at home also likes it very much, and when Su Yirui is not free, her aunt takes it to run around the community. Dolly is very smart and has learned to go to the toilet in the vegetable field outside. The vegetable field was originally a flower garden behind the villa, the area is not small, and there is a yard and pavilion next to it. At the beginning, the flower garden was still full of roses, plantains, and chrysanthemums, and then the Western chef at home asked Su Yirui if he could plant something, saying that he wanted to plant some spices, such as mint and rosemary. Su Yirui agreed, and vacated a small flower bed to plant spices. Then, the other 2 chefs also said that they wanted to plant something else, and there were more lettuce, spinach, and peppers in the flower garden, and later, the aunt also said that she wanted to plant some fruits, so there were 2 more peach trees in the yard, and there were fewer flowers in the flower garden, and strawberries and watermelons were planted. Now look at the flower garden, it seems to have become a vegetable field. Dory's doghouse is next to the vegetable field. The flower garden that was originally full of romantic atmosphere is now full of fruits and vegetables, full of life, even beans and loofahs, and they are very lush. Only the corner is still blooming with some precious varieties of flowers, which are completely blocked from the brilliance. When Yanfeng saw this land, his expression was obviously a little surprised. Su Yirui didn't know how to introduce it to him, so she took him directly to find Dooley. Su Yirui got Dolly a fence and a doghouse. The fence is not high, but Dolly still can't jump out. As soon as she heard the sound, Dolly immediately ran out of the doghouse, wagging her tail at Su Yirui and Yanfeng through the fence, and made an excited cry. "Dory, look who is coming." Su Yirui stretched out her hand and opened the door of the fence. Dolly rushed over, first rubbed Su Yirui's body, and then sat very upright, raising her hand to shake hands with Su Yirui. Su Yirui couldn't help but laugh. Dolly's handshake posture is very cute. At first it liked to pounce on people. In the past few days Su Yirui trained it well, only then did it change its bad habit, and every time she fed it, she taught it to shake hands and forcibly told it that only by shaking hands can there be food. As a result, Dolly recently sat down and raised her hand whenever she saw her, looking flattering. Su Yirui laughed and scolded, "You silly Dory, you don't have anything to eat now, you just ate for less than 2 hours." Su Yirui explained to Yanfeng that Dory's habit of shaking hands was taught by her, and she didn't teach these when she raised Migo before, all of which were to let it run crazy and grow freely. Later, in order to raise Dory, Su Yirui watched many dog training videos on the internet, and when she saw that other people's dogs could do a lot of things, she wanted her own dog too. As a result, Su Yirui taught a lot, but Dolly didn't learn anything else, she only learned to keep shaking hands. "Yanfeng, next time I will teach it, I will learn a little from a professional dog trainer." Su Yirui, really? No wonder Annie is so smart, you taught her well. Yanfeng, you taught you very well, Annie won't shake hands. Although this is not very true, it is undeniable that Su Yirui was quite happy to hear it. Su Yirui followed his words and said, "Then if you don't mind, you teach Dolly something else, next time I'll teach Annie to shake hands." Yanfeng smiled and said, "Okay." Su Yirui felt that his gaze had become direct and hot again, so she looked away, changed the topic and said, "Do you want to hug Dory? It just took a shower yesterday, it smells very good, and my aunt wipes its feet every day, and it is not dirty at all." Yanfeng, Yanfeng shouted, "Dory, come here." Dory heard the sound, looked up at Yanfeng, smelled Yanfeng, and seemed to find that he was her former master, and she was even more excited, and she wanted Yanfeng to touch it when she jumped. The moment Yanfeng picked it up, his face suddenly changed. When Su Yirui heard the sound, she was also shocked, and she thought it wouldn't. But she soon discovered that she had guessed correctly. Dolly urinated on Yanfeng. Puppies of a few months can't control peeing as long as they get too excited, and Dolly has peed many times as soon as she plays with her. Su Yirui was annoyed, how could she forget this, and asked Yanfeng to hug it. Even if Yanfeng immediately put Dolly down, his suit and shirt were still all wet. Su Yirui patted Dolly's head and angrily attacked it, "Dolly, you pee again." Dolly wagged her tail even more happily and rubbed her head on Su Yirui's hand. Su Yirui couldn't laugh or cry, and there was nothing she could do about it. She looked at Yanfeng, It is like that, it pees when it is happy." Yanfeng knew that Annie was like this when she was a child. It's just that Su Yirui got her clothes dirty here, it's really embarrassing. If it's at her own home, just change her clothes quickly. "Why don't you go wash it first?" Su Yirui said. Yanfeng, "Well, I want to borrow your bathroom." "It's okay, I'll take you." Su Yirui said to Dolly in a low voice, "You go back, you are not good at all, we are leaving." When Dolly heard Su Yirui's voice, she knew what she had done wrong, and hurriedly ran back to the doghouse. Su Yirui shook her head, closed the fence door, turned to Yanfeng and said, "The bathroom is upstairs, you come with me." She thought about it and asked Yanfeng to wait for her. She went to find a new bottle of shower gel and a new bath towel and towel. She handed it to Yanfeng, "You go wash." Yanfeng paused, and looked at her with a smile, "Is there any clothes I can change into?" Su Yirui then remembered that she couldn't let people wear dirty clothes after washing, but where did the men's clothes come from in her family? She thought about it and remembered that it seemed that she bought the wrong size bathrobe last time, and Yanfeng should be able to barely put it on. "You go wash it first, I'll bring it and put it on the bed in the second bedroom later." Yanfengyi is a bit of a cleanliness fetish, and he really can't stand the stains on his body, and he has been enduring the time he came up just now, so he didn't say that he would wait any longer, and nodded and said, okay. Su Yirui searched for a long time to find the bathrobe, because she bought too many things, these unused things, her aunt put them all away, she didn't let her aunt look for them, she just asked where to put them and then went to find them herself, so it took more time. When Su Yirui stood at the door of the second bedroom with a bathrobe, she paused for a second, she pushed the door in, and her eyes looked at the bathroom on the right for the first time. The bathroom door is closed. Su Yirui thought for a while, put the bathrobe on the bed, and then walked to the bathroom door. Yanfengyi, I put the bathrobe on the bed. Yanfengyi didn't seem to hear it. Su Yirui had no choice but to approach and knock on the door. Yanfengyi. As soon as she finished speaking, the door suddenly opened a crack. Su Yirui was startled. Fortunately, Yanfengyi didn't come out, but a voice came out, what's wrong? Su Yirui cleared her throat, no, you didn't hear what I said just now, I said put the bathrobe on the bed, you can put it on when you come out, I just asked my aunt to go out to buy the clothes you were wearing. Okay, I'll be fine soon. Then I'll go out and wait for you first. Okay. Yanfengyi's voice was soft and warm, a little hoarse, Su Yirui's face was a little hot, she took 2 steps back, and hurriedly went out. After leaving the second bedroom, Su Yirui touched her face, and it was really a little hot. She took a few steps, looked back in the direction of the second bedroom, and simply stood by the stairs at the end of the corridor and waited for Yanfengyi to come out. She took out her phone and saw several unread WeChat messages. Zhao Di said that he posted on Weibo to help her speak, and said that he didn't see that Lu Xueming would do such a thing, he told Lin Yu, and Lin Yu also posted on Weibo. Su Yirui frowned and immediately opened Weibo. Sure enough, the hot search that finally went down came up again. Zhao Di and Lin Yu spoke for her one after another, saying that Su Yirui did not target Lu Xueming, and what Lu Xueming said was not true. But their statements did not make the situation any better. After the show was broadcast, Lin Yu and Su Yirui were suspected of speculating CP, plus Zhao Di had been following Su Yirui in the show, and the words of the two of them were not convincing. And at the beginning, Lu Xueming's fans were saying that Lu Xueming was ostracized in the show, and everyone was not good to her because of her poor ability, holding Su Yirui, who had strong survivability, so that Lu Xueming's fans were more convinced, and it was possible for others to huddle and bully Lu Xueming with Su Yirui. Now, even Zhao Di and Lin Yu's Weibo are scolding, saying that they helped Su Yirui. Lu Xueming was too pitiful. Lu Xueming has many friends in the circle, she has always had good interpersonal relationships, this is also the first time she has publicly said that she has been wronged, and many actors who have cooperated with her before have taken the initiative to speak for her, saying that Lu Xueming is a good girl with a weak personality, but very hard work and strong, and acting is also very dedicated. At this time, Lu Xueming spoke on other platforms, she did not speak on Weibo, but chose to say a few words on a picture-sharing platform, hoping that fans would not cause trouble for her. This matter has passed, she doesn't want fans to be scolded because of her affairs, it doesn't matter what she herself is, but fans are the most important, and thank you to those friends who speak for her. Although she did not post it on Weibo, someone naturally took a screenshot and posted it. Su Yirui read several hot-searched Weibo, and then replied to Zhao Di. Thank you, but you should not speak for now, so as not to cause trouble to yourself. Zhao Di quickly replied, what trouble can I have? My agent also asked me not to post, but I really don't understand, those fans are still washing the floor, saying that we are all bullying Lu Xueming, are we full and have nothing to do? Su Yirui didn't reply, Zhao Di's personality is really hot, this matter has nothing to do with him, Su Yirui doesn't want to implicate him and be scolded, besides, can she really let Lu Xueming smear it? Lu Xueming said that she bullied her, so she was sorry for causing so many things if she didn't do anything. When Yanfengyi came out of the bedroom, she saw Su Yirui lying on the railing of the corridor playing with her mobile phone. As he walked towards her, she kept her head down and didn't notice him. When he walked behind her, Su Yirui noticed that someone was there. As soon as he turned around, he saw Yanfengyi in a dressing gown. This dressing gown Su Yirui is much bigger, but Yanfengyi is a little smaller. Yanfengyi took a shower, her body exuded the aroma of shower gel. Su Yirui liked this smell very much, so she specially bought a lot of bottles of this shower gel. Every time she took a bath, she felt very fragrant, and she felt like she wanted to eat herself, but now this smell came to Yanfengyi, which inevitably made her uncomfortable. You're done. Su Yirui said unnaturally, why don't you walk without any sound? I didn't hear it. Yanfeng, it's you who are looking too seriously. Su Yirui, it's okay, I just replied with 2 messages. She thought for a while, it should take a while to eat, and my aunt hasn't come back, why don't you wait upstairs for a while, and when my aunt buys clothes and comes back, you change your clothes and go downstairs. Yanfeng also thought it was better to do this, and nodded in agreement. Su Yirui originally wanted to go to the balcony for a while, and there was a garden balcony on the 2nd floor, next to her bedroom. But it was already winter at this time, the balcony was outdoors, and Yanfeng was wearing a bathrobe, wouldn't it be cold to death, it would be better to stay in the room. She hesitated for a moment and decided to take him to the study to sit. The two went to the study, there were several large bookcases in the study, and there were a lot of books in it, but Su Yirui rarely came to the study. The study room is also very comfortable according to Su Yirui's preference, not the solemn and serious feeling, and there is a tatami mat and bay window, and there is a sofa covered with a thick blanket next to it. It just so happens that the two of them can sit here. Yanfeng suddenly said, what was your name when you called me just now? Su Yirui said suspiciously, Yanfeng. Yanfeng. Su Yirui, isn't it good? You said you wanted to call it by name before. Yanfeng thought of that time, it was because Su Yirui always called him Mr. Yan, so he asked her to change her name, but now that the two were together, Su Yirui called him like that just now, but he felt too rusty. Although he also knew that the two were still in the stage of getting to know each other together, it was normal for them to be rusty. Yanfeng stretched out his hand to Su Yirui, you sit next to me. Su Yirui paused, originally Yanfeng was sitting on the bay window, Su Yirui was sitting on the sofa, and there was some distance between the two. Su Yirui didn't know whether to refuse, so Yanfeng said again, I want to sit closer to you, okay? Suri thought to himself, okay, here we go again, this tone again. Gentle and delicate, the voice is also good, in the face of this expectant look, Su Yirui really can't say a word. Even, she looked at Yanfeng's face and was a little addicted to it. I didn't think about developing anything with Yanfeng before, I just admired his appearance, and now that we are together, such a good-looking man is hers. As soon as this thought came out, Su Yirui's mind was a little confused. She is not a saint, the two are together, it seems that they have only held hands, as if Plato is in love. So, she simply put her hand on Yanfeng's palm and asked him to hold herself. Yanfeng's hand was very warm, and holding hands this time was different from the first time she held hands. She was directly dragged into Yanfeng's arms. Her nose gently hit Yanfeng's chest, feeling his flat and hard chest, and what hit her nose was the breath on Yanfeng's body. You. Su Yirui was a little surprised, but soon, she swallowed the words back, because Yanfeng reached out and touched her hair, and whispered, I have long wanted to hold you like this. Su Yirui paused, then what else are you thinking? Yanfeng laughed softly and didn't speak. Su Yirui felt quite comfortable being held by him like this, so she didn't struggle to run. After a while, in the future, you can call me Yuran, this is my word, my grandfather used to take it, and my mother would call me like this when I was a child. Su Yirui silently read these 2 words, Yuran, am I the only one who is called this now? Well, then I don't have a word, just a name, you can call it whatever you like. Okay. What's your nickname? Yanfeng hesitated for a moment. Su Yirui preemptively said, forget it, don't say it yet, let me guess. She quickly continued, is it Ran Ran? There is no fixed nickname, but when I was very young, my grandmother called me Xiao Ran. Su Yirui laughed, Xiao Ran, it's quite cute. She looked up at Yanfeng's face, and when she saw this name, she felt more and more that Yanfeng's appearance had become cute, especially the nose, which felt tall and beautiful at first, but now it was a little more cute. Unconsciously, the two seemed to have become closer because of such a conversation. Her hand was held very tightly by Yanfeng, and she didn't know what Yanfeng was thinking. When she looked up, her forehead hit Yanfeng's chin, and her forehead immediately turned red. But Su Yirui didn't feel much pain. It's just that Yanfeng's eyes looked at her became deeper, and there was an undercurrent surging in her eyes, and before Su Yirui could react, he leaned over and kissed her lips. The soft touch brings the feeling of electric shock. Su Yirui froze for a second, her body was faster than she was conscious, and by the time she realized it, she had already hugged Yanfeng's neck. Yanfeng deepened this kiss. Su Yirui didn't want to be completely passive, but even if she responded, the dominance was always on Yanfeng. She trembled because of his every move the whole time, and her hands slowly tightened, grabbing Yanfeng's hair unconsciously. Listening to the changes in his breathing, Su Yirui felt that her face and body were hot. "You ran." Su Yirui took advantage of the gap between her lips being released by him and gently spat out these two words, and she clearly felt that Yanfeng's eyes on her face were even hotter. Chapter 69. Because of Lu Xueming's speeches on other platforms, the incident began to ferment again. Early the next morning, many celebrities in the entertainment industry posted on Weibo, asking Su Yirui to apologize to Lu Xueming. They are all friends of Lu Xueming or actors who have worked with Lu Xueming in the past. Yu Tian and Meng Xiaodi are two of them. They mentioned this incident on Weibo, saying that Lu Xueming had suffered great psychological trauma because of her and hoped that she would take responsibility for her actions, at least publicly apologize to others. Yu Tian is famous in the entertainment industry for his warm-heartedness. Talking about loyalty, he wrote a long paragraph, although there is no Su Yirui, but everyone knows who he said it to. Yu Tian, Shui Ming and I have been friends for many years. When we were young, we participated in Children in the Mountain together. Shui Ming's character is very well understood, never cause trouble. I just want to act well, do a good job, never see her play a big name, lose her temper. Everyone likes her very much. I didn't expect this to happen now. It is really shocking and infuriating. I hope that the person who did the wrong thing will take the initiative to stand up, give Shui Ming an apology, and give everyone an explanation. After all, she is a public figure, right? Meng Xiaodi and Lu Xueming are best friends, and the two are classmates, so what she said was even more personal. Meng Xiaodi, I just came back from watching the show from abroad. I was shocked to see such news. Shui Ming didn't tell me anything. I called her to find out that there really is such a thing. Shui Ming kept telling me not to stand up for her on the phone, saying that I would take a step back and try not to cooperate in the future, but I couldn't swallow this breath. Shui Ming's family spoils her a lot, and the fans also know that she is a little princess. Where have she suffered such grievances? I was against it when I went to participate in this show. She can't take care of herself, and it is inevitable that she will suffer. But what I didn't expect is that there are still people who bully her like this. She is a little girl, she has provoked you, you have done this to her. Today I will put my words here, you must apologize, since this matter has become a big deal. I advise you to apologize to Shui Ming publicly now and make it clear what you have done. Their Weibo has received many likes and retweets from insiders, especially Meng Xiaodi, who is praised as a good girlfriend in Country A, and there are really not many girls in the entertainment industry who are as loyal as her. Other people's Weibo posts have similar meanings, and some say it even more ugly. Many netizens were led by the rhythm, saying that Su Yirui's road turned black or powder turned black, and even began to boycott the brand endorsed by Su Yirui. Lu Xueming was eating breakfast at home and watching TV, holding her mobile phone in her hand, and swiping Weibo from time to time to see who was scolding Su Yirui for her. The more she looked at it, the better she felt, but when she thought that Lin Yu was still speaking for Su Yirui, she felt that it was not enough for things to go like this, and she had to wait for Su Yirui to apologize to her. If she still wants to continue in the entertainment industry, it is impossible not to apologize. Lu Xueming explained to her agent that if Su Yirui contacted her, she would refuse first, saying that she didn't want to contact her privately, and reconciliation was impossible. She wanted to see Su Yirui's reputation ruined, and then stand up and forgive her. At that time, Su Yirui's acting career was also ruined in half. Who would like an actress like her? And which brand would look for a star endorsement product with a bad image like her? At this time, Meng Xiaodi sent her a message, saying that she should not be sad. Everyone was on her side, and asked her if Lu's father and mother knew about this. If they came forward, Su Yirui would be even more unable to turn over. Lu Xueming didn't tell her parents about this. Her father is now on vacation abroad and won't come until next week, and when they come back, the matter should have settled. She didn't want to trouble her parents, of course, because she was worried that her parents would see the problem. Her parents will definitely go to the program team to ask for a video. After all, survival adventure is recorded 24 hours a day, and Su Yirui can't get rid of it at all when she gets the video as proof. But where did she get the evidence? The so-called evidence will only let people know the truth of the matter, and when the time comes, I will watch the video of the program team. I am afraid that the situation will be completely reversed. However, she has asked the agent to say hello to the program team. The director of the program team is friends with her agent, and it is impossible to expose the original video. only from the broadcast of the survival adventure episodes, everything is right with Lu Xueming. Lu Xueming replied to Meng Xiaodi that she was much better, telling her not to worry, saying that she didn't want her parents to worry, they were on vacation abroad, and asked Meng Xiaodi not to tell her parents. Meng Xiaodi comforted her a few more words, saying that he would definitely help her until Su Yirui was punished. Lu Xueming replied casually and was ready to go out. She was going to the beauty salon, and she made an appointment for skincare yesterday. Coming back from the uninhabited island, her skin darkened a few degrees. Originally she was not white skin, and it was finally maintained relatively white. This time after recording the show, the agent said that she was much darker, which simply made her angry, and quickly ordered several whitening treatments, and she must let this face be whitened again in the past 2 months. Before going out, Lu Xueming applied several layers of sunscreen, wore a hat and mask, and covered her whole face tightly, and when she arrived at the beauty salon, after entering, the front desk recognized her and led her to the box reserved for her. When she was doing beauty, Lu Xueming put her mobile phone in her bag, which was stored in the locker, and when she finished doing it, it was already 2 hours later, and she was still thinking about whether to do more manicures, so she took out her mobile phone and wanted to show the nail art pictures she had seen before to the nail artist. The clerk helped her get the bag, and Lu Xueming took out her mobile phone and was shocked as soon as she unlocked it. At this moment, there were more than a dozen missed calls and dozens of WeChat messages. The agent called her 10 times, and Lu Xueming's heart tightened. What was so anxious to find her? Could something happen? Lu Xueming clicked on WeChat and looked at it, and before she could read a few words, her face changed. She hurriedly told the beauty salon clerk that she would not do manicures, put on a mask, went out and returned to the car before calling back to her agent. Lu Xueming's voice panicked. What's going on? What is the situation on the program team, and why did they hand over the video? The agent was also very anxious. Where are you now? I can't tell you on the phone, I'll meet you and tell you. You tell me what happened first. Lu Xueming said excitedly, if the video is released, I will be miserable. Agent, isn't Survival Adventure going to update the 5th issue on time tonight? But the show was suddenly found to have a problem, saying that the filming location was not authorized, it was not allowed to be played, and the program was forcibly removed from the shelves. The filming location is not authorized? What do you mean? Isn't that an uninhabited island? I heard that it has been negotiated with the local government before. Agent, that's right, then the uninhabited island was bought, and now it is private property. People say that it is not allowed, the previous episodes of the program can no longer be watched, and it is useless for the video platform to come forward to communicate. How could this happen? What does this have to do with the program team handing over the video of me and Su Yirui? Half an hour later, Lu Xueming finally met with her agent at the company. What's going on? Has the program team handed it over? Lu Xueming's face was pale, she didn't expect things to be like this at all. Now is the time to scold Su Yirui on the internet. Basically people who brush Weibo are paying attention to this matter. If the complete video goes out at this time, the person who is scolded will become her, and even scold even more fiercely. She couldn't imagine. Everyone will say that she directed and acted, hyped herself, and splashed dirty water on Su Yirui. How could she continue to mix? No, she must not let this happen. Now we are negotiating, even if we promised us before, now it's different, people's programs are going to be yellow, where will they care about my favor? And besides, the other party is obviously here for this matter. As long as the complete video is handed over and then publicly clarified for Su Yirui, the program is allowed to be played, they can't not hand it over. Why? Who is it, Su Yirui? Impossible, how could Su Yirui have such great ability? So who bought the ghost uninhabited island? Lu Xueming was going crazy, and she was so flustered. I asked, but I refused to reveal it. Then what now? Lu Xueming was confused. Is it Su Yirui's company, the Shin family? Yes, is it the relationship of the Shin family? We don't know yet. The agent's head is also big, and he didn't expect this situation now. He should have dissuaded Lu Xueming before, but now it was too late to say anything, so he could only find a way to prevent things from happening. The video hasn't been given to the other party yet, so there should be a turnaround. Call the director of the program, just say that I will pay, I am willing to pay, millions are fine, and I will pay for the loss of the recording program. The agent looked at her helplessly. Xueming, what you think is too simple, impossible. If the show is not broadcast, the loss is not only the cost, but also liquidated damages. Those advertisers have signed contracts, and the liquidated damages are more than millions. That so what to do? Lu Xueming shook her body in despair, but fortunately, the agent helped her, otherwise she would have fallen to the ground. The agent thought for a while, sighed, and said, I'll contact the director again to see if I can talk to the owner of the uninhabited island and fight for it. Maybe Su Yirui just found the owner of the uninhabited island and gave benefits. Lu Xueming's panicked eyes finally became clearer again, and she nodded repeatedly, yes, it must be Su Yirui's ghost. If we find the owner of the uninhabited island and give better conditions, maybe this matter will be solved. Agent, but the premise is that it can be contacted. It must be possible, I'll find someone to ask too. Lu Xueming seemed to have found her goal again, and immediately picked up her mobile phone and flipped through the address book to see if there was anyone who could help. I hope so. The agent looked at the panicked Lu Xueming and couldn't say anything about pouring cold water, but he already had a premonition in his heart. Lu Xueming is the artist who has developed the best under him, and he also values her the most, so he can only find a way to deal with what will happen in the future. The agent glanced at Lu Xueming, lowered his eyes, took out his mobile phone and quietly contacted Lu Xueming's parents. Yan Fingyi was in a meeting at the company at this time, and in the morning he dealt with some personal matters, first acquiring the video software that signed a contract with Survival Adventure to play exclusively, and then contacting the local government where the uninhabited island is located, stamping the relevant documents and faxing them, and then finding a lawyer to negotiate with the program team. Originally, he could leave these things to the people below to do, but he still did it himself. After all, it was about Su Yirui, and it was still very important to Su Yirui. He had to come by himself to rest assured. After confirming that he would be able to get the video within today, he arranged the current meeting. The meeting lasted for half an hour, and when he came out of the conference room, Yuan Mi immediately greeted him and said that there were 2 calls looking for him. Mr. Yan, there were 2 calls looking for you just now. One was from Yan Fingyi's friend Xu Yuan, and the other was from a shareholder of the company. It's all about the Survival Adventure show going to be stopped. Yan Fingyi nodded indifferently, his expression did not change at all. It seems that they are still struggling to the death over there, and they have found some people to save them. He was quite capable, and he was able to find him here, and even Xu Yuan came to ask. Chapter 70. Xu Yuan is an art dealer. 5 years ago in a gallery in France and Yan Fingyi met, the two hit it off at first sight and talked very well, and have been very good friends until now. Xu Yuan returned to country A as early as last year to develop, and recently he was busy opening a new gallery in S City, so he didn't have time to meet Yan Fingyi to catch up, only occasionally made a phone call to keep in touch. Xu Yuan called today because a friend came to him to ask about the buyer of the uninhabited island. Yan Fingyi bought the uninhabited island before he came forward to find someone to talk to the local government. His galleries are all over the world, and there happened to be a buyer who had a good relationship with him, that is, a government official in Madagascar, so Yan Fingyi asked him to do a little favor. So Lu Xueming wanted to ask about the buyer of the uninhabited island, so she asked around and turned a few people before she found Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan also looked inexplicable. He asked him to help with a buyer with a good personal relationship, so it was not easy to postpone, so he agreed to help and ask, so he called Yan Fingyi. What's the matter? Yan Fingyi called Xu Yuan back. Xu Yuan, one of my clients asked me to ask if you could discuss with you about a variety show filmed on the island you bought a few days ago. Yan Fingyi directly refused. You can tell him that I don't have time. Okay. Xu Yuan was not surprised. He called because the customer had a good relationship with him and was just a small favor, but he had no intention of persuading Yan Fingyi, and besides, the customer was also entrusted by others. Xu Yuan quickly changed his relaxed tone. I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you have time to have dinner tonight? I happen to be in City A. Yan Fingyi, sorry, not tonight. Xu Yuan, what have you been busy with lately? I was surprised that you suddenly wanted to buy that uninhabited island before. Why is that variety show related to you now? Yan Fingyi looked at his watch. It was still early, and it happened that he also wanted to ask Xu Yuan something, so he said, do you have time now? We can have a cup of coffee nearby. Xu Yuan, wait a minute. Yan Fingyi waited for about 2 minutes, and Xu Yuan came back. Okay, see you downstairs in half an hour. Xu Yuan came to City A today to meet a buyer who was interested in buying a famous painting under him, which was painted by a little-known painter, but the buyer was willing to bid $300,000, so Xu Yuan came over deliberately. After meeting with the buyer, the conversation was good, and the meeting ended earlier than he expected. That's why I'm going to meet Yan Fingyi. The two have not seen each other for half a year, and the last time they met was in France, when Xu Yuan held a solo exhibition in a gallery in France and invited Yan Fingyi. After meeting Yan Fingyi, Xu Yuan greeted him very warmly. Xu Yuan grew up abroad, and his living habits are still different from those in country A. Long time no see, how do you think you have become much younger? Xu Yuan was not joking, he always felt that Yan Fingyi looked too serious and calm before, but now he felt that he was more energetic. I heard that falling in love will make people young and radiant, could it be that your iron tree has also blossomed? Xu Yuan said as he sat down. Yan Fingyi smiled but did not speak. Xu Yuan looked surprised, it's true? He just said it casually, but he didn't expect Yan Fingyi to really fall in love. When he was abroad, Yan Fingyi was very popular, and even Hollywood female stars took the initiative to send him invitations, but he has always had a cold attitude and never accepted anyone. In particular, there is a female star who is very beautiful and has a very hot figure, which is the type that Xu Yuan likes very much. He took the initiative to invite Yan Fingyi several times and wanted to have dinner with him, but Yan Fingyi refused because he was too busy with work. He had also asked Yan Fingyi before why he was so resolute. Yan Fingyi only said that he had no idea of falling in love for the time being, and he thought that Yan Fingyi was a workaholic who only wanted to work, treating the company as his wife and work as everything. Xu Yuan was very curious about what kind of person could make Yan Fingyi change his mind. Well, how are you doing? Yan Fingyi said. Xu Yuan said, I'm still the same, I've been too busy lately, but emotionally, I'm still not delayed, you know. Xu Yuan is a veteran in the love scene, and there is never a shortage of women around him. He runs all over the world and has confidants in many places. He is also a person who is very good at making women happy, and has always been very pleasing to women, although he is not very handsome, but fortunately, he is tall, maintains his figure very well, and is rich. Xu Yuan asked curiously, when will I meet your girlfriend? Yan Fingyi avoided the wait and said lightly, fine time. Xu Yuan knew that he was busy, but he still couldn't stand it and was really curious, so he said, I have an art exhibition in a few days, and I just want to invite you to see it, why don't you take her with you? Yan Fingyi shook her head, it's inconvenient, she is a public figure, she shouldn't be able to watch the art exhibition with me. Xu Yuan was surprised, is it a star? Yan Fingyi, No, Fingyi, I'm getting more and more curious about what kind of girl she is. Xu Yuan knew that Yan Fingyi was very low-key, and there was no dust at the moment, and he was arrogant in his bones, even if his property was hundreds of billions, he never accepted media interviews, and he didn't like to appear in front of the camera, and now he would actually date female stars, which does not mean that he is likely to be secretly photographed by the media, and even gossiped by netizens. What kind of girl can make Yan Fingyi change her persistence? You'll know then. Yan Fingyi also sold a pass, taking Su Yirui to meet friends does need to be on the agenda, but let's talk to Su Yirui first. Thinking of Su Yirui, Yan Fingyi's expression softened a little more, not as cold and hard as usual. By the way, I wanted to ask you why you suddenly bought that uninhabited island, and now you are related to variety shows, what is going on? Yan Fingyi, a little private matter, I have almost dealt with it. Xu Yuan, if you need help, you must say it, I have rejected the customer, saying that I can't help. Yan Fingyi, At this time, Xu Yuan's mobile phone suddenly rang. Xu Yuan glanced at it, and said to Yan Fingyi, I'm sorry, I answered the phone, and it was the customer who called again. Yan Fingyi, you are free. Xu Yuan didn't avoid Yan Fingyi when he picked up the phone, the person on the other end of the phone didn't know what he said. Xu Yuan changed his two tones, from gentle to very cold and alienated, it can be seen that the person he talked to has also changed. Xu Yuan said, I have conveyed your intentions, but my friend does not have this will. Yan Fingyi's brows raised imperceptibly. When Xu Yuan hung up the phone, he said to Yan Fingyi, I don't even know what the situation is, why did it involve the video and the two female stars? Lu Xueming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot at home, she tried her best to find people who could help, and finally asked about the news about the buyer of the uninhabited island, but the other party did not agree to talk to her at all, it was useless to say anything, and there was no chance to throw out the benefits. Of course, she also knew that people who could buy uninhabited islands would definitely not be short of money, and they couldn't get the money. But she also looked for favors, but it was still useless, in the final analysis, the favors were not in place, and she couldn't reach people at that level. I heard from her friend that the other party didn't give them a chance to talk at all, and they were people they couldn't reach at all. But why can Su Yirui? Why should she, who is helping Su Yirui, Is there a financier behind her? Thinking of the rumors she had heard before, Lu Xueming was immediately convinced in her heart that Su Yirui must have been helped by the financier. The first few times she fought with others on Weibo, Su Yirui won a big victory, and those times there was a lot of noise, and she also knew a thing or two. Every time someone provoked Su Yirui, she was slapped in the face in the end. Su Yirui also started a few months ago, and suddenly became high profile. There are traces of all this. After Lu Xueming figured it out, she bit her lip, called her agent, and said what she thought. The agent was silent for a long time and said, "What you said is indeed possible, but at this time, it is useless to say that." Lu Xueming, then what should we do? You can't just wait like this, right? The agent pondered. No, waiting is waiting for death. We contact Su Yirui, talk to her directly. The big deal is reconciliation. I believe she doesn't want to tear her face and make things big. The current situation is still very unfavorable to her. Even if you find out the original video, it may not have much effect. After all, everyone is on your side now. You have many friends in the circle. The big deal is to buy the water army with rhythm. In just a few hours, the agent has also experienced many setbacks, looking for someone to find and not being able to ask for people. There is nothing worse than this. Lu Xueming said excitedly, "Yes, we went to great lengths to find the owner of the uninhabited island. It would be better to contact Su Yirui directly. Now that she has been scolded so badly, we can just reconcile with her. I will directly post on Weibo to explain that it is a misunderstanding. I'll contact Su Yirui's agent now." Lu Xueming, "Okay, if you can negotiate with her agent, it's best. You don't have to talk to Su Yirui. I don't want to talk to her directly. The agent is helpless, it's all this time, and there are some you choose. You don't want to talk to her directly, and now the initiative has actually been in Su Yirui's side for a long time, just when the show was stopped." The agent quickly asked someone to contact Wang Meng. He thought of the rhetoric before the call, said the scene very well, analyzed the current situation for Wang Meng, hinted that Su Yirui's situation was very bad, and changed his tone, saying that he wanted to resolve the matter peacefully, and Lu Xueming was willing to come forward to clarify and speak for Su Yirui. I thought Wang Meng would agree to his plan, but who knew that Wang Meng was silent for a long time and gave him a cold sentence. "Oh, then I'll ask Su Yirui. I guess she doesn't want to reconcile." The agent paused, a little speechless, but had to say, "Okay, you can discuss, but time waits for no one. If you don't solve it today, I am afraid that Su Yirui will be scolded even worse. We also see that the situation is too serious now, so we proposed this method." Wang Meng, "What you said, it seems that you didn't make this matter of daring to love, hee." Wang Meng is not a good-tempered person. He was already suppressing his anger, but at this time he was upset when he heard it, so he simply sneered. But she didn't know that Yan Fingyi had already gotten the video given by the program team, so she didn't have much confidence, otherwise she wouldn't have answered his call. "Agent." He was a little embarrassed by Wang Meng, and he could only bite the bullet and say, "Xue Ming, she was indeed bullied by your Su Yirui. There is no doubt about this, but Xue Ming did not do it right, so if you want to solve this matter well, you don't have to stab me with words. Everyone is for the good of their own artists." Wang Meng, "For the good of your own artists, you won't let Lu Xueming do such immoral things, open your eyes and talk nonsense, engage in online violence, and think that we are easy to bully? I won't fight with you, you give me a reply as soon as possible." Wang Meng was so angry that her face was red and her neck was thick. Just when Su Yirui knocked on the door and came in, she was stunned for a moment, didn't hang up the phone, and said directly to Su Yirui, "You came just in time. Lu Xueming's agent called to say that she wanted to reconcile with us. She posted on Weibo to clarify that it has nothing to do with you. You also posted a Weibo to interact with her in a friendly manner. And this matter is over." Su Yirui said lightly, "You call me." Wang Meng handed her the phone, and Su Yirui also took out a hard drive from her bag and handed it to her. "Take a look at this." The agent heard that Su Yirui answered the phone, and was about to tell her what he had just said to Wang Meng to Su Yirui, but Su Yirui directly blocked what he was going to say. "I didn't want to tell you. Is Lu Xueming here? Let her answer the phone." The agent looked at Lu Xueming, who was sitting next to him and had been nervously watching him on the phone. "Wait a minute, I'll call her." The agent pressed mute, and then said to Lu Xueming, "Su Yirui is here, saying that she wants to talk to you directly." "Su Yirui? What is she going to say to me?" Lu Xueming was actually a little afraid of Su Yirui, but she also looked down on Su Yirui, so she felt very conflicted about Su Yirui, and she could hurt her behind her back, but she didn't dare to face Su Yirui directly. I don't know, do you want to tell her? I listened to her agent's meaning, and the decision to reconcile or not is still on Su Yirui. I think it's better for you to be soft and apologize to her in private. Maybe this matter will be solved, if it really makes a public video. Before the agent finished speaking, Lu Xueming thought about the pros and cons. I know, give me a call, I'll answer. The agent nodded. It's better for you to have a better tone and be soft in private, than to let you apologize publicly. The agent is right, quietly saying sorry, it's better than letting her be lingered by the whole network. Although even so, Lu Xueming felt embarrassed, but she secretly told herself that for the sake of the overall situation, she had to endure this humiliation. Lu Xueming took her mobile phone and unmute. Su Yirui's side was very quiet, but she seemed to be able to feel the cold breath emitted by Su Yirui through the phone, which made her afraid. She thought for a while and finally said, I'm Lu Xueming. Su Yirui didn't say a word, but Lu Xueming knew that she was listening, and she immediately felt a sense of humiliation, which was even more uncomfortable than she expected. I didn't mean it before, and I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Let's reconcile. Lu Xueming endured the discomfort under the gaze of her agent. If those videos were not exposed, then she didn't have to bow to Su Yirui at all. But it's too late to say anything, she must stop the video from being made public. Reconciliation? Su Yirui sneered, are you funny? Lu Xueming's face turned pale. I'm serious. She thought for a while, and then hurriedly said, if you don't reconcile with me now, you will be scolded more on the internet. As long as I make a statement, those public opinions will soon disappear. Su Yirui, Lu Xueming, I said. Is your brain watered, or boiling water? Lu Xueming's eyes widened and she said angrily, you. What do you mean, don't go too far? Su Yirui smiled sarcastically, oh? I'm overdoing it, what are you going to do? Continue to pretend to be pitiful? Let your friends come to attack me? Force me to apologize? The agent listened, looked at her disapprovingly, patted her on the shoulder, and whispered, apologize, think about the current situation. Lu Xueming took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, restrained her emotions, and said, it's my fault, I shouldn't have done that before. Su Yirui didn't speak. Lu Xueming didn't know what she was thinking, so she had to continue, I'm sorry, I will explain to my friends, let them delete Weibo, and I will also make a statement. Chapter 71 I'm sorry, I'll explain to my friends, let them delete Weibo, and make a statement. Can you forgive me? Big things turn into small things, and pretend that it didn't happen. Su Yirui, I'm sorry, it's impossible to forgive you, I'm really not generous, if anyone provokes me, the consequences will be quite serious. Lu Xueming had never met Su Yirui like this, she bowed her head and apologized, but Su Yirui said proudly that she would not forgive her, which was too hateful. Then what do you want? Lu Xueming said impulsively. How is it? Of course, it's to see you ruined, get out of the entertainment industry, and no longer be an eyesore in front of me. Su Yirui said lightly. Her tone was very calm, but this sentence set off a stormy wave in Lu Xueming's heart. Impossible, who do you think you are, why do you do it? Lu Xueming panicked, she was afraid that Su Yirui's words would come true, although she didn't believe it, but Su Yirui's tone made her panic in her heart. Su Yirui was silent for 2 seconds. Lu Xueming thought she had a guilty conscience, but who knew that she soon heard Su Yirui say, maybe it's because I'm better than you. You. Don't think I don't know, you rely on men, you have the help of the financier, do you think you are unscrupulous? Lu Xueming's face turned blue with anger, her body was shaking, and her speech became unceremonial. Su Yirui raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I'm really unscrupulous, because you are not vulnerable at all. Su Yirui was not angry, this matter did have Yanfeng's help, but her boyfriend, what can't be relied upon, is it right to have to face it alone, but the financier is interesting, since she came, the rumors that she had a financier have not stopped. It is estimated that Yanfeng doesn't mind being said to be the owner of the financier. Lu Xueming even had the heart to smash the mobile phone, as if he smashed the mobile phone, he could also smash Su Yirui on the other end of the phone to death. Don't be too rampant, do you think I'm really afraid of you? If you refuse to reconcile, then the fish will die and the net will break, who is afraid of whom? Lu Xueming was so angry that her teeth itched, and she gritted her teeth and said harsh words. The fish is dead and the net is broken? It's a pity that you are the only fish in the net. Su Yirui's words became more and more crazy, not only mocking, but also full of arrogance, and Wang Meng, who was standing next to her, had to clap and applaud her. Wang Mingjun didn't expect Su Yirui's speech to be so irritating. If it were her, she would probably faint from anger. Lu Xueming was indeed angry. She had never been so angry since she was a child. She took several deep breaths, ready to scold Su Yirui regardless of her image. As a result, Su Yirui hung up the phone directly, and when she saw the phone cut off, Lu Xueming smashed her phone and screamed. Ah! Her facial expression is hideous. Where is there a pure and cute image? If this scene is seen by her fans, it is estimated that they will all be depowdered. Half an hour later, the director of the survival adventure program team posted a Weibo. Lao Chen, who doesn't talk big, I would like to give an explanation here about Su Yirui being said to bully Lu Xueming during the recording of the survival adventure program in the past few days. First, Su Yirui performed very well in the show, beyond the expectations of all the staff and guests of the show, including me, not only brought many benefits to the guests, but also brought more fun to the show. I am very grateful to her. Second, after many days of getting along, I think Su Yirui is a girl with a strong personality but a good personality, active and hardworking, not proud of her strong ability, but very good to everyone. Third, Su Yirui has never bullied Lu Xueming. Our program is recorded 24 hours a day, except for private time. The two have never gone out of the camera. Of course, if there is a conflict, our staff will find it as soon as possible, and the following will be attached to some unbroadcast videos, from which it can be seen that Su Yirui absolutely did not act against Lu Xueming. Fourth, I am very sorry for not releasing the video and not giving an explanation, first of all, because it takes time to sort out the video, and secondly, the impact of video exposure on another guest is not good, and we don't want to make a fuss to this point. Who knew that Su Yirui was attacked to this point? I also apologize to Su Yirui here. I'm sorry. Less than an hour after this Weibo was posted, it became a hot search, and the video also reached 10 million views. It can be seen from the often hour-long edited video that Su Yirui did not bully Lu Xueming, but Lu Xueming has been targeting Su Yirui, repeatedly speaking after Su Yirui spoke, either provoking or singing the opposite tune, but the other guests are more inclined to Su Yirui. Especially the fact that Lu Xueming mentioned before that Su Yirui deliberately used snakes to scare her. Judging from the feature film played in Survival Adventure, only Lu Xueming and Su Yirui encountered snakes, and Su Yirui subdued the snake, plus Lu Xueming was frightened by the snake in Su Yirui's hand. So everyone listened to Lu Xueming's words and mistakenly thought that Su Yirui did it on purpose. But after all the complete videos were released, everyone could see that Su Yirui not only did not scare Lu Xueming, but Lu Xueming did a bunch of riotous operations. Everyone knows that seeing a snake cannot move, otherwise it will make the snake attack, especially when Lu Xueming and Su Yirui walked together. Lu Xueming's suicidal behavior can be said to have implicated Su Yirui and pulled Su Yirui into danger. And Su Yirui clearly warned Lu Xueming not to move, but she still didn't listen. Seeing this scene, netizens understood Su Yirui, let alone Su Yirui, even they would want to scold Lu Xueming for being stupid and brain-dead. And Lu Xueming also ran behind Su Yirui to hide, using Su Yirui as a meat shield. Isn't this harmful? What's even more shocking is that she also tried to smash the snake with something, which was simply suffocating. It's okay to kill herself, but Su Yirui is in front of her. Lu Xueming's previous kind little fairy set completely collapsed. Netizens' impression of Lu Xueming at the moment is just one word: stupid and poisonous. Look at Su Yirui again. She was not afraid of danger, she was not surprised, she killed the snake, and she saved Lu Xueming. Lu Xueming didn't appreciate it, and she bit back afterwards. I have to say that this operation is crazy. There are too many people paying attention to this matter, and the Weibo of the program director soon had 50,000 comments, all of whom were scolding Lu Xueming. At the beginning, he scolded Su Yirui fiercely, but now scolding Lu Xueming is scolding to death. Yeezy can't fly. Damn, I want to kill Lu Xueming after reading it, let alone Su Yirui. Tomorrow's Superman, Lu Xueming is synonymous with stupidity and poison. Even if she seeks death, she will implicate others. Su Yirui saved her, she will repay her kindness. If it were me, I would grab the snake and throw it in her face. Su Yirui is still too kind. 3 lives and 3 lives are enough for you. Su Yirui, I'm sorry, I misbelieved Lu Xueming before, and I scolded you. I didn't expect Lu Xueming to be this kind of person, I cried Liao. The night is not sultry, I flirted. Is the program team throwing the pot? This video should have been released earlier, causing Su Yirui to be scolded for a few days. Obviously it was all Lu Xueming's fault, and Su Yirui was scolded by the whole network. Go upstairs in broad daylight. Su Yirui is 2A. I love Su Yirui to death. These days Lu Xueming is so black with her. She didn't say a word. If the program team hadn't released the video, it is estimated that she would have been hacked out. And then look at Lu Xueming. It's so many friends in the circle crusading Su Yirui again, and it's the end to guide the fans. I don't love you for 2 or 3 days. I don't know how those who spoke for Lu Xueming and asked Su Yirui to apologize felt when they saw this video. Hehe, come out and apologize. This incident reminds everyone of the suicide of a female star due to depression last month. Su Yirui was misunderstood and scolded by the whole network. She is a normal person who is depressed. No snowflake is innocent during the avalanche, and many people are involved. In addition, Su Yirui has never said a word. Everyone can't help but wonder if Su Yirui is sad at home. She looks so strong and powerful, but she is also a girl. Girls should be held in the palm of their hands, so why should she suffer such misunderstandings and so much harm? Will she be depressed and autistic because of this? If that's the case, it's too miserable. How beautiful and proud she is. Netizens have posted blogs to apologize to Su Yirui. For a time, there were millions of apologies on Weibo. In this way, swipe the screen on Weibo and Moments. And Lu Xueming was also completely ruined. Overnight, Lu Xueming became a rat crossing the street. Everyone shouted and beat. Tens of millions of fans were all depowdered. Only some zombie fans remained, and even many people were ashamed that they were once fans of Lu Xueming, and the previous fans scolded more ruthlessly than passers-by, saying that they were deceived by Lu Xueming, and now they feel disgusted when they see her. In particular, some fans who attacked Su Yirui for her cried at home, which was uncomfortable. The idol turned out to be this kind of person, and he hurt others for her. The last big fan of Lu Xueming took the lead in organizing an event to apologize to Su Yirui, compensate Su Yirui, and let Su Yirui not be sad. At the end of the day, the sales of the products endorsed by Su Yirui broke records again. Lu Xueming hid at home, not daring to answer anyone's call, and her friends in the circle who had helped her scold Su Yirui before sent messages to question her, and some even blocked her after scolding her. The agent told her that all the endorsements she was talking about were yellow, and now the brands she endorsed had also sent letters of termination and even lawyer letters. Because of her, everyone began to resist buying products she endorsed. Not only that, the company's top management is also discussing whether to refrigerate Lu Xueming, and the results should be positive. Lu Xueming didn't dare to go online, and now there were overwhelming remarks scolding her. She had never been so desperate since she was a child. Everything is gone. If she had known that this would happen, she should have knelt in front of Su Yirui and begged her not to release the video, and begged her to forgive herself. She should beg her. Lu Xueming fainted at home, and was finally discovered by her parents who rushed back from abroad, and after waking up, they planned to send Lu Xueming to the hospital for examination, but Lu Xueming desperately resisted. I can't go to the hospital, I can't go out. She would see others when she went out, and if she was recognized, she would be besieged. She couldn't imagine it. Lu's father slapped him and called out, and a bright red palm print appeared on Lu Xueming's face. You did the good deeds, you still hid it from us. If we hadn't come back early, we wouldn't have known that you would have done such a thing. What are you doing? What's the use of beating her so far? The child is already like this. Lumu helped Lu Xueming, who was beaten to the ground. Knowing what her daughter had done, Lu's mother was also angry, but seeing her daughter's pitiful appearance and despair, she felt distressed again, sighed and said, now let's think about what to do. Lu's father looked at Lu Xueming with a calm face. What else can I do? Apologize publicly, and ask for forgiveness. Lu Xueming murmured, yes, I can still beg her. I beg her to let me go. As long as she forgives me, maybe everyone will forgive me. The next day, Lu's father and mother held a press conference with Lu Xueming to publicly apologize to Su Yirui. At the reception, Lu Xueming had no makeup, her eyes were red and swollen like a walnut, and the palm prints on her face were still obvious, which shocked the reporters. I'm sorry everyone, I'm sorry Xiao Su. Lu's father bowed on the stage. Lu's father and mother first bowed to the camera and apologized, asking netizens and Su Yirui for forgiveness, saying that Lu Xueming was still young and had done something wrong, and they were also responsible as parents. This scene is really touching and embarrassing. If the child does something wrong, it will also implicate the parents to come out. Lu's father and mother are both seniors in the entertainment industry, and the two also had a period of glory before, but later Lu Xueming became popular as soon as she debuted, with countless resources, and she was also stained with their light. But not only did they not wait for the blessings brought by Shanglo Xueming, but they were implicated because of her, and they wanted to apologize in front of others for what their daughter had done. Lu Xueming has enjoyed the aura of her parents since she was a child, and she has never seen her parents like this. She blamed herself for leaving tears and crying out of breath. She stood in front and stopped her parents. "Mom and Dad, don't say it, it's all my fault." She plopped down and knelt down. This move stunned everyone, but everyone thought about it. If the video hadn't been released, it was estimated that the person who was scolded by the whole network to kneel or even commit suicide would be Su Yirui. When she does these things, she has to think that there will be today. Now like this, I can only say one thing: pitiful. But poor people must have their hateful points. And Lu Xueming just reaped the consequences. After the reporters sighed, they still took a wild shot. At this time, a group of people rushed out of nowhere, smashed a few eggs at Lu Xueming. 2 eggs smashed on Lu Xueming's clothes, 1 smashed on her forehead. The egg liquid stayed along her face, and Lu Xueming screamed. "Don't pretend, why don't you think about this day when you lie? You deceived us so badly, I used to believe in you so much and like you so much. You liar. You don't deserve to be forgiven." It turned out that these were once loyal fans of Lu Xueming, and they had done a lot of things on the internet in order to seek justice for Lu Xueming before, wanting to force Su Yirui to apologize, but they were slapped in the face afterwards. Knowing that Lu Xueming was holding a press conference today, he organized a small group and slipped in under the pretense of connections, just waiting for this moment. But even if he smashed her face with an egg and saw her crying in embarrassment, she didn't feel relieved. After the press conference, Lu Xueming was on the hot search again, and the video of her kneeling went viral on the internet. Some people say she deserves it, and some people think she's a little pitiful. Everyone was curious about what Su Yirui, who had never come out to say a word, thought. She was the one involved, but she didn't say a word. Will she forgive Lu Xueming? At this time, Su Yirui, who was cared for by everyone, was sitting in her yard. Yanfengyi was free today and took into her house. Dolly hadn't seen her mother for a long time. She was so excited that she jumped, and took out her toys and put them in front of Annie to play with Annie. "Thank you for this." Su Yirui and Yanfengyi held hands, sat on the chair next to them, and watched the 2 dogs play. "There is no need to say thank you between us." Yanfengyi put her hand in the palm of her hand and pinched it from time to time, soft and delicate. It was really comfortable to the touch, and people couldn't put it down. Su Yirui didn't understand why he was so obsessed with his hand, and the first thing he saw her was to hold her hand after holding it once. But she doesn't care, she doesn't reject this kind of intimate action. Yanfengyi's hands are also very comfortable, the palms are very large, the fingers are slender, and the joints are distinct, like hands playing the piano. "Okay, then I won't say thank you again." Yanfengyi thought for a while, "But you can express it with your actions." Su Yirui laughed. "What does it mean to express it with action?" Yanfengyi raised a hand and pointed to his lips. Su Yirui. Su Yirui didn't speak, didn't say no, didn't say good. Yanfengyi just looked at her like this. A handsome face that seemed to be smiling, like a demon. Su Yirui's heart itched when she looked at it. Su Yirui smiled and asked, "Are you asking for a kiss?" Yanfengyi didn't say yes or no, but looking at his eyes, he clearly had been affirming her. "Is it okay to do this in front of Annie and Dory?" Su Yirui joked. Yanfengyi seemed to think about it seriously. "I think it's okay." "Okay." Su Yirui put a kiss on his forehead. Yanfengyi pointed to his lips seriously. "Why didn't I find out before I was with you? Why are you so unrestrained?" Su Yirui stared into his eyes, with a smile on her lips, in a very good mood. Yanfengyi was calm and composed, without the slightest embarrassment. "You can slowly discover it in the future." "What to discover?" Yanfengyi put his finger on her lips and pinched her lips. "Okay." His fingertips touched her lips, warm to the touch, and Su Yirui's heart felt sore, numb and itchy, as if there was an electric current rushing around. I have to say that Yanfengyi is really too seductive, obviously an ascetic and cold appearance, but it is all an illusion, making people want to peel him clean and eat him. Su Yirui had to admit that she was a little greedy for Yanfengyi's body. The 2 kissed in the yard for a while. Su Yirui was a little out of breath, leaned on Yanfengyi's shoulder, pressed her hand on his chest, and whispered, "Okay, I won't have time to go out if I kiss you again, I will have an interview later." Yanfengyi's voice was hoarse and low. When Su Yirui heard this, her ears were red, and she said, "Then you let go of me." "Hold it for a while." Su Yirui quieted down and thought to herself, it turned out that older men, like younger boys, were very clingy. She raised her eyes to look at Yan Fengyi's chin, reached out and touched it, and asked on a whim, when was the last time you fell in love? Yan Fengyi thought for a while, I don't remember. Su Yirui didn't believe it, how could it be, how distant it is, you don't remember. Yan Fengyi, probably junior high school. Su Yirui was stunned for a moment, that's really far away, you are in your 30s. Your window period is really a bit long. Yan Fengyi's face changed slightly. Su Yirui and Yan Fengyi have been together for a long time, and the more they become open-mouthed, perhaps because Yan Fengyi is too gentle, he actually raised his head, held Yan Fengyi's face and said, I didn't expect you to fall in love early? I thought you were very serious since you were a child, but did you really fall in love last time in junior high school? It's been so many years. You won't be a. Before Su Yirui finished speaking, she stopped it. I almost drove accidentally, but fortunately I braked in time. She carefully looked at Yan Fengyi's expression. Yan Fengyi hugged her slender waist tightly and looked at her like a torch, he continued. Chapter 72. Su Yirui smiled slyly, don't say it. Don't want to know? Yan Fengyi raised his eyebrows. Su Yirui, I still think about it. Her voice was lowered, her hands on his shoulders, and the smile on the corner of her mouth became more and more charming. Interview you, what does it feel like to have a window period of more than 10 years? Yan Fengyi paused and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Su Yirui, well, are you really frigid? Su Yirui had the courage to ask, and thought that it would make Yan Fengyi blush, who knows. Yan Fengyi pressed her waist close to him, put it to her ear and said, do you want me to prove myself? Su Yirui was stunned, and was bitten by Yan Fengyi in the next second. Su Yirui was bitten a little painfully, her face was like a freshly ripe peach on a tree, and her clear skin was faintly pink. No one wants you to prove it. She blinked her eyes were as bright as spring light, and she also bit Yan Fengyi's neck, and when she saw that Yan Fengyi's neck was bitten out of her mark, she pushed him away hard, took a few steps back, stood at a safe distance of 3 meters away from him, and said with a smile, it's too late, I'm leaving. Star Face to Face is a new variety show of celebrity interviews that promote attitudes one by one, and the guests in the video studio today are the parties to the recent Most Concerned Backbite incident, Su Yirui, who has been on the hot search more than a dozen times a month. The program team thought of many ways to invite this busy person, at least a dozen talk shows have sent invitations to Su Yirui, and only their show has been successful. In the interview, Su Yirui was inevitably asked about Lu Xueming. When it came to Lu Xueming, Su Yirui was unexpectedly calm and indifferent, and she took it with a few simple words, and she couldn't see a trace of anger at all. The host couldn't help but ask her, aren't you angry about what Lu Xueming did? She did that kind of thing, and even passers-by would be angry. Su Yirui, there is no need to be angry, if everyone who smears me out of nothing, I will be angry, wouldn't I be angry? The host was stunned for a moment, but saw Su Yirui looking at the camera and saying lightly, after all, I have a lot of black fans, and there are quite a lot of people who scold me every day. Seeing Su Yirui's indifferent face, the host couldn't help but change her opinion on Su Yirui. This traffic star she thought seemed to be completely different from what she thought. Before the interview, she was also prepared that Su Yirui would vomit bitterness, sympathy, and even express anger in the interview, and the prepared manuscripts and questions were also based on these, who knew that Su Yirui would not follow the routine. Fortunately, now the misunderstanding has been clarified, everyone knows that you are innocent. Lu Xueming also publicly apologized at the press conference, and even the tired parents came out to apologize. What do you think of this? Su Yirui, everyone is responsible for their own actions, I have nothing to say. Host, then will you forgive her? She has now been completely banned, and her acting career as an actress is over. Su Yirui glanced at the host lightly and asked, why should I forgive her? Her apology didn't make sense to me because I didn't accept it. After the show was broadcast, Su Yirui's response was also on the hot search for the first time. Su Yirui did not forgive Lu Xueming and did not accept an apology, which brought her mixed reviews. Some people say she has a true temperament, while others say she is too indifferent. But in the end, no one said she was wrong. This is also the first time that Su Yirui's black fans have not arrived on the battlefield to make comments, and those stars who have helped Lu Xueming post a Weibo crusade against Su Yirui and seek justice for Lu Xueming have become shrunken turtles and are ridiculed by the whole network. The worst of them is the good girlfriend of Lu Xueming, who was the happiest at the beginning, Meng Xiaodi, and Yu Tian, who is recognized as warm-hearted in the circle. Not only was he scolded, but he also lost a lot of resources because he was boycotted by netizens. Everyone said that it is estimated that these two hate Lu Xueming more than Su Yirui. G City, on a luxury cruise ship. Bai Suyu took Shenlu's hand and walked towards the banquet hall with a smile on his face. Today is the engagement banquet of Yan Minji's baby daughter, the second largest shareholder of Yan Group, and it is not ordinary people who can get the invitation. Bai Suyu's ability to come today also dragged Shenlu's blessing, and the dress she wore was also the haute couture that Shenlu had sent to him yesterday. A long red dress set her off very beautifully. She and Shenlu confirmed their relationship 2 months ago, and her career has also developed well recently. She looks very good, and even her skin is whiter and smoother than usual, all of which are the result of frequent visits to beauty clubs in the past 2 months. With Shenlu, her life has indeed changed dramatically. From being unaccustomed to it at the beginning to being calm now, Bai Suyu has also experienced many things. After being together, Shenlu took Bai Suyu to meet his friends and introduced several producers to her. She now has a lot of resources in her hands, the endorsement of 3 domestic fashion brands, and the second female lead in 2 TV series. One of them is a star drama, and the other is also a big IP adaptation, which can be popular at a glance, and it was carefully selected by Hichuyue for her. Thinking of this, she is full of confidence in her future. Shenlu and his little hair had something to say, and Bai Suyu was not good by his side, so he asked his cousin to take Bai Suyu to get to know more people. Shenlu, is that your new girlfriend? I heard that it is still an artist under your company. Rabbits don't eat grass by the nest, you can. What do you know? He is a fertile water that does not flow to outsiders. Shenlu smiled lightly and didn't argue. I heard that your uncle will also come today, and I haven't seen him for a long time. Shenlu nodded. Well, yes, he has been very busy lately, and I haven't seen him for a long time. Will he bring a female companion today? I heard that the most powerful beautiful secretary next to him has been on vacation for several months. No, you know this too. Haha, I heard about it too, not to mention, your uncle's secretary general is really good looking and hot. We all thought she was your uncle's person before. What? Seeing her fall out of favor, are you like taking over? Listening to the little people joking without scruples, Shenlu just smiled and listened, and did not express his opinion. He knew that he was a few little hairs, they were all kings with strong mouths, and the mouth was more powerful than the other. How could they dare to provoke the people around Yanfengyi? Even if it was a secretary who Yanfengyi resigned, he did not dare to touch it. The people who came to the dinner today are basically celebrities from high society, but in addition to the celebrities who received invitations, there are also internet celebrities and 18th-tier stars brought in by some rich second generations. They are all proud to be able to participate in the dinner held by the Yen Group, and they can come in and take a photo and post it online, and they can get a lot of likes. But of course, the celebrities with eyes above the top disdain to be with them, let alone pay attention to their conversations. In order to be out of sight, they all gathered together, away from those women who were dressed up and clearly came to fish for Kaizi. The celebrities present today are led by the sisters of the Shin family and the Yen family. After all, today is a dinner held by the Yen family, and the Shin family is in-laws, so it is their home field, and others should surround them. When Shenlu's cousin Shin Yuan came over with Bai Suyu, they happened to be discussing Su Yirui. Gu Qiaxin said, I saw Su Yirui just now, and I don't know when she came. I didn't hear you say that I sent her an invitation this time. Yan Shu said, no, when the eldest sister sent the invitation this time, I looked at the list, and she was not in it. Recently, she has been making a lot of trouble with that Lu Xueming, but she is in the limelight. Yan Shu, so what? It's not just a traffic vase. She broke off the engagement with the Gu family, she only has money left. Didn't my sister invite her this time? Bai Suyu came over, and after hearing these words, his expression changed slightly, but he did not interject. In front of these celebrities, she is actually very uncomfortable. She is not from a good background, her family is poor, and she can't get in touch with their circle at all. If it weren't for Shenlu, she wouldn't have been able to come in here. What are you talking about? This is my brother's girlfriend, Bai Suyu. Let me introduce you to you. Your brother's girlfriend? Shenlu? Yan Shu looked at Bai Suyu suspiciously. Why haven't I seen it, surnamed Bai, and I've never heard of it. Ah, I know, she is an actor who has acted in that TV, and I seem to have a little impression. Hearing the word actor, everyone's eyes on her became subtle. Some of them do have celebrities who debuted as actors, such as Wang Jingyi, who had a hot chat with them just now. Her father is a Hong Kong rich man, and her mother is the niece of Taiwan's richest man, who followed her father to the mainland to develop business, was valued by talent scouts, and participated in a variety show debut. Although everyone is not familiar with her, if you get to know her a little, you will know that her family conditions are very good, so everyone is not alienated from her just now, seeing that she doesn't know anyone, and took the initiative to introduce her for a long time, and now she has started to talk and laugh. Although Yan Shu was asking Shin Yuan these words, her eyes looked at Bai Suyu. When did cousin Shin fall in love? Why haven't I heard of it? I don't know either. Shin Yuan said. So everyone's eyes were focused on Bai Suyu. Bai Suyu is not a timid person. It was Shen Lu who took the initiative to pursue her for a long time when she was with Shen Lu, and she agreed, and it wasn't her upside down. What did she have to have low self-esteem? In front of these people, she didn't need to bow her head. We've been together for 2 months, but we've known each other for a long time. Bai Suyu's tone was neither humble nor arrogant, but it made everyone look at her twice. At least not a white lotus who blushes and pretends to be innocent when she says it. They hate this kind of high-ranking woman the most, but their brothers always like this kind of woman. Which company are you an artist? Wang Jingyi was a little curious about her. Bai Suyu didn't speak. Shin Yuan said, my brother's company. Everyone said, oh, and Bai Suyu's eyes were smiling. Isn't that the little star on the top and next to the thigh? Their eyes made Bai Suyu very uncomfortable. Everyone's interest quickly shifted from her. Su Yirui is here, over there. Someone whispered. Su Yirui is dressed very stunningly today. The black V-neck dress undoubtedly reveals her sexy figure, and the white jade-like skin is shiny and shiny under the light, which makes people gasp when they see it. I heard that she took care of 2 little white faces. Do you know about this? Chapter 73. I heard that she was also photographed dating the little white face. I knew it too late. I didn't see what the little white face looked like. I heard it was very good looking. Then Lin Yu is also rumoring with her. I don't know if it's true or not. Lin Yu must be hype. Needless to say, I know Lin Yu's agent. However, who do you think Su Yirui came with today? Everyone looked at each other, their eyes scanning around Su Yirui, looking for the man who brought Su Yirui into the venue tonight. But she came alone, with no male companion around her, and no one around her, so it was not easy to guess. Why don't we ask? Gu Qiaxin suggested. Yan Shu frowned. Ask her? Gu Qiaxin, yes, you see she is standing there alone, maybe no one brought her in at all. You mean she mixed in? Not to that extent. Shin Yuan whispered. Gu Qiaxin has always hated Su Yirui, before because of the old lady Gu, she has always been afraid of her, and she is also worried that Su Yirui will really marry Gu Xingyi. In the future Gu Xingyi will inherit the family business. Su Yirui is the Gu family's young grandmother. She has not had a good life, so she does not dare to offend. Now that she and the Gu family have broken off the marriage, it doesn't matter. She still remembered that Su Yirui had humiliated her many times before, and this time she seized the opportunity. She couldn't let Su Yirui lose face again. Even if Su Yirui didn't mix in and was suspected and questioned by so many of them, it is estimated that she would lose face and feel embarrassed. Gu Qiaxin, just ask, what if it's true? No one was present anyway to welcome her. Yan Shu pondered for a moment and looked at the others. What do you think? Ask, I'm also curious, who brought her in? So they went to Su Yirui's place together. Su Yirui came with Yan Fingyi. Before getting on the boat, Yan Fingyi answered the phone, a little urgent. Su Yirui said to let him go to work first. He could go first to wait for him. After all, the beach at night was still quite cold, and Su Yirui didn't want to stay outside and wait. Yan Fingyi disagreed, saying that he wanted to accompany her. Su Yirui firmly said that he could, and said that he was grinding, so Yan Fingyi had to compromise. Therefore, Su Yirui came in with Yan Fingyi's invitation. After coming in, she was not interested in talking to others, so she found a place to stay and eat some dessert casually. Who knows that he is not causing trouble, but something is coming up. Su Yirui, why are you here? Gu Qiaxin is much shorter than Su Yirui, 1.56 meters tall, even if she wears high heels, standing in front of Su Yirui, who is nearly 1.7 meters tall, just like a dwarf. She talks to Su Yirui, and she has to look up to look at her. Su Yirui turned her head and saw a group of girls looking at her unkindly, including several acquaintances. She looked at them coldly and said lightly, where do I need to report to you? Which one are you? Gu Qiaxin was speechless by her anger. You don't need to report to me. But this is a dinner party at the Yen family, you don't have an invitation, how did you come in? Su Yirui sneered, how do you know I don't have an invitation? Gu Qiaxin looked at Yan Shu. Yan Shu said, I didn't see you on the invitation list written by my sister. Did you come in by yourself in another way, or who brought you in? Yan Shu's speech has a condescending taste. As the daughter of the Yen family, she has been a beautiful girl in the sky since she was a child, she has always been arrogant, and she doesn't feel that there is a problem with her tone. Su Yirui's face did not change, no one brought me in. Gu Qiaxin hurriedly said, then you slipped in by yourself, right? If that's the case, then I'm going to ask you to leave. Su Yirui looked at the entrance and suddenly smiled. She smiled charmingly, and a chill appeared in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Oh? Please let me go? Yan Shu frowned, and for some reason felt that Su Yirui's expression made her a little scared. Yes, you don't have an invitation and no one brings you in. Before she finished speaking, she saw Su Yirui take out an invitation letter. I'm sorry, I came in with this. Yan Shu's face changed. Impossible, I obviously didn't see your name. That's your business. Su Yirui said coldly. Show me your invitation. Su Yirui, I'm sorry, I don't want to give it. You. At this time, a waiter walked past with a tray with several glasses of champagne on the plate. Su Yirui took a glass from it, took a sip in front of them, and then turned around and left. Completely ignored them. Yan Shu was so angry that she couldn't help it. Gu Qiaxin was also shocked. Why is she like this? Yan Shu said coldly, it's really uneducated. Fortunately, she broke off her engagement with Gu Xingyi, and she won't be in our circle in the future, so I won't see her again. Yan Shu is the youngest daughter of the second room of the Yan family, and the one who is engaged today is her sister. She is the best in their circle, everyone is led by her, she said so, and everyone nodded and followed her words. Gu Qiaxin said, no one likes her, if it weren't for my old lady's nostalgia, how could my cousin be engaged to her, and then everyone knew about it, and I hate her now. Wang Jingyi thought of the unpleasant meeting with Su Yirui before, and said, what kind of identity is she? I didn't understand it when I first arrived. There's nothing to know, she can't get into our circle anymore. If you want to say what's special about her, it should be that she is stupid and has a lot of money. Wang Jingyi nodded, I saw her once, and I thought she was not a cultured person at that time. Gu Qiaxin smiled and said, then you are indeed right, she has been thrown into the countryside since she was a child, and it is estimated that no one has taught her. Where did she come from? Wang Jingyi still wanted to ask, but saw the protagonist of tonight, Yan Wan, came over. What are you talking about? So happy, tell me too. Tonight is Yan Wan's engagement banquet. She is wearing a white haute couture dress. The skirt of the dress is decorated with beautiful pearls. The elegant and noble makeup makes her look like a white swan. The corners of her slightly raised mouth are always smiling, and every move is very decent. It's nothing, sister, why are you here? Where is your brother-in-law? Yan Shu became much more docile in front of Yan Wan. Yan Wan smiled and said, how can he have the kung fu to accompany me now? There are a lot of people today, he is busy entertaining, and the uncle is here today, he will accompany the uncle later. Yan Shu said in surprise, really? Uncle is here too? The uncle in their mouths is Yan Fingyi. Yan Wan, Really, that's great. Yan Shu raised her eyebrows and said happily to the other sisters, I haven't seen my uncle for a long time, you know him, now he is managing the entire Yen group, he is very busy flying around every day, and it is difficult for me to see him. Wan, are you talking about Yan Fingyi? Someone asked. Well, of course, otherwise I would have any uncles. Yan Shu said with a smile. Hearing that Yan Fingyi was coming, the eyes of several celebrities became full of anticipation. They had seen Yan Fingyi before, and they still couldn't forget his face from their minds, and when they mentioned his name at this time, they remembered that cold and beautiful face. When a man grows into Yan Fingyi, he is already like a demon, and he also has property and business acumen that everyone present cannot match. Since Yan Fingyi graduated from university, he took over the identity of the head of the Yan family and became the president of the Yan group, leading the Yen group to establish today's business empire. Wang Jingyi, I haven't seen your uncle yet, do you have a good relationship with your uncle? Then you'll see it later, don't be moved, otherwise you'll be sad. Yan Shu comforted her in a low voice. Wang Jingyi was stunned and said, how do you say that? Really, my friends, as long as they have seen my uncle, are fascinated by his appearance, but unfortunately my uncle is very cold, treating girls with respect, cold, never giving each other hope. There have been many girls one after another, My uncle is just unmoved, and he doesn't seem to be interested in women at all. I doubt. Is he gay? Really? No way. Wang Jingyi was immediately full of curiosity about the uncle in her familiar mouth. Of course, if you don't believe me, you'll know when you see him later. Yan Shu assured without hesitation. Okay. Wang Jingyi nodded. Of course, the other celebrities who had seen Yan Fengyi understood what Yan Shu meant, and they had also had a slight fondness for Yan Fengyi. A top-notch man like Yan Fengyi may not be able to find a second one even if he searches all over the world with a lantern. It is said that three-legged are not easy to find, and two-legged men are everywhere. However, Yan Fengyi is more difficult to meet than a three-legged. These celebrities are also little girls, and they are simply obsessed with men like Yan Fengyi. Especially Gu Qiaoxin and Xin Yuan, since they met Yan Fengyi, they often dreamed of him, dreamed that he liked him, even if he woke up and found that it was a dream, it was sweet. They all secretly thought in their hearts, and they didn't know what kind of woman a man like him would find in the end. In fact, several of them felt the same way about Yan Shu, and they all suspected that Yan Fengyi was gay, but they felt that even if Yan Fengyi really liked men, she might find a woman to marry in the end. Even if it's just a business marriage. It's good to be with a man like Yan Fengyi, not to mention that his money is enough for them to squander for 8 lifetimes, and just that face can be seen for a lifetime. It's just that they all expressed their affection to Yan Fengyi, but they were either politely rejected or ignored. Even the elders of their family politely proposed to him that they intended to marry, but they were rejected. They gradually stopped having any hope and regarded Yan Fengyi as an unattainable male god in their hearts. Wang Jingyi silently observed the expressions of the others, seeing that everyone seemed to have some ideas about Yan Shu, the uncle. She was really curious about what kind of person he was. Everyone had a heated discussion about Yan Fengyi. The more they talked, the more excited they became, and these girls couldn't wait to see Yan Fengyi. Xin Yuan, then when will my uncle come? I miss him so much. He used to give me gifts every birthday. I am about to celebrate my birthday, this time I want to tell him for a big gift. Yan Wan smiled faintly. You just want to ask for a gift. When did my uncle not give you a big gift? He gave you a car last year, the year before last was a suite. What do you want this year? Yan Shu joked. I think she wants her uncle to give her a Prince Charming. Xin Yuan, no way. I like a trainee, he is participating in a talent show, and I want my uncle to help me and let him debut in a group. Ha ha ha. Then you just let your cousin sign him. Yan Shu couldn't stop laughing. There was a sudden commotion at the entrance. The girls who were chatting passionately subconsciously looked over there, and soon saw a group of people walking in with a tall man. It's my uncle. Uncle is here. Wang Jingyi and Bai Suyu also looked over. When Wang Jingyi saw that cold and indifferent face, she felt as if she had lived in a few deer, jumping around, not knowing how to place her hands and feet. She tugged at her hair very unnaturally, straightened her back, and looked straight at him, not knowing what to say. Bai Suyu was also stunned when she saw Yan Fengyi. She remembered, isn't this Mr. Yan who has been to the crew before? At that time, his clothes still appeared on Su Yirui, and she also hinted to Gu Xingyi that his relationship with Su Yirui was not ordinary. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the person who was praised by these celebrities just now. Thinking of Su Yirui again, Bai Suyu's face changed slightly, her brows twisted slightly, and her heart was a little confused. He came this way. Someone said in a low voice but in surprise. He should have come over to say hello to us. Yan Shu said affirmatively. My uncle is so handsome today, he is getting younger and younger, and some people believe him when he is as old as us. Yes, I can't tell I'm 31 years old at all. Wang Jingyi said in surprise, is it actually 30? I thought it was only 25. Everyone laughed again. But the laughter slowly disappeared, and the atmosphere suddenly became very awkward, because they saw that Yan Fengyi was not walking towards them, but turned a corner to the dessert area on their right and stopped next to the champagne tower. And Su Yirui happened to be standing next to the champagne tower, and after seeing Yan Fengyi, she smiled at him. Is he going to find Su Yirui? Impossible. Chapter 74 Su Yirui, you're here, the matter is over? Well, why are you here alone? Feeling bored? Yan Fengyi said with concern. Su Yirui shrugged her shoulders and said lightly, fortunately, the desserts here are quite delicious. Yan Fengyi smiled, the chef is a Michelin chef invited from abroad, and the desserts are well made. No wonder, then I can eat more. If there is anything that satisfies Su Yirui at this dinner, it is only food. Yan Fingyi looked at her deeply, smiling at the corners of her mouth. Why are you looking at me like this? Su Yirui was not used to seeing him. You look good today. You already said it when you saw me. Su Yirui raised her eyebrows and looked him up and down. In that case, then I will also praise you. Mr. Yan is also very handsome today. Yan Fingyi frowned slightly. Mr. Yan? Su Yirui thought for a while and said in a teasing tone, Xiao Ran. Yan Fingyi. Su Yirui saw his helpless appearance and wanted to laugh. Mr. Yan, so you are here. We were looking for you for a long time just now. Two men in suits and leather shoes came over and said respectfully to Yan Fingyi. They had actually noticed this side for a long time, and they observed for a while before coming over. After getting closer, they all quietly glanced at Su Yirui a few times, but only stayed on Su Yirui for a few seconds and then moved away, although they were amazed by Su Yirui's beauty, but they all saw the closeness of Yan Fingyi and Su Yirui, so naturally they didn't dare to look at her more. At present, although the heart is excited, who dares to touch Yan Fingyi's people? Is there anything wrong? Facing other people, Yan Fingyi's expression was completely different from just now, and he was a little soft just now, and when he turned around, his eyes instantly became distant. He has a calm and aura of a superior, which makes people fear when they see him. His words and deeds are very elegant and polite, and he will not be high, but he can still make people feel awe and shame in their hearts. Mr. Yan, I know you are coming. I specially invited Master Heather, and he will play on stage later, and I heard that you like his piano music very much. Yan Fingyi's expression was still indifferent, and he nodded. I do like Master Heat's works, and I have had contact with him, and the last time I met him was 2 months ago, at his family gathering. The man looked surprised and ashamed. Yan Fingyi actually knew Zister, so he still used this to show his courtesy. Mr. Yan really has a lot of friends, even a character like Master Heather is your friend. The two of them flattered a few words, and seeing that Yan Fingyi was still cold, they found a reason to leave. After they left, Su Yirui couldn't help but laugh. You've always been like this when you talk to others. Is it serious and cold? Yan Fingyi, what's wrong? It's not much, I just think that in comparison, you seem to be too enthusiastic about me. Su Yirui's smile was full of pride and success. Yan Fingyi stared into her eyes. For you, it's naturally different. Su Yirui approached him and whispered, I found that you were always flirting without knowing it, or you did it on purpose? No wonder she is so rampant, it turns out that she climbed up to my uncle. Yan Shu had a cold face and looked at Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi not far away. Gu Qiaoxin was a little panicked, thinking that Su Yirui had nothing to be afraid of if she left the Gu family, but she knew that she was so close to Yan Fingyi. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two, it was obviously not an ordinary relationship. How could it be? Could it be that she and my brother broke off the engagement because of… Gu Qiaoxin swallowed back before finishing her words. But of course everyone else understood. No wonder he broke off his engagement with Gu Xingyi, it turned out to be a better climb. Yan Shu was very angry, it's just that she looks good, she is an orphan girl, does she still want to marry into the Yan family? Xin Yuan frowned, is my uncle really with her? Impossible, how can she be a real girlfriend, the identity of an uncle, what kind of woman can't be found? Yan Shu denied. Yan Wan looked at Yan Shu and shook her head, don't say that, maybe my uncle will like her, don't be willful, don't say the wrong thing later. Yan Shu pursed her lips, how can you help her speak, can you take a fancy to her and believe that she is worthy of her uncle? Uncle's affairs are not something we juniors can talk about. What junior, my uncle's affairs are related to our entire Yan family, can I not care? Yan Wan saw that her sister couldn't make sense, so she stopped talking, okay, don't worry about it, I still have to greet the guests, you talk first, I'm busy. Yan Shu nodded, but her expression was still not good looking. Everyone hurriedly comforted her, don't worry, Su Yirui is a star, with a bad reputation, so much black material, and no father or mother, the elders in the family will not agree to her marrying into the Yan family, not to mention, maybe Uncle Yan is just playing. Of course it's just for fun. Yan Shu raised her eyebrows, she was so arrogant just now, I want to see if she can still drag so much in front of her uncle. After Yan Shu finished speaking, she walked towards Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi. Uncle. When Yan Shu walked all the way, her eyes kept staring at Su Yirui. When Yan Fingyi saw Yan Shu, she was still faint and lukewarm. Are you here alone today? Yan Shu looked like an obedient little princess in front of Yan Fingyi, gentle and gentle, where is Sister Ling? Yan Shu was talking about Ling Yan. Before this kind of occasion, Yan Fingyi was with Ling Yan several times. Yan Shu was familiar with Ling Yan, and Ling Yan was also very good at pleasing them. Yan Shu had a good impression of her. When did Ling Yan become your sister? Yan Fingyi frowned. His tone was cold, although it was not very heavy, but it was more serious. Yan Shu was startled. What? What's wrong? Can't I call her sister? She's just a secretary. Could it be that I have to take her with me everywhere? Yan Shu's words were easy for Su Yirui to misunderstand, and Yan Fingyi naturally had to leave it out. He didn't forget that he was still in the probationary period, and Su Yirui was unhappy and went straight to the cold. But your previous female companions were all her. Why did you come alone today? Yan Shu just wanted to deliberately be angry with Su Yirui. Anyway, Yan Fingyi did come in alone just now, and there was no female companion around her. Who knows if Su Yirui is his female companion tonight? She's been suspended, and I'm not the first person to come today. Yan Fingyi looked at Su Yirui and reached out to hold Su Yirui's hand. This is my female companion. Although Yan Shu was his junior, it was not easy to be too strict with her, but he didn't want Su Yirui to think that he had anything to do with Ling Yan, so his tone became more and more sharp. Yan Shu stared wide-eyed at the two of them holding hands. Uncle. Su Yirui was not angry at all when Yan Shu said just now, but she pulled her hand out of Yan Fingyi's hand and said lightly, she is your niece? Yan Fingyi, well, what's wrong? Su Yirui looked at Yan Shu with a smile. It's really a coincidence. Just now she said that I slipped in and said that she wanted to ask me to leave. Yan Shu was shocked. She didn't expect Su Yirui to complain in front of her. But soon, she sneered in her heart. Did Su Yirui think that her uncle would blame herself for her? Yan Shu raised her chin and thought, who do you think you are? My uncle won't blame her for an outsider. Yan Shu, is that so? I didn't see her on my sister's invitation list, and she didn't come with anyone else. I just have a reasonable suspicion. After all, today is my sister's engagement banquet. Of course, there can't be people who mess in. What if you make trouble? Yan Shu felt that what she said was reasonable, and Yan Fingyi wouldn't say anything about her. Unexpectedly, Yan Fingyi had a cold face and said in a deep voice, in that case, you should apologize to her. Apologize? Why, who is she? I don't apologize to her. Yan Shu blurted out. She is my fiancée. Yan Fingyi's words were like a stick. What? Yan Shu suspected that something was wrong with her ears. As a junior, you are rude and you should apologize to my fiancé. Yan Fingyi said seriously. Su Yirui didn't expect Yan Fingyi to directly say that she was her fiancé, which was obviously intentional, and she wanted to take the throne in advance. Su Yirui didn't want him to succeed. He not only wanted to take the opportunity to become a regular, but also wanted to improve his position. When did I become your fiancé? Yan Fingyi quietly pinched her palm and said without changing his face, just now. Su Yirui, I didn't agree. Yan Fingyi smiled dotingly, then girlfriend. Yan Shu looked at the two of them. Her face was extremely ugly. Uncle. Okay, Yan Shu, apologize. Yan Fingyi looked at Yan Shu. I don't want to. Yan Shu willfully refused and asked her to apologize to Su Yirui. Then wouldn't she lose face? What she said in front of those little sisters just now was completely self-slapping, and they were all watching from not far away. At this time, Yan Shu's father, Yan Wan, and Yan Wan's fiancé all came over. Yan Shu's father saw that Yan Shu's face was ugly, and Yan Fingyi also frowned, wondering, what's wrong? Seeing that the situation was not right, Yan Wan pulled Yan Shu over and asked her in a low voice what happened. Yan Shu's father is Yan Fingyi's cousin, who works as a director in Yan Group and manages two of its subsidiaries. Yan Shu was rude to my girlfriend. I asked her to apologize. Girlfriend? Everyone looked at Su Yirui in surprise. Su Yirui's expression did not change, looking at them calmly, but what she thought in her heart was that sure enough, Jiang was still old and spicy, and she took advantage of the topic to make their identities public, which was to directly become a regular. The old fox, she knew that the older Yan Fingyi was not pure at all and full of calculations. Yan Shu, apologize to your future aunt. Yan Shu's father scolded. After figuring out the situation, Yan Shu's father directly stood in line. He saw much more clearly than Yan Shu. Yan Fingyi has never taken anyone home over the years, and has never had an affair with any woman. This is the first time he has publicly admitted his girlfriend. Presumably it is identified. Yan Fingyi is the head of the Yan Group, the entire Yan family is his, and his two subsidiaries have not been operating well in the past 2 years. If Yan Fingyi is unhappy, it is likely to be taken back, and naturally young Yenshu cannot be willful. Su Yirui frowned, a little uncomfortable with the title of little aunt, but she saw the corners of Yanfeng's mouth raised. Yanshu gritted her teeth, was about to cry, and endured her embarrassment and said to Su Yirui, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Yanshu's father said to Su Yirui, "The child is ignorant, don't worry about her." Su Yirui smiled faintly, "It doesn't matter, it's good to correct your mistakes." Yanshu felt extremely humiliated, and Su Yirui's calm and light wind made her even more unbearable. She looked down on Su Yirui so much before, but now she wants to bow her head and apologize to her. Still in such a humiliating way, in front of her sisters, her self-esteem was trampled under Su Yirui's feet. Chapter 75. The fact that Yan Fingyi brought his girlfriend to the banquet quickly spread. Whether they know Yan Fingyi or don't know him, they are discussing this matter. I was shocked to know him because he had been single for many years and had never had a scandal, but he actually had a girlfriend, and those who didn't know him were being popularized by others about his deeds. The brilliant deeds he did have been widely circulated in the business world. For example, how to bring a company that was about to declare bankruptcy back to life and develop it into the most powerful IT company in country A today. There is also how to create your own jewelry brand, and gain a foothold in the world, win the favor of foreign royal families, and establish a branch in France. This kind of deeds cannot be told for hours. But what is even more curious is his feelings. He is not young, but he has never heard of him dating a girlfriend, and the rumors that his sexual orientation is the same sex have never been broken, and everyone says that he is either frigid or homosexual. As a result, he suddenly appeared with his girlfriend today, and his girlfriend is Su Yirui, who has been popular for half the sky recently. Everyone didn't quietly discuss how Yan Fingyi fell in love with Su Yirui. What else? Look at the face, a man like Yan Fingyi, I didn't expect to like faces. How beautiful Su Yirui is, look at her figure. Yes, I climbed up to Yan Fingyi, no wonder I have been doing well in the entertainment industry recently. However, there is one thing to say, Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi stand together, and they are indeed a good match in appearance. Su Yirui also noticed the attention of others, and those envious and jealous inquiring eyes fell on her disguisedly, looking at her carefully, as if they were curious about how she and Yan Fingyi came together. Yan Fingyi is a busy person. When it comes to this kind of occasion, he is naturally surrounded by people to compliment, everyone wants to say a few words to him, and it looks familiar, but Yan Fingyi himself just wants to stay with Su Yirui. Until the engagement ceremony began, Yan Fingyi was going to take the stage to speak, and the ceremony of tonight's banquet had this link. Su Yirui stood in the audience, and at some point, Shenlu walked next to her. "I met you before, I'm not sure, it seems that you are really with my uncle." Su Yirui raised her eyebrows and said, "Then are you really with Bai Suyu?" At this time, Bai Suyu was still talking to those celebrities. She and Wang Jingyi seemed to be very chatty, and the two had been discussing things in the entertainment industry. Shenlu looked at Bai Suyu from a distance, nodded and said, "Yes. It seems that your eyes are still not cured?" Su Yirui said lightly. Shenlu's face became ugly. After being with Bai Suyu, Shenlu also heard her say something about Su Yirui. Bai Suyu didn't say a word bad about Su Yirui, but said a lot of words to thank Su Yirui for helping her before, but then Su Yirui suddenly wanted to break off relations with her, and asked her to return all the gifts, which made her very sad. Shenlu said in an indifferent tone, "What do you mean? Suyu treats you as a friend, is this how you slander her behind her back? Treat me as a friend?" Su Yirui smiled, "I'm sorry, I really didn't feel it yet, but if you want me to slander her in person, it's not impossible." "You?" Shenlu looked at her coldly, "Do you think that after being with my uncle, you will have a backer? Do you think my uncle will really marry you?" Su Yirui said thoughtfully, "That's not true." Shenlu sneered secretly and said to himself, "Then you are a little self-aware." Unexpectedly, in the next second, Su Yirui said, "It depends on your uncle's performance." Shenlu looked confused. "Su Yirui, are you taking yourself too seriously? Even if you are boyfriend and girlfriend now, it is impossible for you to marry into the Yen family." "Su Yirui, when did I say I wanted to marry into the Yen family?" Shenlu said coldly, "You'd better not have this idea, and I won't let you succeed. You broke off your engagement with Xingyi because you had already made up my uncle's idea, right?" "Su Yirui, what if so? This has nothing to do with you." "Shenlu, why has nothing to do with me? One is my brother, the other is my uncle, you. I don't know, when will you be able to take care of my affairs?" Yan Fingyi's voice sounded behind Shenlu, with 3 points of anger and 7 points of dissatisfaction. As soon as Shenlu turned around, he saw Yan Fingyi looking at him with a gloomy face. "Uncle." Shenlu was shocked. "She's my girlfriend, that is, your elder, that's how you talk to her?" Yan Fingyi is rarely so strict in front of Shenlu, he usually looks gentle, so Shenlu also forgot that Yan Fingyi is actually a fierce and serious person. Shenlu couldn't help but remember that when he was a child, he went to Yan's house once, and when he passed by the study, he saw Yan Fingyi on the phone, and Yan Fingyi's eyes were very scary at that time, which startled him when he was young, and then he did not dare to go to Yan's house for a long time, and he was always afraid of Yan Fingyi. "Uncle, I'm just worried that she's up to something," Shenlu said awkwardly, but there was no confidence in his voice at all. "Yan Fingyi, who am I going to marry, can you ask? Or do I have to ask you about my affairs now?" Shenlu quickly explained, "Uncle, that's not what I meant." "Yan Fingyi, then what do you mean? You can make it clear." Shenlu looked at Su Yirui, and saw her standing next to her with an indifferent face, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Shenlu became even more angry, and simply said, "Uncle, she had a marriage contract with Xingyi before, and she has been pestering Xingyi, and then suddenly wants to break off the engagement. I suspect she has already hit your idea." Su Yirui didn't expect that dirty water could be splashed like this, and she couldn't help but feel funny. She looked at Yan Fingyi to see what he would say. Yan Fingyi was almost angry with his juniors, and the people he had worked so hard to chase finally reached this point, and they all came to drag their legs and stumble. Su Yirui didn't care when she looked at it, but who knew if she would just pick her and quit it. "Since your family doesn't like me, then don't be together." Yanshu was not careful, and Shenlu was the same. It seems that he has been too self-cultivating in recent years, and he hasn't lost his temper for too long, and they all think he is good at talking. So Yan Fingyi said coldly, "Shut up, after she and Gu Xingyi broke off their engagement, she was the one I pursued." Shenlu was shocked, his face a little pale. He didn't expect that Yan Fingyi, who was high in his heart, would also go down to earth to pursue others. And Yan Fingyi's next words gave him an even heavier blow. "She is the person I want to marry, and I don't want to hear these words from you just now, especially from your mouth. You apologize to her right now." "I." Shenlu looked at Yan Fingyi in shock, and he couldn't say it without words. "Yan Fingyi, you cannot apologize. I will tell your father about this, as well as what you are dating with your company's artists." "Uncle." Shenlu looked at Yan Fingyi in disbelief. Yan Fingyi looked at him coldly, his eyes were just like what he saw when he was a child, which made him feel chills all over his body. Finally, Shenlu took a deep breath, calmed his face, and said reluctantly, "I'm sorry." "Look at her and say, it's not for you to look at the ground." Shenlu. Su Yirui didn't expect Yan Fingyi to be so serious. She didn't care that Shenlu Dao didn't apologize, and said casually, "Forget it, I don't need him to apologize." Yan Fingyi said heavily, "Shenlu." "Shenlu, I'm sorry, Auntie." Su Yirui. Yan Fingyi nodded in satisfaction, "Okay, you can go." Su Yirui raised her head and glared at Yan Fingyi. "This man is simply amazing. Go back tonight and settle accounts with him." Shenlu's apology did not attract too many people's attention, but it was still listened to by a few people with a heart, and it was passed on to 10 and 10, and then it became a statement in the ears of those celebrities. Shenlu was dissatisfied with Su Yirui's abandonment of his friend to seduce his uncle, and reprimanded Su Yirui in public, and the result was unhappy. When Bai Suyu heard the news, her expression fluctuated a little, but in front of others, she didn't say anything. After the dinner, Yan Fingyi sent Su Yirui home. Su Yirui sat in the co-pilot and suddenly said, "Do you remember when we were together?" Yan Fingyi immediately became vigilant and said without changing his face, "Well, 27 days ago, at my house." "Oh." Su Yirui nodded, "That 1 month period is almost here." Yan Fingyi has always thought that he is very good at observing words and expressions, but in front of Su Yirui, he lacks a little confidence. No matter how proud a person is, in front of the person he likes, it is always different. Yan Fingyi didn't expect that she would have such a time. Too many things happened tonight, and he regretted taking Su Yirui to the dinner. When the relationship between the two was unstable, Su Yirui faced the doubts of so many people. Only he knew how he made Su Yirui agree to be with him. It was still a probationary period, who would believe it? Yan Fingyi was silent for a moment until he drove the car into Su Yirui's community and parked outside the villa. He turned off the engine and unfastened his seat belt, turned around and faced Su Yirui. I'm sorry for what happened tonight. Su Yirui, sorry what? You didn't do anything wrong tonight. Yanfeng, I'm sorry to have wronged you. Su Yirui, no, I'm not wronged, it's just that you need to explain the matter of taking the opportunity to ascend to the throne. Yanfeng's expression was actually a hint of embarrassment, is there any? Su Yirui saw that he was pretending to be stupid, and asked with a smile, don't you? I became an ant for a while, and an ant for a while. I don't know, how did I come with so many juniors of the same age? Shenlu is a few years older than me. Yanfeng stared into her eyes full of affection, almost sucking her in. Don't look at me like that, talk well. Su Yirui looked away, every time at this time, Yanfeng was like this, trying to divert her attention. What do you want me to say? Su Yirui paused, what did she want Yanfeng to say? Seeing him like that, she almost forgot what she was going to say. Explain well, when am I going to marry you? Boyfriend and girlfriend haven't been implemented yet, besides, what aunt, I didn't agree, call me like I'm in my 30s or 40s. Yanfeng thought about herself in her 30s, exhausted, and the matter of age was unbearable. So he simply resigned himself to his fate and said, it's all my fault that the old cow eats tender grass. Yanfeng said in a pampering tone, reached out and touched Su Yirui's head, and looked at her with a smile, don't be angry, you are the most beautiful baby, you have always been 20 years old, I am too old, and I have tired you. Su Yirui was dumbfounded. What's going on with Yanfeng? So different from what she thought? That's not a burden. Su Yirui's prepared words couldn't be said to his lips, Yanfeng lowered his figure like this, but made Su Yirui embarrassed to blame him. I didn't say that you implicated me, and it's not your fault that you're old. Su Yirui was a little soft-hearted by his gaze. I promise that I will never let you be wronged again in the future, but auntie, my aunt still has to be called, after all, you can't mess up the seniority, you just blame me. Yanfeng continued to speak softly. Su Yirui felt that something was wrong, but she followed Yanfeng's words, raised her eyebrows and said, your nieces and nephews all think that I am not worthy of you. What do they know? Just ignore them. Yanfeng pulled her hand up and held it tightly. They don't understand, just you understand? Yanfeng slowly approached her, put her hand on her left chest, and then whispered in her ear, you are the only one in this position, no one else deserves it except you. Chapter 76 Su Yirui has been busy promoting Dreamless Realm recently, participated in the recording of several variety shows, and filmed 2 more commercials, and was very busy. It wasn't until Christmas Eve that Su Yirui was finally free. The day before yesterday, she officially terminated her contract with Shenlu's company, paid a large amount of termination money, and then set up her own studio, taking Wang Meng and a group of people from her previous team all out. There are several types of star studios. Su Yirui established an independent studio with artists as the core. At this time, it is said to be a studio, but it is actually a small brokerage and performing arts company. Su Yirui is equivalent to her own boss, and she is also responsible for the staff of the studio. All the expenses of the studio come from Su Yirui's own income, and all the income belongs to herself, even if she makes money for herself. After leaving Shenlu's company, Su Yirui's resources were all fought for by her own team. This is a new beginning for Su Yirui and a challenge for her team. The studio has been established for more than half a month, because there are too many things, all the staff's days off have been cancelled, and they are busy day and night. In order to reward everyone, Su Yirui decided to take advantage of today's free time to buy some gifts for everyone, which happened to be the end of the year, so I regarded it as a year-end reward and Christmas gift. She took Xia Shaochen to Apple's Experience Store and bought more than a dozen of the latest mobile phones, laptops and tablets. The studio has just been established not long ago, and there are only a dozen people, so everyone has a share in these gifts, and they will be distributed directly by the method of catching lots. As soon as these rewards were sent out, Su Yirui received a call from Yanfeng. Where? In the company, give Christmas gifts to employees. Then wait for me, I'll come to pick you up now, just in time to have dinner together. Su Yirui said in surprise, are you back? Well, just got off the plane. Yanfeng went to Europe a week ago, and she didn't expect to come back early for today's plane. Su Yirui, why is it so early? It's not that it won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. Yanfeng smiled softly and said, I want to come back to accompany you early. The relationship between the two has become positive and has entered the formal communication stage, and now Yanfeng is simply one said after another when she talks about love, and Su Yirui is really ashamed of herself. Su Yirui, okay, I'll wait for you in the company, where will I eat later? Yanfeng, I know a new restaurant tastes good, I'll take you to try it. Su Yirui, yes, I have been too busy during this time and have not had time to go out to eat, and I am about to vomit in the boxed lunch. The airport was a little far from Su Yirui's studio, and Su Yirui was lying on the sofa chair in the office and accidentally fell asleep. But her sleep has always been very light, and when she heard the door open, she woke up, she listened to the footsteps, felt like Yanfeng, and closed her eyes and pretended to be still sleeping. As soon as Yanfeng came in, he saw her leaning on the chair, he didn't call her, but slowed down and slowly walked to Su Yirui. Su Yirui could feel that there was a person standing in front of her, but the other party didn't do anything, just standing in front of her, as if she was just looking at her. She waited for a long time and finally couldn't help but open her eyes, but she met a pair of deep and charming eyes, looking at her intently and affectionately, as if she were some kind of rare treasure. Su Yirui's face was hot by his hot eyes, so she turned her face away and asked, "What are you doing? You've been looking at me for a long time. So you weren't asleep?" Yanfeng bent down and approached her, picking up the broken hair in her ear with his fingers. "I fell asleep and woke up when I heard the sound." "You've been closing your eyes, are you waiting for me to do something?" Yanfeng should be smiling but not laughing. "Su Yirui, what do you say?" After confirming the relationship between the man and the woman, the two became more and more intimate, and they made some ambiguous jokes from time to time. Yanfeng lowered her head and held Su Yirui's face, kissed her forehead, and left a soft kiss in her eyes, slowly going down, and then holding her lips. After a while, he let go of her and whispered in her ear, "Is that right?" Su Yirui was kissed by him all over her body, and the tip of her heart was full of fine and dense crispness. "No." She looked up at him straight, and her bright smile made him can't help but raise the corners of his eyes. Yanfeng suddenly felt a tightness in her throat, and her fiery gaze almost burned Su Yirui. "Okay, it's getting late, are you hungry?" Su Yirui snorted softly, and the level of changing the topic was getting higher and higher. Su Yirui didn't let him succeed. She reached out and hugged Yanfeng's neck, raised her chin, and pressed her lips to Yanfeng's lips, softening her voice, "I'm hungry." Yanfeng's body stiffened, and he said softly, "If you are hungry." Before he finished speaking, Su Yirui pulled him closer to him, whispered in his ear, "I'm hungry, I want to eat you." Yanfeng. Su Yirui's breath fell behind Yanfeng's ears, and the warm breath made people's hearts tremble. "Is that possible?" Su Yirui held back her laughter and looked at him and blinked. She wanted to try to see how Yanfeng would react. Yanfeng seemed to be more determined than she thought, every time she kissed her out of breath, but she always stopped immediately, and quickly regained her composure, as if nothing had happened. "I don't know if it's really calm or pretending to be serious." Su Yirui didn't believe that he was so good, so she simply used words to tease him. Yanfeng looked at her without speaking, and time passed little by little, but Su Yirui was embarrassed. Obviously she was the one who drove first, but she couldn't stand the speed, so she hurriedly braked to get out of the car. "Just kidding, let's go to dinner." She let go of Yanfeng, stood up and walked out first. Yanfeng stood behind her, seeing her hurried steps, her expression was a little helpless, and the corners of her mouth curled. 3 days later, it was the premiere of Dreamless Realm. This is not the first time Su Yirui has participated in the premiere, but the last movie watching experience is really not a good memory. Before coming, Su Yirui saw many people on the internet mentioning her headache-inducing acting skills in the upper movie, so today's premiere of Dreamless Realm also made many people curious about what kind of performance Su Yirui would have in it. The tidbits and stills released before seemed to be quite good, but how it depends on the overall effect. However, this movie is director Chen's painstaking work, and there are two powerful factions as the protagonists, Gu Xingyi and Xie Yinyuan, which must not be bad, but I don't know if Su Yirui will become a rat in this high-scoring work and ruin a pot of porridge. I heard that director Chen has sent this film to the Capital International Film Festival to participate, which shows that he has great expectations for Dreamless Realm. However, Su Yirui's acting skills are really unbearable. At the premiere, Su Yirui met Gu Xingyi and Xie Yinyuan again, and they often meet these days to promote the movie. She wore a simple white shirt dress, with a very fresh temperament, comparing the mature and sexy style of Xie Yinyuan. The reporters present took pictures of the two of them, but it was obvious that they were taking more pictures of Su Yirui. After taking the stage, Su Yirui has been standing next to the director. She looks very cold, even if many media always ask her questions. Her answer is also very short, and she doesn't speak if she can. Reporters have speculated that she is afraid that she will say the wrong thing. After all, the most concerned person in this movie is not the two protagonists, but her, and after the premiere, it is likely that she will be scolded by film critics. The critics who came to attend the premiere this time were all very famous in the circle, unlike her last movie premiere, which was all unpopular film critics. Today's people are all for director Zhang Shuwei. Gu Xingyi is here, which can be described as a gathering of big people. When the time comes, they will hit the nail on the head when they comment, and they will not be merciful, so Su Yirui is now talking less, and it is also a smarter choice not to be caught saying the wrong thing. As soon as the lights dimmed, the movie began to play, and the audience immediately fell silent. The first picture is a girlish bedroom in a modern city. A woman is lying on the bed, her facial features are beautiful and sweet, she sleeps sideways, frowning tightly, her face is pale, biting her lip, whispering something. She seemed to be in a dream, dreaming of something bad. As soon as the camera turned, the woman appeared in a dark room. From this moment on, the emotions of the moviegoers are completely driven by the film, and the tense atmosphere surges. I have to say that Zhang Shuwei has done a good job in this regard, and the control of details and the tone of the whole movie are very fascinating. The roles played by Gu Xingyi and Xie Yingyuan have appeared one after another, and the acting skills of each character are remarkable, revealing the character's character very realistically. Lin Luoqi and Fu Xiaoxi, played by them, met unexpectedly in the dreamless realm, and the two spent a few days together, and then walked together, and when the movie lasted for more than 10 minutes, the dreamless realm had just unveiled the mystery. The curiosity of the audience has also reached its peak. At this time, Jiang Xian, played by Su Yirui, finally appeared. Compared with the stills and tidbits released before, Su Yirui in the film is even more amazing. She exudes an indescribable charm all over her body, and she is full of tension and coldness in a leather suit, which makes people dare not approach but can't help but want to follow her, as if it is safer to follow her. The moment she appeared, there were many exclamations and exclamations from the audience. Everyone seemed to be very surprised to see Su Yirui perform so well on the big screen. Her performance is very natural, not superficial, and her beautiful face, which was originally thought by many people to be too beautiful, is easy to ignore her acting skills and steal away what the movie should focus on, but this time it is not. Her beauty is a plus to the movie picture. I didn't expect Su Yirui to be quite suitable for this role. This look is very good looking. I thought I would be very disappointed, but I didn't expect that I thought too much. No wonder director Zhang insisted on settling her. The day after the premiere, Dreamless Land was fully released in major theaters. Since the release time is the New Year's Day holiday, many people choose to buy tickets to watch on the first day. On the same day, many professional film critics and ordinary viewers began to rate Dreamless Land on famous movie rating websites and left their own reviews. According to the box office statistics of the Eradication of Professional Movies, the box office of Dreamless Realm has reached 89 million on the first day of its release. Su Yirui originally didn't plan to go to the cinema to watch this movie again. After all, she had also seen it at the premiere, but Yan Fingyi took the initiative to say that she wanted to watch it with her. Su Yirui thought about it and agreed. She was quite satisfied with her performance in Dreamless Realm. And after the two were together, they had several meetings, all of which were secretly eating, and there was no other activity. This time it's also a good thing to be able to watch a movie together. After all, watching a movie is also one of the must-do things between couples. In order to avoid too many people, the two chose to go on a Thursday afternoon a week after the movie was released, but there were still a lot of people, and the attendance rate was basically 75%. She didn't want to be recognized, so Su Yirui used her previous outfit again, wearing a blue and white high school uniform, a wig and black-rimmed glasses, a face without makeup, and a clear soup noodle appearance. No matter how you look at it, she is a high school student. And Yan Fingyi dressed like a college student, and the two walked together, like brother and sister. When Su Yirui saw him, she couldn't help but laugh at him. You honestly explain, did you dress like that when you had dinner with me before? Was it to seduce me? Chapter 77. Yan Fingyi was startled at first, but quickly said calmly, why seduce you? Su Yirui smiled and said, what's the reason? If it's not you, just say no. Yan Fingyi, Although Yan Fingyi's expression still did not change, Su Yirui didn't know where to see that he was a little embarrassed, so she deliberately pretended not to understand and said, well, what do you mean? Yan Fingyi bent down helplessly, held her shoulder, and looked at her face to face. It's seducing you, so may I seduce? When he spoke, his eyes were very serious and focused, as if in his eyes, she was the only one in the world. Su Yirui's face was hot. To be honest, I do covet your beauty. Congratulations on the success of your handsome plan. Yan Fingyi, yes. Su Yirui jokingly said, you can't be too proud. Yan Fingyi, no, I will continue to work hard. Su Yirui. Did she lose again? She can't be a fan of Yan Fingyi. It seems that the difference is still in experience, the difference is in the accumulation of age, like Yan Fingyi shouldn't be a primary school chicken, right? My first love was in junior high school, and I haven't been in love since then, how can I say that? Su Yirui secretly thought about how to win back a city. At this time, Yan Fingyi took the initiative to reach out and lead her in the direction of the elevator. The movie is about to start. The cinema is on the 6th floor of the mall, and can be reached by escalators and direct elevators. The two chose to take the direct elevator, and there were already many people waiting at the elevator door, and they did not squeeze the first elevator, but chose the second elevator. Su Yirui was still a little nervous, worried that someone would recognize her. But when she got to the door of the cinema and picked up her ticket, no one called her name, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. If she is recognized, it will inevitably be a little troublesome, and there is still Yan Fingyi standing beside her. But I have to say that going out on a date like this does have a different freshness. Obviously appearing in public openly, but secretly doing bad things. No wonder so many celebrities come out on dates even at the risk of being secretly photographed and discovered. After entering the elevator, Su Yirui was protected by Yan Fingyi behind her, although she herself was not short, and even tall among girls, but in front of Yan Fingyi, she could still be a bird. The elevator door was about to close when a few more people came in. Su Yirui's vision was blocked by Yan Fingyi, so she didn't pay attention, until the elevator reached the 6th floor to go out. She saw Su Qinglu also in the elevator. Standing next to Su Qinglu was her little milk dog boyfriend, Luo Yu. Su Qinglu and Luo Yu held hands, looking like a sweet little couple, immersed in their own two-person world, completely unaware of Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi. It was Su Yirui who took the initiative to call her, and she turned around in hindsight. When he saw Su Yirui, Su Qinglu was stunned for a while before recognizing it was Su Yirui. She looked Su Yirui up and down, her expression a little subtle. Why are you dressed like this? Su Qinglu said in surprise. Su Yirui, avoid being recognized. Su Qinglu, it's really hard to recognize. Su Yirui looked at Luo Yu, you guys are also watching the movie? Luo Yu realized at this time that the girl in front of her who looked like a high school student was Su Yirui, Sister Yirui. It turns out to be you, I almost didn't recognize it. Su Yirui smiled, right, you don't recognize it, and I guess others can't recognize it either. After she finished speaking, she pulled Yan Fingyi to introduce them and said, this is my boyfriend, Yan Fingyi, this is my sister, this is her boyfriend. Yan Fingyi nodded gently, hello. Hello. Su Qinglu's impression of Yan Fingyi was still stuck at a certain Shenlu's birthday party, and at that time he only felt that Shenlu's uncle looked quite young, but he seemed to be very serious and cold, which made people stay away. Luo Yu was a little curious, but he still shouted politely, hello, brother Yan. Yan Fingyi expressed satisfaction with his behavior of calling him brother. He is more than 10 years older than Luo Yu, and it is okay to call him uncle, but Luo Yu called him brother. It is estimated that he is still quite young, and he thinks he should be in his 20s. Who knew that in the next second, Su Yirui said, you see that you have lowered your seniority with me, otherwise with your age difference, he should call you uncle, he is only 19 years old. Yan Fingyi. Luo Yu looked at them suspiciously, a little nervous, is it wrong to call brother Yan? Yan Fingyi sighed on her forehead, that's right, it's she who thinks I'm old again. Su Yirui was surprised, she didn't mean this, why did she think he was old, and he still used the word again. She was clearly telling the truth, but she didn't mean anything else. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Su Yirui directly denied the 3 consecutive actions. Yan Fingyi, no? Of course, I don't think you're old. Su Yirui said this a little guilty, although she used to think he was a little old, but now she saw that her young brother was unmoved. Okay, this old man still said this kind of thing. Could it be because he saw Luo Yu's younger brother, young, handsome and cute, so he had a sense of crisis? Yan Fingyi hummed lightly, not knowing whether he believed it or not. Brother Yan is not old at all. Luo Yu said naively. Su Qinglu knew that Luo Yu must have thought that Yan Fingyi was only in his 20s, And if he knew that he was in his 30s, he would not say such a thing. She knew her little boyfriend, and if she knew that Yanfeng was a whole round older than him, her eyes would probably be staring. In order to avoid this embarrassment, she quickly changed the subject. The movie is about to start, let's go in. Luo Yu looked at the time, and it was true, it was still 5 minutes away, and they had to go to pick up the ticket and check the ticket. Well, you go get the ticket, I'll buy a drink, do you want to eat popcorn? Luo Yu said. Okay, you go, you buy 2 copies. Su Qinglu ordered him. Luo Yu smiled and nodded, looking very obedient, okay. I'll go too. Yanfeng let go of Su Yirui and came together with Luo Yu. I will send you the QR code to pick up the ticket, you can take it. Su Yirui nodded and said yes. Yanfeng and Luo Yu stood together, they were both more than 185 meters tall, outstanding in appearance, one handsome and elegant, the other handsome and youthful, it was really pleasing to the eye. Su Yirui and Su Qinglu looked at their boyfriends and were very satisfied, and the two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. After they left, the two sisters went to pick up their tickets together. Su Qinglu asked, which one did you watch? Which movie? Su Yirui, the most recent Dreamless Realm. Su Qinglu, that's a coincidence, we are in a competition, and you are sitting in the first row. Let me take a look. She scanned the QR code on the ticket machine, and the seat number immediately appeared on it. Su Qinglu, then we are just in front of you, I am in the 9th row. After getting the tickets, the two went to the ticket checkout place to wait for Yanfeng and Luo Yu. Su Qinglu said, how does it feel to be with Yanfeng? Su Yirui, it's not bad, it's better than I imagined. Su Qinglu smiled, I see more than a few of them. What about you and your brother? Su Yirui stretched out her hand and hugged Su Qinglu's shoulder, she was much taller than Su Qinglu, this action was not difficult at all, she asked in a low voice, where have you progressed? Su Qinglu coughed, just. It's almost done, I've done everything I need to do. Su Yirui, isn't it, it's already snapped. Su Qinglu blushed, You didn't tell me when. Su Qinglu, only. Yesterday, I forgot to tell you. I don't think you forgot to tell me, but you have been with your brother and didn't have time to tell me. Su Yirui complained. Su Qinglu smiled and acquiesced. Su Yirui sighed. Su Qinglu thought she was unhappy and was about to explain that he planned to tell her today, but Su Yirui said with emotion, harm. I was originally late in getting out of the single than my sister, but I didn't expect this to be one step slower than you, and I am really ashamed to be a sister. Su Qinglu looked embarrassed and said hesitantly. That. You can catch up, Su Yirui, I didn't expect that after you and brother Luo Yu were together, your speech would be different. Su Qinglu, yes? Su Yirui was a little curious, tell me, did you take the initiative to eat your brother, or did your brother take you down? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Yanfeng's voice. What are you talking about? Su Yirui's body shook, smiled, and turned around, I didn't say anything. Su Qinglu laughed twice gloatingly. Yanfeng looked at Su Yirui and handed her the milk tea in his hand, for you. Thank you. Su Yirui then saw Yanfeng holding a large bucket of popcorn in his hand, which was very inconsistent with his image, which was a little funny. Why did you buy so much popcorn? I feel like you're going to want to eat it. Yanfeng didn't say that he bought a big bucket because he saw Luo Yu buying a medium bucket. Su Yirui, okay, I can eat a little. She doesn't usually have the habit of watching movies and eating popcorn, but she can eat it. After entering, as soon as they sat down, the movie started playing. In the first 10 minutes, Su Qinglu and Luo Yu knew that Su Yirui and Yanfeng were behind, so they were still holding a little, and the two sat seriously, keeping their distance. Later, Luo Yu looked behind him twice and found that Su Yirui and Yanfeng were watching the movie seriously, and he didn't pay attention to them at all, so he reached out and took Su Qinglu's hand. Baby, I want to hold you. Except for the first few days when they met and were together, Luo Yu called her sister, and after that, Luo Yu refused to call her sister and began to call her baby. If you hold it, just hold it. Su Qinglu's attention is on the movie. You are reluctant. Luo Yu pursed his lips. No. Su Qinglu held his hand tightly, soft and comfortable, you watch the movie obediently. I want to look at you. Su Qinglu couldn't laugh or cry, then don't you want to watch a movie? Luo Yu, I think, but I want to look at you more, look, I look at you. Su Qinglu shook his head and said, "No, you watch the movie obediently, otherwise I won't hold you." Luo Yu looked aggrieved, "Okay." Seeing that he was obedient, Su Qinglu thought about it and leaned over to kiss him. Reward. Luo Yu immediately danced his eyebrows, "Baby, you are so good." Su Qinglu was also a little embarrassed, but her heart was more sweet. Seeing Luo Yu smiling so cutely, she had a feeling of wanting to spoil him. "Okay, baby, watch a movie with me." Compared with Su Qinglu and Luo Yu's little sweetness, Su Yirui and Yan Fingyi are much more serious, and the two are watching the movie quietly. The popcorn bucket is too big to fit in the storage table in the middle of the seat, so you can only hold it yourself. Originally, Yan Fingyi was holding it, but Su Yirui saw that he didn't eat it, so she took the initiative to reach out to get it. Somehow, Su Yirui, who doesn't like to eat popcorn very much, felt that today's popcorn seemed to be very sweet, crispy, and melted in her mouth. She ate and got on top, so she watched the movie and reached out to take the popcorn into her mouth, but her eyes never took their eyes off the screen. This action lasted for a few minutes, and she reached for the popcorn again, but she touched the air, and was about to turn back, when her hand was held. "Is popcorn so delicious?" Yan Fingyi's voice was very soft. Su Yirui was stunned. "Isn't this what you bought for me? And if you don't eat such a big bucket, if I don't eat it, no one will eat it." Su Yirui looked at Yan Fingyi blankly, but heard Yan Fingyi say again, "I can't even compare to a popcorn." Because her vision was blocked by the chair, Su Yirui couldn't see the small movements of Su Qinglu and Luo Yu in front of her at all, but Yan Fingyi was tall and could see it clearly. Seeing how intimate other people's little couples are, and then looking at Su Yirui, it is inevitable to compare the harm. "Su Yirui, you even eat popcorn vinegar. Popcorn is messing with whom?" Yan Fingyi didn't feel embarrassed at all, and even admitted, "You bought the popcorn, you won't let me eat it." Su Yirui said. "You eat alone." Yan Fingyi looked at her. "Then you can eat it too." Su Yirui thought for a while before she heard what he meant. "Do you want me to feed you?" Yan Fingyi nodded. "Su Yirui, you are such an adult, why are you still like a child?" Yan Fingyi, "You said I'm old again." Su Yirui, "I didn't." Yan Fingyi looked at her deeply. "Su Yirui, I really don't, you are not old at all." Yan Fingyi had a calm face, pushed up the handrail between the two. At this time there was no obstacle between them. Yan Fingyi dragged her into his arms, pressed it to her ear, his breath was hot, and he whispered, "Don't think I'm old." Su Yirui wanted to cry without tears, but she really didn't. Yan Fingyi bit her ear and said, "Kiss me." Su Yirui kissed Yan Fingyi's face, thinking to herself, "This is simply a robbery." Yan Fingyi was a little satisfied, broke her face towards himself, and kissed Su Yirui on the lips. He seemed to taste the taste of popcorn, sweet cream, which was unsatisfied. He pointed to his lips, "Here too." Su Yirui looked left and right, and saw that the people next to him had noticed them, and said a little embarrassedly, "I was seen by others." Yan Fingyi was very stubborn. Su Yirui looked at his face and thought, okay, for the sake of you being so good looking." She bit Yan Fingyi's lips hard to express her dissatisfaction. Who knew that Yan Fingyi raised his eyebrows happily? "Be good." Su Yirui. On the way back from watching the movie, Yan Fingyi seemed to be in a very good mood, and rarely connected to Bluetooth and played a few songs. Su Yirui can't figure out what he thinks, it's really a man's mind, don't guess, you can't guess it. But seeing that he was happy, Su Yirui herself couldn't help but be happy. "What do you think of the movie?" "Not bad." Although there were about 10 minutes, his attention was not on the movie, but that was when Su Yirui did not appear, and Su Yirui's scene was not left behind at all. He also understood the general plot of the movie. It is indeed good. Now the market for domestic films is not very prosperous, and there are very few such high-quality movies. After all, after investing so much money, Zhang Shui did not disappoint him. As can be seen from the box office, the film is very popular and more popular than expected. Yan Fingyi, as the biggest investor in the movie, is of course happy to see such a situation. "I almost forgot, you are the investor and producer of the movie." Su Yirui said half-jokingly, "Dad, I didn't disappoint you, did you?" Yan Fingyi glanced at her, Su Yirui laughed out loud, "By the way, I heard that the filming scenes before the Dreamless Realm have not been demolished, and the venue has been rented. Do you have any other plans?" "Well, the venue has been bought and is preparing to shoot a TV series. Dreamless Realm is indeed very suitable for adaptation into a TV series. The duration of the movie is too short, the original work is very long, the background setting is also very large, and many things have not been discovered. Su Yirui said approvingly. The script is still being adapted and is expected to start filming in March. Su Yirui looked at him. What do you want to say? Su Yirui does have some ideas about the TV series, and when the movie was finished, she was a little unsatisfied and liked this role very much. But she is now with Yan Fengyi and took the initiative to shoot the TV he invested in, which seems to be a bit of a relative. But she is not a hypocritical person, she is not bad at it, why should she give up the opportunity she wants because she cares about her relationship with Yan Fengyi? I want to say, can the role of Jiang Xian be left to me when the time comes? Yan Fengyi smiled, this role was originally yours, and in the script adapted from the TV series, the heroine is Jiang Xian instead of Fu Xiaoxi. Su Yirui, really? Well, the script is tailor-made for you, and the author agreed. Yan Fengyi looked at Su Yirui with a surprised face, why, are you unhappy? Su Yirui, I just didn't expect it, did I hug my thighs? Yan Fengyi smiled, what do you think? Su Yirui, harm, after that, those black fans said that I was close to the financier, and I didn't have the confidence to deny it, but it was really a headache. Yan Fengyi. Beansprout Movie is an application software with the largest fan community and movie database, which has the most authoritative movie ratings and wonderful film reviews in Country A, and every time a new film is released, there will be countless moviegoers to score the movie and leave a movie review on this software. On the latest hit list, Dreamless Land has been at the top of the list for 3 days. In the week after its release, the number of netizens evaluated more than 100,000, and the score also reached 8.5 points, which is already a high score for a domestic suspense adventure film. But there are still many people who give low scores, and even say that Su Yirui is too beautiful and steals the limelight of the heroine, and she is showing off her skills alone in the whole film. Yang Lin is a well-known film critic in Country A, and as soon as his film review comes out, it will be seen by many movie lovers. It's been several days since the release of Dreamless Realm, and I haven't seen him send out a movie review. Everyone is very strange, usually he will write a movie review as quickly as possible. It wasn't until 10 p.m. a week after the release that the latest film review he sent out was available on the Beansprout Movie. Yang Lin, I have a lot to say about the movie Dreamless Realm, but in fact, I went to see the premiere. There are many reasons why I wrote the film review so late, one of which is that this movie subverted my view of Su Yirui. After watching the premiere, the role of Su Yirui surprised me very much. It can even be said to be amazing. You know, I didn't have a good impression of her before, and in order to evaluate this movie fairly and justly, I took the time to go to the cinema to watch it twice. In the end, I still concluded that Su Yirui played the most anticipated character in the movie, and even I think she is one of the most amazing supporting roles in this year's domestic movies. From the moment she appeared, she was very aura, and her appearance also brought a different feeling to the whole film. She has saved the male and female protagonists in the film many times, so it is not an exaggeration for some viewers to say that she is the most powerful woman in the whole film, and I think she is also the guide of the male and female protagonists in the movie. I really thought it was a stand-in at first for Su Yirui's fight scenes in the film, but then I called the director and confirmed that it was Su Yirui who really went into battle, which shocked me even more. There are few actresses in Country A who can do that kind of skill. Therefore, to talk about Su Yirui's changes in Dreamless Realm, I think she has been promoted from a star to an actress. Many netizens said in the film review that Su Yirui finally has a work that is not spicy. Here I think this statement is not very comprehensive. I think it should be said that this movie will be Su Yirui's famous work, and even in the next film festival, I expect her to be able to show her style. In my opinion, this movie is not only a good-looking suspense adventure film, but also a guide to survival. Yang Lin's comments set off a wave of discussion on the Sprout software. Just 10 minutes later, there were hundreds of replies under this film review. No one expected Yang Lin's evaluation of Su Yirui to be so high, you know. Before the movie was released, he directly said in large that he had no expectations for this movie, just because he did not believe that Su Yirui could play this role well, and said that if Su Yirui performed too poorly, he was likely to leave the premiere halfway. Who knows, he slapped himself in the face, and what he said before hadn't been deleted. The inconsistency made many netizens leave messages that were really fragrant and slapped in the face. An hour later, Yang Lin posted a Weibo on his Weibo. I watched it again, it smells so good. Su Yirui went to take a shower as soon as she got home, and when she came out of the shower, she smiled when she saw the popcorn on the table. Such a big bucket couldn't be eaten at all, but she still got it back, and there was still more than half left. She decided to watch the movie for a while and continue to eat the popcorn. At this time, her phone kept ringing, and she clicked on it to see that it was the studio group that had been talking, and there were people who loved her. Wang Meng sent a link, which is the film review of Dreamless Realm given by Yang Lin in the Bean Sprout movie. Wang Meng, I laughed to death, this Yang Lin is really a drama master. Xia Xiaochen, he also posted on Weibo just now, saying that he was sucked by Sister Yirui. She also saw Yang Lin's Weibo that she didn't believe she could play the role of Jiang Xian well before. After all, it was on the hot search, and a large group of people on the internet made her crazy. At this time, seeing this film review that praised her to the sky, Su Yirui also felt a little funny. She replied with an emoji and didn't care much about it. She held the popcorn and returned to the bedroom, and the news of Yan Fingyi was also sent. Yan Fingyi, what are you doing? Su Yirui took a photo and sent it to Yan Fingyi. Eat your popcorn, Yan Fingyi, okay. Seeing that he was so cold, Su Yirui wanted to tease him again. Yan Fingyi is always serious when chatting in text, but when she meets her, it is different, and the sarcastic words she says make her unable to resist. Su Yirui feels that she can win back a city on WeChat. Hungry. I can't eat you, I can only eat the popcorn you bought. When Su Yirui joked, she liked to call Yan Fingyi with the word you. Yan Fingyi was not used to it at first, but now it doesn't matter. Yan Fingyi took a long time to reply. Su Yirui laughed out loud and continued to type, I like you so much mentally, if I don't want to eat you, I feel like I am flesh for you. The body is particularly disrespectful, what do you think? Chapter 78. The competition on New Year's Day is very fierce, but Dreamless Realm can be described as a big victory, with a box office of 3 billion yuan in half a month, far exceeding everyone's estimate of this movie. Although the early publicity also cost a lot of money, the overwhelming marketing and the whole crew kept on the show. I don't know how much manpower and material resources were spent, but the result was finally very satisfactory. Compared with the two protagonists, Gu Xingyi and Xie Yinyuan, who were expected to be well received, the two supporting actresses in the film are more topical. Not to mention Su Yirui, she was not favored by everyone at all at first, but as soon as this year's New Year's Day passed, the whole network was saying that she relied on the role of Jiang Xian to make a big comeback, transforming from a traffic face to a screen actor, and even becoming one of the most anticipated and topical female stars this year. I have to say that the success of Dreamless Realm has brought obvious benefits to Su Yirui. The invitation to variety shows is constant, there are more endorsements, and she still has good movie scripts to pick. And another supporting actress, Bai Suyu, although her popularity is not as high as that of Su Yirui, but she has also received a lot of praise for her good performance in the movie. In the original plot, Su Yirui played her role, but it was full of bad reviews, saying that she was angry and wanted to hit people when she saw her, and now she was replaced by Bai Suyu to play, and it was said that she saw another interpretation from the characters, and the hateful person also had shining points. When Su Yirui saw those comments, she thought at first that Bai Suyu played the role, but when she thought about watching her play in the crew before, she didn't feel this way, and later learned that Hichiyua's marketing was very good, and the soft text was well written, and she invited several film critics to deeply interpret Bai Suyu's role. Talking about her as a treasure girl and inspirational goddess, in order to act, she does not forget her original intention, although she has been playing small roles, and she is a powerful actor who works hard for her dreams. After Su Yirui left the company gave all the resources allocated to Su Yirui to Bai Suyu. Even Su Yirui's endorsements and variety shows that were almost signed halfway through the previous contact were intercepted by Hichiyue without knowing what method to use, and they were all given to Bai Suyu, which shows the power of Hichiyue. For this reason, Wang Meng was so angry that he scolded Hichiyue for being inauthentic with Su Yirui, and even scolded Shen Lu, saying that if it weren't for his connivance and acquiescence, Hichiyue would dare to do this. It's simply a matter of power for personal gain. Ever since Wang Meng learned from Su Yirui that Shen Lu and Bai Suyu were together, she also had a lot of opinions about Shen Lu. Originally, Wang Meng didn't take Bai Suyu seriously, thinking that she couldn't compare to Su Yirui no matter what. First of all, in terms of national popularity, Su Yirui was beating Bai Suyu. But with the TV series Harem Mousen, starring Bai Suyu, was broadcast on satellite TV, Bai Suyu's fame increased significantly. The two are increasingly being compared together. After all, they are about the same age, they used to be the same company, and they participated in the movie Dreamless Realm. When those marketing accounts praise Suyu, they always step on Su Yirui, and netizens always cue the other when they mention one of them. Su Yirui didn't expect that she would become a rival with Baisuyu so quickly. The two have reached the point of grabbing resources. I don't know if it's because of this, Baisuyu's confidence is also a lot more. Last week they met on the show. Baisuyu's attitude towards Su Yirui has changed significantly, her arrogant appearance, as if she completely forgot that she was once an 18th-tier star who couldn't even afford clothes for tens of thousands of yuan, and wanted Su Yirui to pay for her. Su Yirui didn't care, but Wang Meng was so angry that she heard that she saw Hichuyue last time. Hichuyue deliberately mentioned several endorsements that were snatched away by him, and her tone revealed that with an agent like her, Su Yirui would soon be compared to Baisuyu. In order to compete with Hichuyue, Wang Meng contacted Su Yirui with big names in various ways, wanting to get a few big-name endorsements for her. I don't know how Hichuyue persuaded Gu Xingyi, who was able to get him to agree to fry the brother and sister CP with Baisuyu. Wang Meng said angrily on the phone. Maybe Shenlu asked him to help. Su Yirui said lightly. I guess it is, but why Baisuyu? It in the first place. Okay, it's not the same now, she is now the C position of Yuan star. Su Yirui's tone seemed to be joking, but she was serious. Hey, okay, put this matter aside for now, the top priority now is the film festival. I just got the news that Dreamless Land has been sent to the film festival, and you have a good chance of being nominated for Best Supporting Actress. This is indeed the most important event for Su Yirui at present. Well, there is still more than a month. I heard that Hichuyue is also paying attention, and it is estimated that Baisuyu also wants to get this opportunity to be nominated, but you have more hope than her, as long as. Shenlu did not interfere. Wang Meng's expression was a little solemn. After leaving the company to set up the studio, she still called Shenlu Mr. Shen, but after knowing the relationship between Shenlu and Baisuyu, she directly called him by his name. Shenlu will definitely intervene, there is no doubt about it. In the original plot, Shenlu secretly did not know how many things he did for Baisuyu to reach the top. So for her to be able to go to the film festival, he will definitely spare no effort. This film festival is also an important scene of the original plot. Baisuyu met one of the most important nobles in her life at the film festival, that is, another male supporting character in the novel, fell in love with Baisuyu at first sight, and it was an indispensable factor for Baisuyu to go international and become a super first-line actress. So even if it is to conform to the plot, Baisuyu will be nominated. Hey, don't think so much yet, you put aside everything else first, I'll let you send you the information about the film festival, you have to take a good look, it's best to memorize them all. Su Yirui nodded, well, I know. The Capital International Film Festival, held every 3 years, is one of the most professional and authoritative film awards activities in Country A, and will be attended by major directors, stars and related people at home and abroad, and the venue will be held in the imperial capital. This year's film festival heard that several foreign directors have been invited. On such an occasion, it is likely to talk about the investment of new films, and even the male and female protagonists may decide on the spot. Being able to participate represents infinite opportunities and possibilities. It would be better if she could win an award, but Su Yirui's road in film has just begun, and it is already good to get nominated. Wang Meng can only try her best to help her with her activities and ensure that she can be shortlisted. Although she was busy some time ago, Su Yirui still took the time to get her driver's license. Picking a day when she and Yanfengyi were free, Su Yirui drove Yanfengyi for a drive in the suburbs. If the weather wasn't too cold, she would probably have a picnic or something to show her survivability. But in the end, the two only walked around the forest park, breathed fresh air, held hands, and sat by the lake for a long time, and went back after a little intimacy. After this meeting, Yanfengyi will go abroad for a while, and it is expected that they will not see each other for about 10 days, which should be the longest time the two have been separated since they were together. So it is inevitable that it is a little difficult to separate. After sending Yanfengyi away, Su Yirui immediately threw herself into the preparations for the film festival. Although she only went to a film festival, she had a lot to prepare. The information of more than 30 judges must be memorized, in addition to their personal profiles, as well as their preferences and backgrounds, they must be remembered clearly. Even the information of some important people who will be present at that time must be known. These materials were put into great thought by the entire studio, and it took more than 10 days to sort them out, and many of them were difficult to collect from foreign judges and directors, including their preferences and awards, as well as many foreign translations and remarks. Su Yirui has to work hard even if it's not for herself, but for them. Fortunately, Su Yirui's memory is good. These materials, normal people take a month or two to memorize, and may even forget them every few days, but Su Yirui only took half a month, and she remembered 7 or 80, and there was still a week left. As long as she looked at it from time to time, she would not forget. Wang Ming originally thought that Su Yirui would be satisfied as long as she memorized a rough idea, but who knew that when she inspected Su Yirui, Wang Ming's expression became very shocked when she heard her memorize the information word for word. Did you memorize them all? No. Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yirui, it's still a little short, it should be almost tomorrow, I'll consolidate it again. Wang Ming's mood at the moment was very complicated, and it could no longer be described as excited. Seeing Su Yirui working so hard, Wang Ming herself became more active. She asked Xia Shaochen to rent a 2-story large apartment in the imperial capital, and took half of the studio people to the imperial capital with her. For a week in a row, Su Yirui made an appointment with the best beauty club in the imperial capital, and asked Su Yirui to go to the beauty club for 2 hours of beauty every day. The accessories and shoes to be used at the film festival are provided by sponsors, and the dresses are customized dresses made by foreign designers, and in order to avoid accidents, 2 more sets of replacement dresses are prepared, and everything is properly prepared. On the day of the film festival, Su Yirui only ate a little salad and drank a glass of milk from the morning and did not eat again, and the makeup artist came over at noon to put on Su Yirui's makeup. The whole makeup matches the dress on her body, taking a fresh and sexy route. There will definitely be no mistakes, and there are some surprises in the details. The opening ceremony of the film festival did not start until 7 o'clock, but Su Yirui, Wang Ming, and others arrived outside the venue at 5 o'clock. Although it was almost March at this time, the imperial capital was still very cold. Su Yirui felt a chill as soon as she got out of the car. She took off her coat as early as the car, and it was okay to have air conditioning in the car, and after getting out of the car, it was simply 2 worlds. Wang Ming asked her in a low voice, "Is it cold? Are you okay?" Su Yirui shook her head, "It's okay." There were crowds of people outside the venue, and it was very lively, and a red carpet could be seen from a distance, and security guards stood on both sides, blocking those reporters and fans who wanted to squeeze over. "Let's go," Su Yirui said softly. She walked towards the red carpet and saw Xia Yinyuan from a distance. Xia Yinyuan is standing on the red carpet posing for photos. Her posture is very elegant, and there are many of her fans outside the venue shouting her name, which shows her popularity. She was wearing a red floor-to-ceiling dress today, slender, sexy and charming. Her hair was tied up in a bun, with a bit of classical beauty, and when she looked sideways, she happened to see Su Yirui. The expression on her face did not change, and she still maintained a decent smile. This time she has 3 films shortlisted, and 2 films in addition to Dreamless Realm have caught up with this film festival. I heard that the winner of the Best Actress is likely to be her. The reporters took pictures of the red carpet, and she stole all the limelight from the other actresses who were walking on the red carpet. But as soon as Su Yirui walked over, the reporters immediately noticed her. In order to avoid being taken embarrassing photos, Su Yirui's every action and expression is prepared in advance. You must know that these media wish you to lose your temper, and taking photos and posting them on the internet is a mess. Many reporters and media were originally filming Xia Yinyuan, and after seeing Su Yirui, they turned the camera to Su Yirui, and this scene was seen by Xia Yinyuan. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes sank obviously, and she didn't know what she was thinking, and she quickly returned to her nature. The opening ceremony of the film festival lasted a total of 3 hours, and Su Yirui had to socialize more during these times, which was also one of the important purposes for her to participate in the film festival. Wang Meng was about to lead Su Yirui to meet a few acquaintances, but Xia Yinyuan walked towards them, as if she was running for Su Yirui. What does she want to do? Since the last photo incident, Wang Meng has a very bad impression of Xia Yinyuan, and feels that there must be nothing good about her coming. Su Yirui, I don't know, take a look. Xia Yinyuan walked up to Su Yirui. I have a few words I want to talk to you. What's the matter? You said. Xia Yinyuan, this matter is related to Bai Suyu. Bai Suyu, this is what Su Yirui didn't expect. The popular Harem Seeking Hearts is a TV series co-starring Xia Yinyuan and Bai Suyu. Xia Yinyuan is the heroine, and Bai Suyu is the supporting actress. Xia Yinyuan, who was originally the heroine, is the most popular, but since the 6th episode, Xia Yinyuan's limelight has been stolen by Bai Suyu. The internet says that they like the infatuated female supporting role played by Bai Suyu, and hate the tsundere White Lotus heroine played by Xia Yinyuan, which not only hurts the male protagonist, but also hooks up with other men, which is simply bad. Su Yirui looked at her calmly. The last time the photo of you and Gushingi was posted on the internet, I admit that I made it. Chapter 79. Xia Yinyuan saw that Su Yirui's face did not look surprised, guessing that she should have guessed that it was herself long ago. Xia Yinyuan frowned and continued, but I didn't take the photo. Su Yirui said lightly, you want to say that it was taken by Bai Suyu? Yes. Xia Yinyuan nodded. Do you have evidence? Su Yirui's tone was too calm, a little unexpected by Xia Yinyuan. She thought Su Yirui would be very angry. I have no direct evidence. Xia Yinyuan was afraid that Su Yirui would not believe it, and added, but I can be sure that it is her, and she also admitted to me that she sent me the photo. Su Yirui said, you told me about this, do you want me to help you deal with Bai Suyu? Xia Yinyuan said, we can form an alliance. Su Yirui smiled sarcastically, I think, did you misunderstand something, or haven't seen you for too long, have you forgotten what I told you before? Xia Yinyuan paused. Su Yirui said, why do you think I won't deal with you first? After all, the photo was sent by you, I haven't looked for you yet, you send it up, is it that the scar has been healed and forgotten the pain? Xia Yinyuan was a little frightened by Su Yirui's eyes, she remembered the memories of being dominated by fear that day, and her heart beat faster, but she still pretended to be calm and said, I thought you were a smart person, you should know, it's not good for you to go against me now, after all, I'm not the one who grabbed resources with you, I heard that Bai Suyu took away a few of your endorsements. You don't want to deal with her? I want to. Su Yirui's careless appearance makes it difficult to understand her thoughts. Xia Yinyuan frowned and continued, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Su Yirui looked at her coldly, so what you did to me, if you want me, forget it. Xia Yinyuan saw that she had loosened, and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, I can compensate you, I also have Bai Suyu's handle. What's the handle? She likes Gushingi. Xia Yinyuan's words were loud. After Xia Yinyuan left, Wang Meng asked Su Yirui, is what she said credible? It should be credible. Su Yirui pondered. Wang Meng, then what are you going to do? I really didn't expect Bai Suyu to be so scheming and borrow a knife to kill people, I didn't suspect her at the beginning. Su Yirui smiled, wait, I'll make her cry and beg me. Wang Meng, what about Xia Yinyuan? Are you really going to ally with her? Su Yirui shook her head and didn't speak. Xia Yinyuan obviously wanted to reap the benefits of the fisherman, how could she really ally with her? If you want to use her as a target, don't blame her for making her outweigh the loss. However, she said that Bai Suyu likes Gushingi's thing, do you believe it? Wasn't she with Shenlu? Gushingi and Shenlu are good friends. Su Yirui thought that when the original owner mentioned Gushingi to Bai Suyu's reaction was indeed a little wrong, and when they were filming Dreamless Realm, Bai Suyu often went to ask Gushingi for advice, and there were gossips in the crew at that time. At this time, Su Yirui heard someone calling her. She looked back and saw Zhang Shuwei walking towards her, followed by Gushingi. Yirui, you're here. Zhang Shuwei was wearing a dark suit and looked serious, but his attitude towards Su Yirui was very friendly. He is also in a good mood, and this time Dreamless Land has been nominated for a number of awards, which can be described as a big winner. And there is also news that Zhang Shuwei is likely to win the award for Best Director. Su Yirui also smiled and nodded in greeting, Director Zhang. Several directors mentioned you to me just now, saying that they were very interested in you after watching the movie. Su Yirui didn't take this sentence seriously, those directors were interested in her, more or less because of Zhang Shui's introduction, thinking that Zhang Shui had a lot of good words for her. Thank you Director Zhang, I still hope to have the opportunity to cooperate with Director Zhang in the future. Zhang Shui was satisfied and nodded imperceptibly, there is a chance. He didn't say it all, but he had some ideas in his heart, he was still preparing a movie, the heroine was not decided for the time being, he did want to give Su Yirui a chance, but he was not sure that Su Yirui could provoke the heroine. After all, Su Yirui is still a newcomer in terms of movies. With little experience, playing the heroine is not necessarily a good thing for her. Su Yirui nodded. Zhang Shui changed the topic and looked at her and Gushingi with a smile. You and Xiaogu had a marriage contract before, but you hid it very well, but I didn't see it at all. Gu Xingyi has been standing next to him, his eyes always fall on Su Yirui inadvertently, there are incomprehensible emotions hidden in his eyes. Su Yirui occasionally glances at him, and he also feels strange. Director Zhang laughed, but he didn't want to affect the filming because of personal matters, and the engagement was broken off at that time. Su Yirui smiled faintly. Gu Xingyi looked ugly, looked away, and didn't speak. Zhang Shui also paused, she didn't expect Su Yirui to clear her relationship with Gu Xingyi so naturally, and smiled, yes, you are all very dedicated and very good. They chatted a few more times, and Zhang Shui heard someone calling him. Gu Xingyi said, Director Zhang, you go first. Okay, you guys talk. After Zhang Shui left, only Su Yirui and Gu Xingyi were left, and Wang Meng also met an acquaintance just now and went to talk to others. The atmosphere between the two was not natural, and Gu Xingyi took the initiative to say, how are you doing? It's good. Su Yirui's attitude was much more distant and cold than when she spoke to Zhang Shui just now. Of course Gu Xingyi can detect it. Wouldn't it be too tiring to leave the company and work alone? Gu Xingyi wanted to care about Su Yirui. It's okay, as long as your good brother doesn't block me. Su Yirui said sarcastically. Shenlu? Gu Xingyi wondered. Is there anyone else among your good brothers? I heard from the agent that Bai Suyu took away a few endorsements that you were negotiating. That's not an important thing, I didn't plan to sign it. Su Yirui's words are the truth, and she really didn't pay attention to those endorsements. Gu Xingyi looked at her, but he didn't believe it, thinking that she was showing off. Su Yirui said lightly, however, you and Bai Suyu's brother and sister CP are not bad, I still feel a bit like a couple CP, look at Bai Suyu's eyes at you. Gu Xingyi was shocked, how could Su Yirui think so? He said in a deep voice, how is it possible, you know that she and Shenlu are boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Yirui smiled coldly and did not answer. The two were silent for a while, and Gu Xingyi said again, I heard that you went to the dinner at the Yen family last time. Su Yirui, well, Shenlu told you. Gu Xingyi nodded. What's wrong? Are you and Yanfengyi serious? Gu Xingyi's voice was very soft. Su Yirui frowned, what do you mean by this? Gu Xingyi didn't know why he asked this, but he actually had good intentions. She has broken off the engagement with the Gu family, and now although she is with Yanfengyi, it is impossible to marry into the Yen family, and the threshold of the Yen family is not up to the Gu family. Shenlu's mother was already married, in order to marry Shenlu's father, she almost broke away from the family, and later Shenlu's father's business was getting better and better, and the Shen Yen family slowly approached, which was also before Shenlu was born, but Gu Xingyi heard his grandmother talk about it. A few days ago, Gu Xingyi came home, and Mrs. Gu pulled him to talk a lot, nothing more than about Su Yirui. Old Mrs. Gu knew about Su Yirui and Yanfengyi, and it could be seen that everything at the banquet that day had been spread. It's just that everything was said, and what reached Mrs. Gu's ears was not a good thing, and Su Yirui was very unbearable. Old Mrs. Gu said that fortunately, she didn't force Gu Xingyi to marry her, it turned out to be such a girl, she was wrong at the beginning, and she almost harmed him. Gu Xingyi had mixed feelings in his heart, and he had never disobeyed his elders, so he immediately argued with Mrs. Gu. At first, he didn't agree, so Mrs. Gu forced her to make a marriage contract. Now that his feelings for Su Yirui have changed, old Mrs. Gu said this kind of thing again, not only denying Su Yirui, but also denying him. Gu Xingyi lost his temper and slammed the door, startling Mrs. Gu, who had never seen Gu Xingyi like this. After leaving the Gu family's old house, Gu Xingyi went to Shenlu and wanted to drink a few drinks with him and drown his sorrows with wine, but Shenlu also advised him not to put his mind on Su Yirui, and told him about the night of the banquet as it was, so that he could give up. Gu Xingyi also wanted to give up. But after seeing Su Yirui today, his heart was not under his control. For the first time in so many years, he was moved by a woman who had broken off his marriage, and he used to regard her as a snake and scorpion, and he couldn't avoid her, but now he could only look at her from a distance, untouchable. I don't want you to get hurt, the Yen family is not as simple as you think, if you want to marry into the Yen family. Gu Xingyi said in a deep voice. Su Yirui frowned and interrupted him, wait, I don't understand, what are you talking about? Gu Xingyi was stunned. When did I say I was going to marry into the Yen family? I find you people speechless in their minds. Su Yirui didn't want to explain, but Gu Xingyi looked good for her, which made her very uncomfortable. You don't want to marry Yanfengyi? Gu Xingyi's expression was a little surprised, as if he didn't expect Su Yirui to think so. No, can you people be normal, just fall in love, when do you have to talk about marriage? Su Yirui didn't understand Gu Xingyi and those who thought that she and Yan Fingyi were together to marry into the Yan family, as if everyone was like them, taking marriage as their purpose. Can't you simply fall in love, or do these so-called wealthy families have this shallow thinking? Gu Xingyi looked at Su Yirui intently, but Su Yirui felt that the words had come to this point, and there was no need to continue talking, so she shook her head and left. Gu Xingyi was still reminiscing about the meaning of her words, standing there and watching her go, his expression unpredictable, and his thoughts were very complicated. Brother Xingyi, so you are here. Bai Suyu came over with her agent today. She took Hichiyua's hand and walked into the venue, and then began to look for Gu Xingyi's figure. Just now she had actually seen Su Yirui and Gu Xingyi talking here. But she kept watching from a distance, and after Su Yirui left, she pretended to see Gu Xingyi running over. When Gu Xingyi saw her, his expression was a little colder, and he nodded, Gu Xingyi has no good impression of Bai Suyu, but she is his brother's girlfriend. Shen Lu asked him to help Bai Suyu more, but he couldn't refuse, and Bai Suyu was indeed talented in acting, and he was also a diligent and studious person, which Gu Xingyi still appreciated. So a few days ago, Hichiyue found his agent and said that he wanted Gu Xingyi to bring Bai Suyu, and the two fried a brother and sister CP, and his agent came to ask him. He didn't want to, but after thinking about it, he still agreed. The agent also said that they are all from the same company, and Bai Suyu is now led by Hichiyue. With Hichiyue's ability, the cooperation between the two must be helpful to Gu Xingyi. Bai Suyu looked at Gu Xingyi seriously and said in a low voice, Brother Xingyi, I will walk the red carpet later, can I walk with you? Gu Xingyi does not have a female companion today. It stands to reason that Bai Suyu and he are firing brother and sister CP, and it doesn't matter if they walk the red carpet together, but Gu Xingyi thought of Su Yirui's words just now, and his eyes changed when he saw Bai Suyu. No. Gu Xingyi wanted to say that he had promised others, but he was really not good at lying, even if it was a white lie, so he didn't explain, he just refused. Bai Suyu was very embarrassed, and this happened to be heard by Xie Yingyuan passing by. Xie Yingyuan laughed out loud, it's really a coincidence, Gu Xingyi, Director Zhang asked me to ask you, let's go to the red carpet together later. Gu Xingyi nodded, okay. As soon as she rejected herself, she turned her head and agreed to Xie Yingyuan. Bai Suyu's face was hot and painful, especially under Xie Yingyuan's gaze. She was simply embarrassed. Why did Gu Xingyi do this to her? After Gu Xingyi's agent called him away, Xie Yingyuan looked at Bai Suyu. Oh, it's really unfortunate, I didn't expect Gu Xingyi to reject you. Yes, what kind of coffee position are you? An 18th line, I want to walk the red carpet hand in hand with the actor, and I don't know where the confidence to ask. Bai Suyu's face turned blue, and he stared at Xie Yingyuan coldly and did not speak. Do you really regard yourself as a character? Gu Xingyi didn't even look at you just now, right? When Su Yirui was there just now, Gu Xingyi's eyes were glued to her. Xie Yingyuan smiled charmingly. Bai Suyu sneered, so what, how could he have looked at you again? Xie Yingyuan's face did not change, it's just each other, it doesn't matter if he doesn't like me, the best heroine tonight is still me, and you are only worthy of me. Bai Suyu was not to be outdone. What about the supporting roles? It's not that they have stolen all your limelight. Xie Yingyuan was poked to the sore spot, and her face changed. She is obviously the first heroine in harem plot, but Bai Suyu relied on Shen Lu's backstage and Hichiyue's activities, and forced the director to change the script, delete the plot of her heroine, and add drama to Bai Suyu, which made her heroine's character more and more unpleasing later, but not as interesting as Bai Suyu. Xie Yingyuan held back her anger and sneered, steal my limelight? Joke, you are an 18 line, not at the same level as me at all, you are still worried, you sent me a photo to borrow my hand to harm Su Yirui, she knows, what will she do to you? Bai Suyu's heart chuckled, what do you mean? Chapter 80. After Xie Yingyuan left, Bai Suyu's face had always been ugly, knowing that Hichiyue came over and reprimanded her. What occasion is this, who are you showing with a straight face? It's about to walk the red carpet, have you told Gu Xingyi that? Speaking of Gu Xingyi, Bai Suyu was even more depressed, she shook her head, he didn't agree. Didn't agree? Hichiyue frowned, and his voice rose a little, what's going on, it doesn't make sense. Bai Suyu, just now Xie Yingyuan came over and said that Director Zhang asked him to go with them. Hichiyue's expression softened a little. It's normal for the male and female protagonists of the crew of Dreamless Realm to walk with the director, forget it, fortunately, Meng Xian is also here, I'll go and tell him and let him take you away. Meng Xian is the male protagonist of Harem Plot, and he has a good impression of Baisuyu during his cooperation with Baisuyu. He was also present today, although he was not as good as Gu Xingyi, but if he could take Su Yirui with him, he would look better when the reporter took pictures later. He Chuiwa took Baisuyu to find Meng Xian, who knew that Meng Xian already had a female companion. There was no way, in the end Baisuyu could only hold He Chuiwa into the field. Baisuyu thought to herself, anyway, Su Yirui also entered the scene with her agent, and it was nothing, she was more concerned about losing to Su Yirui. On the red carpet, Baisuyu has always maintained a decent smile. When she heard Gu Xingyi's voice coming from behind her, Baisuyu subconsciously looked back, but she didn't expect that Su Yirui was walking on the red carpet with Gu Xingyi, Zhang Xuwei, and Xie Yinyuan. Why should Su Yirui, a supporting actress, walk the red carpet with the director and the two protagonists? Baisuyu looked at Su Yirui unwillingly. What's wrong with you? He Chuiwa frowned and looked at Baisuyu. It's okay. Baisuyu quickly came back to his senses, hid the jealousy in his eyes, and asked in a low voice, Brother He, can I really win the award tonight? Don't worry, although the nomination for Best Actress is no longer your place, but the Best Newcomer award is yours, at least you can go on stage to receive the award, which is much better than getting a nomination. Well, I know. Baisuyu has always dreamed of this day. At the awards ceremony of the film festival, she heard the people on the stage pronounce her name, even if it was just a Best Newcomer award this time, but at least she took the first step, and she will definitely be able to win more awards in the future, not only Best Supporting Actress, but also Best Actress. Baisuyu put away his heart, and the resentment just now slowly calmed down. Even if Su Yirui presses her on her head now, she will definitely step on her head and make her regret doing that to herself in the first place. When Su Yirui and Zhang Xuwei walked on the red carpet, they attracted the attention of many people. Indeed, she was a supporting actress. No matter how good her performance was, she was not qualified to walk the red carpet with the leading actor and director. Su Yirui was able to get such an honor because Zhang Xuwei took the initiative to invite, and Gu Xingyi and Xie Yinyuan both readily agreed. Of course, Gu Xingyi wanted to go with Su Yirui, but Xie Yinyuan felt that she had reached an alliance with Su Yirui, and she could still give in a little on this occasion and give her some sweetness when necessary. Coming off the red carpet, Su Yirui saw that many actors had gone to the judges. There are more than 30 judges at this film festival, both at home and abroad, among which the biggest is director Isaac, who is of mixed Chinese and French descent. He was squeezed in the middle by many people, and Wang Meng couldn't squeeze in if he wanted to go over, so he could only watch from a distance. Su Yirui saw his appearance from a distance and guessed that he was an important male supporting actor in the original novel. Isaac is the most high-profile young director in the past 2 years, and he is already well known abroad as a Chinese-French mixed race, and the year before last, Saint de Maria won him the Academy Award for Best Director. He has even been named one of the most promising directors in the world. He was able to invite him to this film festival because his mother was one of the organizers. Saint de Maria grossed $3 billion worldwide the year before last, not only setting a new box office record for religious films, but also making Isaac famous all over the world. Many people thought that Isaac was a middle-aged man before they met him, because he was very mysterious, and even few photos were even worn, and even the director's photo in the movie was an old photo, wearing a hat, and he couldn't tell his age. At this time, when I saw him in person, I was surprised to realize that director Isaac turned out to be such a mixed-race beautiful man. Isaac is so handsome that he can even play a medieval vampire. He is tall and thin, wearing a black suit, his skin is very white, and there is even an unhealthy pallor in the light. His facial features are deep, with the characteristics of mixed race. Brown hair is neither long nor short, some curly, full of artist's atmosphere. He didn't seem to like to talk, he looked very cold, and everyone who wanted to get close to him walked away angrily, and he couldn't even say a word to him. Only people who are familiar with him will take care of him. Su Yirui knew all his information by heart, and with her memory of the original novel, she could be said to be the one who knew him the most among all the people present. In the original plot, Isaac is Baisuyu's flower protector, and the novel writes that he fell in love with Baisuyu at first sight, took Baisuyu to the world, and made a big-budget movie with her as the heroine, making her the most popular Chinese actress in Hollywood. Thinking of this, Su Yirui didn't really want to get close to Isaac. But she is really curious, how could such a character fall in love with Baisuyu at first sight? It will not be necessary for the plot, forcibly blind, right? Like Shenlu, Su Yirui couldn't help but take a few more glances at Isaac. Isaac happened to look at her side as well, and when the two looked at each other, Isaac's eyes stayed on Su Yirui for a few seconds. Su Yirui suddenly remembered that it seemed that the first time Isaac and Baisuyu met in the original plot was not at a film festival, but in a park. If he met the same person at different times and places, would Isaac still like Baisuyu? Baisuyu also learned from Hichuyue that among the people present today, the heaviest weight is Isaac, and being able to get acquainted with him in front of him is much more important than whether he is shortlisted for the award at the film festival. But generally anyone who has done investigations knows that Isaac has a strange personality, and the more he flatters him, or takes the initiative to talk to him, he may be hated by him, so Baisuyu does not dare to act rashly. Baisuyu hesitated whether to go, thought for a while, and decided to ask Hichuyue. She turned around and accidentally bumped into someone else. "I'm sorry." She subconsciously apologized first, before she could see who she'd bumped into, and when she looked up and saw that the person in front of her was Su Yirui, her face changed, and she swallowed the words back to her mouth. Su Yirui looked at her coldly and said nothing. Baisuyu now hates seeing Su Yirui look at her with this look, as if she is not worth mentioning in Su Yirui's eyes. She is an insignificant existence, which makes her particularly uncomfortable. What is she proud of, thinking that she is great when she is rich? Can you look down on her if you have money? Baisuyu can endure it in front of others, but she can't bear it in front of Su Yirui. Maybe it's because the two used to be friends. Su Yirui used to be so good to her and accommodate her in everything. She had mixed feelings for Su Yirui. No matter what, she thought she must be stronger than Su Yirui. She had been losing to Su Yirui before, but now she was finally able to match her, and she would never let herself fall behind her again. Su Yirui patted her shoulder, the place where Baisuyu had just hit her. This move was particularly eyesore in Baisuyu's eyes. Su Yirui was about to leave. Baisuyu saw that she seemed to be heading towards Isaac, and her mind moved, and she stopped Su Yirui. Baisuyu said, "Are you going to Director Isaac?" Su Yirui stopped and said indifferently, "Does this have anything to do with you?" Baisuyu said, "I just want to kindly remind you that Director Isaac doesn't like to talk to strangers." Su Yirui, kindly? Baisuyu was a little embarrassed by her sarcastic tone. She actually stopped Su Yirui because Xie Inyuan said that Su Yirui already knew that she took the photo and sent it to Xie Inyuan, and she wanted to test Su Yirui to see if she would do anything to herself. Su Yirui looked at her with a sneer. "I thought your kindness was eaten by the dog, and there was nothing left at all. Is there still a little left for you to pretend to be sympathetic at this time?" Baisuyu's face turned blue. "How can you say that? What? Am I so right that you are speechless?" Su Yirui smiled, her bright facial features were delicate and moving. Baisuyu looked around, no one noticed their side. She suppressed her temper and said patiently, "You. I didn't say anything, just a kind reminder. Why are you so aggressive?" "No way, I panicked when I saw you, so I would like you to go to Shenlu more to brush your existence, and appear less in front of me. I think it's an eyesore and I want to vomit." Su Yirui squinted, although her words were very poisonous, but there was still a smile on her face, and those who didn't hear her think she and Baisuyu were chatting happily. Su Yirui mentioned Shenlu, which made Baisuyu very unhappy. She almost blurted out, "What about you and Mr. Yen?" Baisuyu didn't finish speaking, thinking of Shenlu's previous reminder to her, "Don't provoke his uncle, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable." So even if she knew that Su Yirui and Yanfengyi were together, she didn't spread the matter, otherwise she would have announced to the world that Su Yirui had a financier. She changed her tone, "Even if you are with that person, you haven't become a prodigal dog, and you have left the company. Your studio is just a small workshop, a small fight. You can't become a climate, there are no company resources, and advertising resources are difficult to find." She heard Hichuyue say this. Seeing that Su Yirui didn't speak, she thought that she had stung Su Yirui, and couldn't help but feel that she was raising her eyebrows, and the grievances just now were cleared away, and continued, "Follow a waste broker like Wang Meng, sooner or later, you will be thrown away by me." Su Yirui laughed out loud and looked at her with a silly look. "It seems that Hichuyue and Shenlu have indeed given you a lot of confidence." "What do you mean?" "I suddenly miss you who couldn't even afford clothes and pulled me shopping to take advantage of you." Su Yirui looked her up and down. "However, now that you have climbed up to Shenlu, you shouldn't worry about having no money to buy clothes, right?" Baisuyu was still arrogant just now, but now he felt a chill all over his body, trembling with anger, as if he had been stripped naked and thrown on the road, extremely humiliated. You. Chapter 81. Su Yirui originally disdained to say these things to Baisuyu. In her eyes, Baisuyu was just a clown. No matter what she did, Su Yirui didn't pay attention to it. But Baisuyu's rampant behavior made her realize that a soft heart without boundaries will only make the other party gain an inch, and unprincipled kindness will only make the other party do whatever they want. Even if it didn't cause any harm to her, an eyesore kept shaking in front of her eyes, which was always annoying. It's just a matter of solving it directly. Since she likes to jump so much, let her fall into the dust and never jump again. Is it interesting for you to mention the past? Is it great to be rich? Heroes don't ask about the source, even if I am not as good as you, but in the future, I will definitely stand above you, and it is still unknown who will be the winner tonight. Baisuyu tried to regain some dignity and almost leaked the fact that he was going to win the Best Newcomer award. Then I wish you the backfire. Su Yirui said with a smile. Baisuyu. Su Yirui stopped looking at her, but turned to leave, and was stopped by Wang Meng after just a few steps. Wang Meng pulled Su Yirui to introduce her to several directors and film critics. Baisuyu thought for a while and plucked up the courage to walk towards Isaac. Before coming, Hichiyue asked her to memorize a lot of information, among which the information about Isaac was the most, and Hichiyue gave a special explanation, asking her to write it down, which would be very useful at that time. Hichiyue's ability is indeed very strong, and the information he can get is much more comprehensive than others, even better than what Wang Meng and the others have sorted out. Baisuyu knows Isaac very well, and even knows that he actually likes Chinese elements very much and is preparing a Chinese-style martial arts film. Baisuyu did a lot of homework, and was originally a little hesitant, but in order to get ahead of Su Yirui, he couldn't take care of so much. The opportunity is there, and she has to seize the opportunity in time. Baisuyu turned around and looked at Su Yirui deeply. I will definitely get what I want, and I can grab everything you want. Seeing Baisuyu walking towards Isaac, Su Yirui raised her eyebrows calmly, and a hint of joke flashed in her eyes. Sure enough, Baisuyu took the bait. Just now she deliberately made Baisuyu think that she wanted to find Isaac, and she designed it when she was hit by Baisuyu. Isaac has a withdrawn and arrogant temperament, and he doesn't like strangers to take the initiative to talk. Everyone knows this, Baisuyu herself knows it, but she is still anxious because she sees her wanting to find Isaac. Or maybe he is too confident and believes that he can get Isaac's other eyes. Su Yirui quietly watched Baisuyu walk up to Isaac. Isaac, who was surrounded by the crowd and talking, showed a hint of impatience on his face. He was a gloomy person, he didn't like to talk to people, and he didn't like to be lively. He liked Baisuyu at the beginning, and a large part of the reason was because Baisuyu saved him. Isaac is allergic to pollen, but this matter is not in the information. He has persecution disorder, so he doesn't want to make his Achilles heel public, so except for his relatives and friends, no one knows about it, and there is no information found in Country A. At that time, he was almost shocked due to asthma caused by allergies, but he was just rescued by Baisuyu passing by, and he regarded Baisuyu as his angel and was very considerate and gentle to her. Even if he later found out that Baisuyu was not what he imagined, he still cared about the grace of saving his life, treated her very well, and helped her a lot. What are you looking at? Others didn't see that Su Yirui was absent-minded, but Wang Meng found that Su Yirui's eyes always drifted to other places, and when there were only the two of them left, Wang Meng exposed her. You were distracted when I was talking to you just now. Nothing. Su Yirui retracted her gaze. Wang Meng, just now those directors expressed their willingness to cooperate with you. It seems that this film festival is the right one, and it is estimated that after going back, there will be a lot more books to choose from. Well, has there been any movement from director Zhang recently? I just heard that he means that he is preparing a new film. Wang Meng said in surprise, really? Then I went back and checked it up, but I didn't hear that. If you can cooperate with director Zhang again, your position in the entertainment industry will be more stable. Su Yirui nodded. Wang Meng suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look to the other side, and whispered, that director Isaac, there are so many people around him. I heard that he was going to make a movie in Country A. These people are rushing up. Do you think you want to try it too? Su Yirui shook her head and smiled. Don't worry, look. Wang Meng looked over suspiciously, and Baisuyu didn't know what method he used, so he chatted with several foreign directors around Isaac. Not only Su Yirui noticed, but many people looked at Baisuyu in surprise. Especially those who were around Isaac and thought of talking to Isaac through others but failed, didn't understand how Baisuyu did it. In fact, it is very simple. This is all the preparation work that Hichiyue explained to her before coming. She is familiar with the information of every director and judge present, and naturally she can easily find an entry point to talk to them through their preferences. Su Yirui could also do this, but Su Yirui didn't go. She quietly watched Bai Suyu do what she liked in front of those foreign directors and chatted with them. Soon, Bai Suyu found an opportunity to bring the topic to Isaac. She spoke politely and humbly, and Isaac did not reject her very much, and said a few words to her. Bai Suyu was secretly glad that he had made the right choice, looked at Su Yirui from a distance, and saw her standing not far away looking at him. Seeing this, Bai Suyu was even happier, but fortunately she was one step ahead. Su Yirui is probably very angry at this time. As soon as she was proud, she got a little carried away, and then said a few more words, and I don't know which sentence was wrong, touching Isaac's reverse scales, so that Isaac's face suddenly became gloomy. He looked at Bai Suyu coldly, and suddenly said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested, to block the conversation. Bai Suyu couldn't figure out her mind, she didn't know why Isaac suddenly did this, and she was a little angry. Isaac's attitude made her very embarrassed, but even if she couldn't get angry, she couldn't have an attack, she could only smile and apologize. Isaac quickly left the place, saying he wanted to find a quiet place to stay. At this time, Su Yirui knew that the opportunity had come. She pulled Wang Meng towards the corridor outside the venue. Wang Meng wondered, what's wrong? What are you going to do? You will know when you come with me. Su Yirui walked quickly. Half an hour later, the film awards ceremony was about to begin, and Isaac, who had left everyone's sight, finally returned. But he followed Su Yirui beside him, and the two walked very closely, talking while walking, and talking happily, which surprised everyone. How could Isaac be so friendly to Su Yirui? He has never seen him smile at any female star. How did Su Yirui do it? To say that Bai Suyu and the foreign director had a hot chat just now were surprising, then Su Yirui and Isaac could walk together with a smile, which was simply shocking. Su Yirui was mentioning the novels of Jin Yong and Gu Long with Isaac, and when it came to her favorite martial arts characters, Su Yirui also showed a fascinated appearance, and her expression was more vivid and full of charm. Her favorite thing to do in the last days is actually to read books. She once took the people of the base to hide in the library for a while. During that time, she read a lot of books, and then left, and also took a few, one of which was a martial arts novel.
If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more tales from Sparrow's Realm. Until next time, keep listening, and let your imagination soar.